American Sycamore.
Hello and welcome to the Saladcast on Tuesday the 29th of December 2015. I'm your host Dan Train. Joining me today, Robert Kemp.
You didn't sound like you were fully into that. Let's do that again.
And Zachary Burgess.
I had to do a tree.
That sounds like something else. It's like, I did a tree. I'm so sorry.
Really, we should have just done a Christmas tree. That would have made sense.
Yeah.
Like
But no.
Like, what are Christmas trees?
Pines. Some kind of pine.
We've done plenty of pines before.
Are they always pines?
Fir pine?
Not like
pine fir.
Well, I
Spruces or
guess
some
you
shit.
could have whatever kind of tree you want for Christmas, technically. You just put Christmas decorations on it. It's a Christmas tree.
Larch. I don't know.
We haven't had a larch yet.
Haven't we?
I don't think we've had larch. We've had birch.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I don't think we've had a larch. Trees.
Yep. That was our yearly tree discussion, I guess.
How
is your tree doing?
Did you see that thing on BBC 4 that was just 2 hours of a reindeer pulling a sled?
Oh no, they've done one
They
of
tried
those.
to do it
Yeah.
on late.
Yeah, I watched it.
You watched all 2 hours.
I pretty much did. I think I watched all of it.
You know what? Some of that
That's
stuff.
not really something you watch, though, is it? It's
something
just a
you put-
background thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of a background thing.
It's like the Burning Fire DVD or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Well, they did that one earlier in the year of the canal boat.
Yeah. And bird
Oh, really?
song. They did a bird song one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like real time. It was just
Yeah.
Yeah.
this woman like walking this reindeer pulling these sled.
Alright.
2 hours
That's,
in like northern Norway or
you know, if that's uninterrupted, and it was on like Christmas morning or whatever, I can see people watching that, right?
I guess.
Yeah, I think it was Christmas Day.
I mean, it's something. Your cat's doing something, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
And now you're in the middle, so this is really convenient.
It's alright, I can bounce.
Can you?
Trapped. Yes, indeed. But they were by the big forest, Tajir or something.
Right.
And I looked it up, and it's like, oh, it's a forest that spans or encircles the entire globe.
Yes.
Like,
It's the forest.
It's the forest.
Because no one lives that far north,
No.
so it's not.
Well, these
disrupted.
guys did.
Well, I mean,
too,
some people.
but they
did,
were on the
like-
edge of it or whatever. Yeah, yeah, and it just goes the whole way round. But like, there are different species of not that many, not that much diversity in terms of tree species.
Because it's cold.
Yeah, because it's cold, and of course, if one works, then stick with it, I guess.
Yeah.
But also, it does vary around the planet. In sort of eastern Russia, it's all larch, and in like Canada, it's not. Like
Right.
spruce and shit. I don't know.
Not many
Presumably,
trees.
she didn't go that far in it in 2 hours. Like.
No. Well, that's
I
just
should
it.
burst the whole world.
You can't get that far in 2 hours on a sled. I don't think with a reindeer.
Well, not with the not if it's on a flat and the rain is actually pulling it.
It was on a flat, yeah. Yeah. Well, Sami people.
Yep,
That's who they were.
that's Finland, I think. Or they can probably spans across.
I
all
don't
of those
think we got
countries.
all the way. I think we took a break, like we paused it or something 20 minutes before the end, and we never got back into it.
So you never got to see. You never got to see where she ended up. She
Not
walked into an igloo.
quite. I think she did, or not an igloo, but like a teepee type situation. And then it kind of panned up and showed the aurora borealis, and then that was it.
For the
Was
credits.
it a drone? Did it like?
Yeah, they had drone. There was a drone flying over it.
That was really
and
annoying.
a bunch of
Walk next
GoPros.
to a drone for 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. They
Oh,
had...
you reckon it was one continuous
No,
shot?
I doubt it.
No, it wasn't. They switched the camera angle from different GoPros that were attached to the sleigh and shit, basically. But it was quite quiet. They had all the audio, so the drone must have been far enough away or quiet enough not to make that
Or
irritation.
they just noise cancelled it somehow.
Yeah, maybe they did.
Do you reckon they, in the end credits, did they play any, like a Kiss from a Rose or something? You know, Seal.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
They didn't play anything. It was just like
like
quiet. There was no music at all.
Silent credits.
All they had was like
Single note at the end of the credits.
Dong.
Dong.
they had some like little facts about their life and shit appear, but they would sort of appear in 3D alongside the path or whatever.
No, I see.
And they would
Fancy.
frost into place, like, so you could hear a little frosting sound whenever the notes were appearing.
It's quite dramatic.
Yeah, it was quite weird. I don't know.
They should have just superimposed them and like had them actually move past it in real time. So it's just like, oh look, there's some words lying on the snow. And they,
it was like that. They moved past.
Yeah, but they should have just been there. They should have made any
Floating
deal about
thing.
it.
Yeah.
That should have just been like, oh, it's lying there as she walks past. You only have a few seconds to read it.
They did have a bunch of like lanterns and torches. I don't know who lit all these torches along the way.
I'm
presumably
sure.
someone going beforehand.
Yeah, the crew are about 5 minutes ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure it was all dramatically actually set up.
Well, that's what
they
I'm
didn't just
wondering.
go somewhere.
It's actually just a big circle, right? And they just
Yeah,
they just go around, so and each time like the crew is rapidly changing the scenery. Like,
Possibly. That might be how they did it.
it's one of those classic old 70s like rotating stages. And they're just like
Yep.
with a background scrolling past.
And then the Northern Lights, which is pretty cool.
Well, it was lucky that they could see them at that specific day.
But they
I guess.
could. They were quite big. I watched pretty much the entire stupid Family Guy Christmas special that was on probably
God.
BBC Three, purely because there was one joke I like in it, which is they go to the North Pole and they're like, there's the Aurora Borealis and there's the Northern Lights and everything, the twinkling and stuff. And it's like, oh yeah, there's the Aurora Borealis. And there's David Boreanaz, like the guy who plays Angel in Buffy, just looking
God.
down and like going, hey guys.
Okay, that's
I
quite
quite like that joke. It's pretty stupid, but there you go.
That's pretty stupid. Also, it relies quite heavily on you knowing
who he
an
is.
actor who happened to be in Buffy.
Yeah, I just happen to know it. I think that's why I like it, because it's slightly obscure.
I suppose he's slightly more famous for Bones, I guess, now. But
Oh yeah, probably. And the fact that his name is Boreanaz.
Boreanaz. Boreanaz.
What for? Oh god. Dear me.
What are we doing here?
I don't know. This is a podcast about
About games of the year, because
video games of the year.
we don't have any time for other shit.
No,
Right.
it's the last podcast of the year.
I mean, we could very briefly say that Steam got temporarily fucked off at Christmas.
Steam got fucked, and I couldn't buy
Because
you guys
we
presents.
won't really have anything to say about that in 2 weeks' time, because it was not actually that bad as it turned out.
Pretty much a
was it
whole
not?
day of being down.
It's pretty bad.
It was
surely.
fairly bad.
and it
Yeah.
looked bad.
Well, there was potentially some personal information being released.
Surely
Oh,
that's
really?
very bad compared
Yeah,
to
that's-
just your average down.
Well, relatively. It was because it was a caching error. So when you were trying to go to when you were trying to, it was cache. It's caching.
So this caching error, what was the problem there?
You were trying to go to do anything on Steam, I guess, and it would just randomly give you anyone's page, like any user's page.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay, that's pretty bad.
Every time you tried to navigate to a different place, you'd end up with someone else's stuff. But of course, it wasn't actually. You couldn't do anything to it because it was a one-way transfer. It was if you were only receiving it, you couldn't actually send information back, because then it realised, and it was like, wait, hang on, you're not that person.
Yeah, you're not authorised to make this change.
But there's certain pages that you can see in that situation. Like if you happen to be trying to buy something at the time, you could theoretically see like the page that shows you the last 4 digits of someone's credit card number.
Yeah.
But that's not that terrible, really.
No,
and it didn't last that long before they shut it down. It was only like an hour where it was in that state before someone realised and turned it all off.
All I got was errors, so I didn't see any.
Yeah, well,
issues.
I had a few. Yeah, for me, it was like the store was slow for a while, and then I realised I couldn't do anything with my inventory,
Yeah.
and then I realised, I wonder if Steam's just a bit buggered right now. I'll come back to this later, and then can log back in
Yep.
and checked on Steam status, and yeah, it was the first time I've seen it just completely flatline. Like there is nobody connected to Steam right now, according to this thing.
Right.
Which is not actually true, of course, but
No, but it's like that means the Steam status tool couldn't connect to Steam
yeah.
in any way.
Now
And it even said all TF2 and Counter-Strike servers were down, like as far as it knew.
It was weird because it's like if you were logged in, you'd stay logged in and you could still play games and stuff. You just couldn't do any of the web-based activities on Steam. And like at a certain point, the advice that came out of like the Steam database Twitter account was like, if you're logged in, don't even log out, because it's better just to not do anything at all. Just leave everything on Steam exactly where it is. Don't touch anything.
Weird.
Yeah.
That's interesting advice. Don't log out.
So it's a screwed up Christmas.
But it wasn't really. It was
Yeah.
just like it was screwed up for a moment, a few hours. And then it was all fixed. But it was weird that they even... I mean, presumably they must have been pushing some kind of update during the Christmas period when no one was there. And then they were like, whoops, this update is fucked.
No, surely I reckon it's just like, it's Christmas Day, right? It might have been a accidental DDoS of gift giving.
It's probably a scaling thing, yeah.
But then how would that affect that specific mechanism, though?
The caching?
Like the page serving?
Well, the caching is only there because to kind of reduce the load on the application server, right? So when
if the cache is too full, then the cache is recycling too fast, and then I guess when you're requesting a cached page, that cache could be mishitting.
It can't have been any worse this year than
bug.
any other Steam sale that's been in the past.
No, maybe
I mean, this year hasn't even a very good year for games.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it could have been something they'd updated before.
I was about to say, I've been reading a lot of things about people just saying, the Steam sale. The Steam sales have got boring.
Well, they've changed it, right?
Yeah, they have changed it.
Well, that's the other thing, that this is the first Steam sale where there's not any...
There's no daily deals.
Stuff.
There's no
just
daily.
The whole sale exists.
There's no. Well, it's not. It wasn't the summer or the autumn sale at this model as well.
Well, there's also no dumb mini games in this one.
Yeah, there's no dumb mini games.
You wonder why
but it does mean that the deals aren't as good. Is the other thing.
Well, no. It theoretically means the deals are the best they're going to be.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like there's something that I don't know. The numbers don't feel as high. The negative percentage numbers they attach to things don't feel as high as they sometimes are. It's like they feel like deals, but they're not Uber deals.
It's because you don't have anything to compare them to. Just because one day it hasn't been one thing and then the next day it's something else, you can't see the difference, so you don't think it's as good as it is.
Sure, but it's had that. Regardless, the psychology of it, if what you're saying is true, makes me feel like it's not as good, and that must be bad for sales, right? I can't be the only one.
The thing is that they always measure this shit, so they'll probably put it back if it doesn't work.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Apart from the whole day missing in their data.
Steam knows.
Some hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Gabe personally knows what you did.
He knows how many knives to bring to the party.
What? When did Gabe know knives?
We already talked about this before, where you for some reason didn't know the meme about Gabe and his knives.
Yeah, we did have that conversation. And I still don't know it.
No. Your cat needs putting somewhere because your cat's going crazy.
Apparently plastic bags from Carphone Warehouse are made of catnip.
Compressed catnip.
Compressed,
biodegradable.
solidified, biodegradable catnip.
Boom, there's the news.
Yeah,
Boom.
that's our news for the.
That is pretty much all that's happened since last podcast.
Indeed.
For a change. There hasn't been any dramatic Christmas news, really.
Time to turn to the Saladcast Game of the Year discussions 2015.
Do we need a jingle?
Well, that's up to
you'd
you,
have to
isn't
create
it?
it.
Why are you asking us?
We could just do it like a cappella right now.
No, we couldn't.
Game of the Year.
Okay.
2015. Some grow bass. Here we go. Grow bass.
Okay.
Do you want to go through the list? Right, here's the list.
No,
everything
we're
I
not going to go
played.
through the list. That's pointless.
Oh, no, it's not, because
Yes, it is.
this is
fucking categories.
this is how we
move on to the fucking categories.
No, but we've done this every year.
No, we haven't.
Yes, we have.
We deliberately stopped you from doing it a couple of times,
Well,
and then you keep trying to do it anyway every time.
It's because there's a reason for it.
No, there isn't.
The reason we read through the games we've played this year and the games from 2014 we've played, is simply so we can caveat anything we don't mention on this cast is because we haven't played it. And
the list you should do is the opposite, which is the major games we haven't played.
I've got that list too.
Yeah, that's the one you actually need to read.
Let's read that one then.
Okay.
Stuff that we didn't play.
The notable games list we didn't play 2015.
Most of the games.
Yeah, it's still quite a lot.
The first one, did Angry Birds 2? Apparently that's a thing.
I didn't think that was even out yet.
Well, I thought I saw it on the App Store for a nanosecond.
Okay.
And it's how... Angry Birds has obviously lost its potency in the form of a sequel, at least.
Well, they're releasing a fucking movie.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's not exactly lost its potency.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they missed their window. Maybe they were too slow with this film.
Well, it'll be tied to, there'll be a game of the film.
Yeah, maybe.
Angry Birds is the game of the film.
Or maybe I've got that wrong.
Game.
Maybe it isn't out, but I just thought I saw it. And it's what? Assassin's Creed Syndicate we didn't play, because it's Assassin's Creed.
You can't say that. Neither
No.
can I.
Yeah, but we're like 3 years behind.
Yeah.
So
I'm way
I
behind.
still haven't
I only
played.
played the good ones.
I still haven't played 4, so it's only got up to as far as 3 this year. Axiom Verge, which I'm a little bummed about. We probably should have played that. That seems kind of neat. Batman Arkham Knight, because none of us
on PC.
could have really. Well, and the Xbox version apparently is framey as
Right.
well. Like the PS4 version is the only good
I don't
version.
think we need to do reasons for every single one of these.
No, but, we're not going to talk about them really. Like for most part, Bloodborne, because we all suck at those games. I guess Zach might have been the most possible one to try it, except he doesn't have a PlayStation.
Yep, that's the main reason.
Well, none of us have a PlayStation.
Yeah, exactly. That is the main reason for everyone.
Call of Duty Black Ops 3, because it looked kind of meh.
Because finally we're done with Call of Duty.
Kipper's enjoyed it.
Yes.
So yeah, Downwell, which everyone seems to suddenly be very hype about.
Yep.
Elite Dangerous, despite the fact that I think we ended last year. I think we did a podcast before the end of last year with Dan going, I'm going to totally play that.
Yep.
I know, it's because I was going to get the freaking equipment. I can't be bothered to get like the HOTAS and all of that shit that you need to play that game. You don't need, but you probably want.
You probably do want.
In fact, you.
Well, they say it plays really well on a controller now.
I mean,
since they've done the Xbox release.
The thing is, it came out and it didn't really have enough content, I guess.
No,
but I think
that was the other thing.
It probably does by now, or will soon.
Well, I don't know about that, because they're doing their weird, releasing the expansions as a separate game, essentially.
Right.
Sort of.
And it's not even, they're early accessing the expansion as a separate product stuff.
You're sort of buying a season pass to the expansion, but the expansion lives kind of
separately and includes the base game
in
a separate
It's a little weird.
Right.
I think they're in danger of segregating what little population they have. Yeah.
Right. That doesn't sound so.
Not the best idea. Forza Motorsport 6 we didn't play the full version of. I played the demo. Kippers has reported in about the full game, so we can pull on that a little. Geometry Wars 3 Grey Goo.
Yep.
Just Cause. Oh no, we actually did play Just Cause 3 in the end. Where's
that in there?
Yeah, I
one.
just didn't delete it from my list. There we go. Life is Strange. Mario Maker.
I did play a bit of Mario Maker, but not much.
Yeah, okay.
That doesn't really count.
Yeah.
That would be in my middle group, the group of stuff we know enough about.
Minecraft Story Mode. The Need for Speed. The Need for Speed.
The Need for
You have to
Speed.
go with The Need for Speed. Rise of the Tomb Raider. Strictly, Kippers has played some of that, so we could talk about that as well. Star Wars Battlefront. Again, Kippers.
played the beta,
I
didn't
played
you?
the beta, yeah, and I think Kips might have played some of the full thing. I've got Mario Maker on there twice.
good list.
This was the super version.
Oh, they released it twice with the Super version. It's like Street Fighter.
Tales from the Borderlands. The Order 1886.
Yeah.
Witcher 3. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5.
Yeah.
And Undertale.
Which I played a little bit of. but
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
finished.
I played a little bit of it as well.
Alright, that counts. We're good. Undertale's in.
Not really. I think you probably need to get to the end of that
Yeah,
to really,
I think
to
so
really
too.
appreciate
But we
it.
can talk about that when it comes up.
Yeah.
And also,
Is that it?
that is the list of notable not played. I think there's probably a ton more,
Yeah,
but
probably.
these are the most. I think the ones that we would be on the Happy Salad radar.
Let me have a vague look at my list. There's Evolve.
Oh shit! No, actually, I'm going to add that to the next category.
Yeah, you should, because
Yeah.
that belongs in that category.
Totes.
There's Hotline Miami 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, yeah.
Battlefield Hardline, I guess.
Oh god, who cares?
Mario Party 10 lols.
No, who really cares?
Shovel Knight, because we never got to that.
That was last year.
Yeah.
It was late last year.
Arguably. Depending on what platform it came out on.
PC. It was late last year, as far as we're concerned.
I guess maybe semi-important Magicka 2.
Yeah, but that I don't know what that kind of fizzled
Yeah,
out,
that really
right?
did.
Something about that initial trailer was awesome. But
Yeah, well, they do good trailers.
yeah.
But just, the game. There was Galaxy, which, we didn't, it only just came out on PC, so we didn't really have a chance to play that.
No, and after I saw some of that game, my interest faded.
There's Trine Free, because Trine is
Yeah,
still
yeah.
going along.
That did happen.
There's Rock Band and Guitar Hero, because, those existed this year somehow.
Yeah,
There's
that's a point.
there's the Guild Wars 2 expansion and Rainbow Six Siege. There you go. That's my additions to that list of shit we didn't play.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's quite good additions there.
And that's only from the stuff that we really knew about and didn't play. There's a lot of other stuff here that we did play and don't really know about.
Yeah. So much 3 people can do, man.
More than this.
Yes, quite possibly.
If it was full time, then yeah, we'd get the list, right? We'd do the list. That Animal Crossing game, I suppose.
Yeah,
any of those.
I put both of those in.
Yeah.
Further down in the stuff that we don't really know about.
Alright then, so let's move on to
a category.
Well, the obvious first category that comes out of literally what we just talked about is the most forgotten award of 2015. It's like, which of those games we're just like, oh yeah. So my list is a little, I don't know, some of those were just literally those lists I wrote down as we were going because I totally forgot about Evolve.
Yes, exactly. That's
Boy,
the point.
You surprised me with that one. I was just like, oh shit, yeah. that happened early this year. They made such a big deal of it. And nobody cares!
No one cared. They had adverts on the tube and shit.
Yeah. I remember it being everywhere just for a hot minute.
How could they think that async multiplayer like that was going to be like...
It's not async, it's
asymmetrical. Sorry,
yeah.
that's the one. Was going to be like a massive thing.
I think asymmetric is cool, but you just can't have like team versus team, right? It ruins that whole dynamic.
You mean team versus one?
No, but you can't. What I mean is you can't have team versus team, and that's the whole like esports thing, right?
The asymmetric thing can work. It's like Left 4 Dead 2 had good multiplayer with the weird like.
Oh yeah, but that was still same number versus same number.
That's what I said. That's what you didn't say. You said you can't have team versus team when you meant you can. It doesn't work whether you have one.
But you can't in Evolve.
No,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, you were saying it doesn't exist in that game, not that it wasn't. With
of course, the team versus team is obviously like that's what esports hinges on, right? That's the point I'm making. Like, yeah, you need like equal number versus equal number is the whole point in like esports' sort of balance and how you root for it. It's like
if you have team, like. I mean, theoretically...
I mean, unless they, they literally balanced all of Evolve to be like, the head hunters try and rise to the top, and then the head, monsters rise to the top. But then how the hell do you manage that?
Yeah, the reason it didn't work in Evolve was because they didn't really give you the option to choose. That was its main problem.
Oh, well, you literally just dropped into a level.
It's like, I'm very rarely, I'm the monster, because everyone doesn't get to play the monster as usual in every game. It's like being the tank in Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, this crap guy's the tank, we're fucked.
So in a way, you can't just go into it and play as your squad, right? Because it will always split you up.
Yeah, well, unless you're... I assume if you... I don't know how it actually works, but I would assume if you're in some kind of party, it does put you on the hunter side.
Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
But nothing about that game looked appealing, really.
No.
It just...
Well, it was just because the whole point of the game was to run for 5 minutes.
You kind of...
To run away.
Yeah.
The monster's running away and the other team are running towards him, and then eventually maybe they fight.
Yeah.
But it's better for the...
But it's better for the monster not to fight.
Yeah.
To just win by having the hunters never catch him.
Yeah. Until you get big.
And then you defeat whatever the objective is.
It's just not that fun.
What else?
Battlefield Hardline.
Okay.
I mean, I sort of had totally forgotten about that up until recently.
Well, I don't think that was necessarily a most forgotten thing, because it was more like everyone could just see that it was going to be bad.
Yeah. and it's one of those early in the year releases, so, sort of
naturally
just,
forgotten.
Yeah. Time forgotten. Codename Steam.
Well...
Because that basically, mostly because that came out of a whimper. It was just like...
It looked like it was going to be good for a while, but then, as you started seeing more of it, you realised it wasn't going to be good, and then when it came out, no one cared.
Yeah. So here's my controversial entry.
Yeah.
I've put City Skylines on here. Because after the big, impact it suddenly made of, holy shit, someone made SimCity, but good. You haven't heard anything about that since.
Well, they're still making they made the expansion.
Yeah.
And that came out.
I don't think that was forgotten about. I think that made a bigger splash than people thought it would or whatever.
I think it's just
that's why that was.
I meant it in the sense that like that it had a very sudden spike and then it feels like it's had a very sudden drop, and like the wow factor was the news, and then after that it's just like
I don't know.
That's like most games.
I don't know, some linger. But
yeah, so that lingered. It's got quite a big, like, huge.
Because it's a strategy game, you can spend a lot of time. Yeah, playing it.
Just me. I think the zeitgeist died real fast on that, but I guess
I still hear about it on the Redditosphere.
Fair enough.
And they occasionally do AMAs with the dev team.
No, because they're still working. That's the thing.
They're still working on it. And you still hear stuff, which is cool.
Fair enough. Any other suggestions? In this difficult to remember category.
What have you forgotten?
Yeah. What have you forgotten?
What's the most forgotten thing? Oh yeah, I forgot that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not much else.
I'd sort of forgotten about Grey Goo.
Yeah, but that was like a thing that wasn't important in any way to start with.
I don't know. The revival of the like original, like going back to that style of RTS.
Yeah,
could be sort of said as
that's
like,
that's
what they were trying to do.
Like people have tried to do it before. And it's a hard thing to do.
Well, apparently this wasn't bad by all accounts. Like it's like we haven't played it, but most people have said, yeah, you know what, they kind of captured the essence of what made the old RTSs work, but it's still an old RTS.
Not good enough.
Yeah.
Well, here's another thing that's mostly forgotten, but mainly for us, I guess. The last part of StarCraft 2 finally came out.
Oh wait, I'm not. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think that's hit the news enough. I think that it's sort of still on people's radars.
I don't know. I didn't really see anything about it. It's like I didn't even see any reviews of it or anything really, which is weird because they are like almost standalone in some ways. Those StarCraft 2 because it's like a separate campaign.
I imagine it must have shook up the. Obviously, it must have made rather large waves in the StarCraft esports.
Well, you'd think, but I don't know.
Because they always mix up balance and add stuff, don't they? Most of the time during the big expansions.
Yeah, although the stuff with in the multiplayer never matches the single player stuff anyway. It's all rebalanced differently to the actual way it works in the single,
which is smart. Oh, there's one on my list I missed here. Lego Worlds.
I don't know if that was most forgotten. That was more like that was almost most surprising. It's like it came out of nowhere. It was like, oh, holy shit, Lego are doing a Minecraft thing.
Yeah, but it's been out for a while.
I wouldn't have said it got popular enough to be the most forgotten. It's like it wasn't known well enough to have that many people forget
to
it.
have just disappeared, yeah.
Seems like Evolve is a good candidate for this category.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that obviously is going to be the winner.
Evolve. The most lost to time that no one will care about past this moment.
I mean, Rainbow Six Siege is only not on that list because it's only just come out. Because I suspect that's probably going to go quite similar direction, judging by what people are saying about it.
Yeah, Rainbow Six is like apparently in that unfortunate position of actually being a good game, but the requirements to entry being quite high.
Yeah.
As in, you need like you need like several friends who are actually going to want to buy into a full price game without playing it or having every inkling of it or stuff like that, and then the risk of half of them then deciding, nah, this isn't for me. That's quite an ask.
Yeah.
If the game was like a Plants vs Zombies price, which would actually make a lot more sense given the amount of content that's apparently in that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then perhaps that it would be doing better than it is.
It's a bit like that. What was the sort of class-based shooter with the kind of mantling and stuff that was set in the Futron Islands and stuff?
I always forget what that game was called.
The Brink.
Yeah,
the parkour.
Yeah, that didn't work out, did it?
But that was because that was actually a bad game.
That was bad.
Yeah.
That was the reason that got forgotten real quick.
Yeah, by all accounts, like the actual main competitive mode in Siege is solid. But
oh right, yeah. Although not to talk about other giant bomb stuff, but did you see the quick look where he went completely sideways? That was hilarious.
No.
Yeah, because you could like mantle off roofs and stuff. He just got stuck in a state where he was literally like sideways and moving around the level, and his body was it looked totally insane. It totally bugged out.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it was really, really funny.
So he was still playing it normal, but to everyone else, he got stuck in like
like civilian
pose in TF.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I didn't. you can't. It's hard to tell whether that is it just his view that's fucked, but
Yeah.
his character would be fine, or is the actual model from the other people's perspective also fucked?
It's hard to tell. They tried to get it into a third person mode so they could show, and it all went. I don't know. It was weird.
So maybe not the most stable of games, but yeah,
It's probably right, I know.
bugs happen. Whatever. So, most forgotten game, Evolve. Confirmed. I need some way of confirming stuff on my phone.
Yep, just type a
Happy face.
smiley face next to it.
Yeah, there we go.
Evolve D.
Evolve D. Let's go for best trailer.
Okay.
We've all seen these, I think. We've all seen these.
Yep.
So there was the reveal Fallout 4, the classic War Never Changes trailer, which I thought was pretty well done.
War.
War Never Changes.
Does it? It does.
I don't think Fallout 4 ones maybe wasn't as good as like Fallout 3's one.
Well, for impact, probably not. No, because it's very much cribbing from the Fallout 3 sheet.
Yeah, and like it tries to be slightly less like subtle. I guess it's like that it's a Fallout trailer. You don't have like in Fallout 3 where it's just looking over a destroyed city and then zooms in. It's like, oh look, there's the Pharaoh. That's how you know it's a Fallout.
Yeah, I mean it was neat that it was doing that because it was that trailer that was doing the swap between then and now.
Yeah,
and it's like that was quite well done.
Yeah.
And here's everything as it should be in the 50s, and here's everything destroyed. Oh, and then there's a dog.
yeah, and then there's a dog.
And then there's a dog. We just watched the Just Cause 3 Firestarter trailer again because I think it's awesome.
Well, it's like
It's
there's not much to it. Is the thing. I think they could have done slightly more with the whole.
Oh, maybe. I mean,
explosions.
I like the fact that it's in slow mo. I like the fact that it's sort of reminiscent of a Bond intro because of it, like, but without the sort of crazy extra graphics and ladies.
Yeah.
And slow motion guns. I guess there's not actually any guns in it. It's just things exploding.
Yeah, I think they could have probably put some like slow motion bullets or rockets flying past or something.
Yeah, maybe. but also because that choice of music is genius. The Firestarter. It's great. It's great. And Rico's grimace at the end just makes me slightly snigger. He looks very unhappy about the situation. He's just like, I'm flying.
I'm sad because I'm flying.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop blowing me up. Star Wars Battlefront, the in-engine trailer for that sort of like, holy shit, this is rendered
Yes.
moment.
Even though the game doesn't play like that, it looks very cool.
The trailer, just for visuals alone, and then knowing that
Yeah.
it in a way that's made doubly cool because that's actually how the game ended up looking.
If not playing.
If not playing, but yeah, it's sort of like that engine can do that on a console. That's kind of amazing.
And a medium PC.
Yeah. Naturally, we can't go much further without mentioning the Final Fantasy VII reveal trailer.
Thought that was quite good.
It's pretty well done.
Well,
The slow reveal of where it's going. Like, just like, is this... Oh, that looks like the playground from Midgar.
I don't think it was that slow
Like-
reveal if you actually knew.
Well, we played it recently.
Well,
so-
yeah, it's like if you know the exact scenes of Final Fantasy VII and you're watching the Sony press conference, and you're like,
I guess, yeah.
I think I know what this
Well,
one
in
is.
fairness, yeah, you could have pegged it within about 5 seconds because of the musical cues.
Yeah, and
but-
visuals. I mean, if you recognise that playground, there you go.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
But I thought that was smart. I thought that was well done.
Yeah.
And then dropping down to this like, oh shit, it's Cloud's back!
It's a sword, mate.
It's a fucking sword! And in a weird way, the only sort of like bad bit about that trailer is actually the drop, where it just goes and shows the word remake.
Yes, exactly.
It's like weirdly that's actually the weak part of the trailer. Like even though that's the moment, that's supposed to be the moment, right? That's like, we're doing this, yo.
They probably shouldn't have even done that. They should have just like had it fade out on some
just-
kind of scene or something.
Well, they
and
had
just
that-
stop.
Yeah, well, the last actual sort of thing they showed was the logo before they hit remake. Right?
Yeah.
They just showed the
The
meteor
flaming ball
logo.
thing.
Yeah, just stop there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just stop there.
Just need the orb, or call it the Final Fantasy VII.
The Final Fantasy, yeah. Yeah.
Final Fantasy the Seven.
That's great. Go with that. That's the most Japanese version of that terrible way of doing reboots. The Seven. The Sevenest Seven. No, but that would be like Final Fantasy VII Episode 7, right? That would be the 7th 7.
The seventh son of a
So
seventh
so
son.
it doesn't have 7 episodes.
I hope you reach level 77 by the time you reach the 7th episode.
Or the level cap is 77.
Or the level cap is 77.
make sure that you do.
So it's definitely the 7th, and then you get a bingo.
Yep, and then you get
Yeah.
bingo. And then everyone dies spontaneously for some reason.
For some reason. And then there's an eagle.
You know, we never did actually do that in our whole playthrough of Final Fantasy VII now. I think that we
What?
never used Kate Swift's limit break that could accidentally kill your whole team.
That's true.
Because we never
Well,
unlocked his
wait.
second limit break.
Yeah, we never really used cake safe that much, in fairness. And finally, all of the Halo 5 launch stuff. Because, alright, big caveat here
Yeah.
with this entry. That marketing campaign is properly misleading.
I'm sure.
It's pretty much nothing to do with the game. Like the whole hunt the truth nonsense.
Yeah.
It's kind of nonsense.
Yep.
Like, it's not,
Well, they
not
could-
really in the game at all.
They're never gonna like match like I love bees or any of that shit. are
No.
Yeah, but it wasn't meant to, because I Love Bees was a different thing. That was like an advertisement that you didn't know was an advertisement.
It was cool.
Or whatever.
Everything is crap now.
I do love what Halo, how they repeatedly done with Halo, where they sort of blend sort of like live action like scenes filmed in the Halo verse, I suppose, or
Yeah,
whatever. And
it's stuff that's like not actually in the game at all. It's
Yeah.
like, here's what's going on elsewhere in
Like-
the universe while all these wars are happening.
yeah, I've always loved them doing that because it's cool. It's it's world building. It feels right at home. But then when you actually get to it and be all like, oh, you know what? They're like, we're hunting the Master Chief, and it's like, no one would have got that news broadcast.
No.
No.
Because it's just like, well, that news broadcast isn't related to the game even. It's related to like
No.
the end of Halo 3, really.
Sort of. I mean, Halo. Master Chief only goes rogue a few missions in.
Yeah.
So he isn't already rogue at the start of the game.
But they're not talking about him being rogue on that news call. They're talking about him being missing in action.
You kinda.
And they don't really specify what happened, because it's like, oh, it's a military secret. Or whatever.
I suppose, yeah. Maybe that bit still works. But anything involving like him and Locke.
Yeah,
like,
that whole
supposedly-
conversation, like in the destroyed city or whatever.
Yeah, well, that cool. The fact that they did that
Yeah,
particular ad 2 ways.
with both sides.
That's cool. And
But not realistic to the game.
no, but they worked. This category is all about treating the trailers as a separate entity, really. But and they all of the Halo 5 stuff did its job with me. It got me hype. It got me well hype,
Too much hype.
excessively hype. The hype was not met by the single player, at least, which is what all the trailers are for.
I really didn't like any of the live action lock trailer stuff
Fair enough.
from TV.
Oh, I thought it was good.
Halo. What's
That's
the
it.
best Halo trailer that they've ever done?
You know what? Weirdly,
They're never that good.
Oh, I think that was good. I mean, I liked
The model stuff was kind of cool.
The one for Reach was pretty fun.
Which was the one with the little models? Was
That was 3.
Oh, right.
That was Halo 3,
That was
with
alright.
the diorama.
I quite like that.
That was clever. Yeah, whole sequence of those.
Yeah.
Reach. They did a few. They did a few like live action ones of like
Oh, yeah.
like a mum trying to look after a kid or something, while the evacuation was going on, and they had a big battle sequence one with several Spartans just blowing shit up, which was cool. I think they would. It, again, wasn't in the game, but they sort of hinted that they were delivering Cortana or something at one point during that.
Yeah.
That was neat.
Cool, so here's
But
what...
unless you've got any more suggestions,
You got
I
any
think that's-
suggestions, Eggle?
No.
I've got, like... Do you remember the XCOM 2 announcement trailer?
Does that count? Because it's not a game of this year.
No, it's not. Isn't it trailer
No,
of
it's
the year?
allowed. It's allowed. The trailer came out this year. I'll allow it.
Yeah, the FF7 one is definitely out, if that's
Yeah.
true.
Well, that's true.
I thought that was pretty cool because it was so, like, different, but I don't know if that's about the game. But I thought the trailer was quite good with the, the city that was under control and shit, and the guys...
Snake people.
Yeah, and the snake...
It asks a lot of questions, right?
Yeah,
It's one of
poses
those ones that
questions. That's always good.
yeah, that sort of just makes you go. But in the same way, it's like, does this mean this is going to be? The trailers like that sometimes make me wonder. It's like this is probably going to be good, but could they have just royally screwed it right up with this, with this direction? I'm not sure.
And it had the mobile base appear at the end, and it hovered
Yeah,
up
yeah, the
above
hover
cliffs
base.
and shit. That was cool. I think it was pretty cool, and also I think the game's going to be really good. But
I bloody hope it is.
Whether it's the best trailer, I don't know, but that one stands out to me. There was a Deus Ex one, but
a lot of people have been talking about the Deus Ex one. Yeah, I watched it after.
I didn't think it's as good.
I mean, it's all right. It's just Adam Jensen getting in, doing some stuff.
I mean, the gameplay was cooler that they showed, than the trailer. So,
I mean, it's nice that they made Jensen feel a little motivated this time. Like what he's doing is actually, well, he did choose this time.
Maybe I didn't choose this. Wait, no, I did.
That's not the correct meme either. You didn't ask for this.
Oh, you didn't ask for this. Sorry,
no, you didn't choose this.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Cool. Winner?
Well, guessing we've ruled by our own discussions, we've ruled out Fallout, Battlefront 5, Halo 5, and I'm not so keen on XCOM.
Cool.
I wasn't blown away by it.
I like the FF7 one. I think it was pretty good.
FF7 one is smart. If that's how you do a reveal of something that big.
What about you, Zeg?
I think out of those, you have to have Just Cause, really, don't you?
I mean, personally, I love the Fire. The Firestarter one is
because it's
cool.
the coolest.
It is by far the coolest.
But it's the most TV ad-ish and the least gamery.
Yeah, it's the least gameplay.
Yeah.
I'm sure none of that was in the 7 reveal.
No, but that's because it's so far away. It's that's not even.
Well, and then we only had to wait a few months, and they actually showed us some gameplay.
Well, yes. And that trailer is slightly weirder.
That trailer, I'm not factoring into this specifically because that second one definitely wasn't as strong as the reveal.
No.
The voice work and all that stuff seems a bit jank, and you know what it felt like. When you're watching trailers, I don't know how many game trailers you watch for Japanese games, right? Like sort of either manga inspired ones or anime game trailers. Mm-hmm. Like they're all the same, right? They'll show random bits of gameplay whilst having
someone's face talking for a minute.
Well, not even that. They'll just have it doesn't have to be that. The cornerstone of a Japanese game trailer is that there is constant talking that ends up just being random voice clips from the game, just constantly, just gelled together in an incoherent whole. Like, I'll get you! No! We must make sure we get through this! Have you tried checking your blast caps? It's something very bizarre and just off the wall, a series of non-connected vocals. It's weird. And something about that FF7 trailer sort of reminded me of that. It's just let's just chuck random voice clips together.
Yeah, but at least in the FF7 one, it's more or less they're in order of how it happens in the game. It's the start of the game, only compressed down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, sure, they do a slightly better job of it there than they do in most. But it's like if you've ever listened to a radio trailer for a TV show, it has exactly the same problem. It's just random clips thrown together, and it's I don't understand what's going on.
Yes, it's much worse in radio because you can't tell where the cuts are as easily.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of those. There's a lot of Jessica Jones trailers playing on radio at the moment.
I need to watch that.
I didn't
realise
just random David Tennant clips.
People kept telling me to watch it or whatever, and I was like, "Oh, I'll get around to it or whatever." But then I actually saw a trailer, and the girl, Jessica Jones, she's like the
B for number 23.
Isn't she the girlfriend of Jesse in Breaking Bad?
Don't know.
At one point. In season 2 or something. Anyway, the upshot is I really fancy that actress. So
fair enough.
Should probably
you're
watch
in
that
it.
show.
That's an in then.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was also, I think, the B in Apartment 23.
Right.
Yeah, sitcom thing. No one watched it.
She was super gothy in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it's probably the same person then. Yeah,
I think it's her. So that's an upshot for me. I have to watch that. Cool. Best trailer. Just Cause.
Yeah. The Punking Vinstigator. Punking Instigator.
Punking Instigator.
I used to think he said Vinstigator for a long time.
Fucking Vinstigator. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a good. That would be a good wrestler name. The Vinstigator.
Vinstigator.
They could have done the fire.
Dum dum dum.
Yeah,
that would be
could
good too. Next time.
I bet me wonder if they did that already for Just Cause 2.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that song's probably been used in several trailers before.
Right.
Worst audio thing. I've got like surprisingly little for this category actually. Like, there hasn't been nearly as much annoying stuff this year as, I don't know, one less. Or no, was it? We gave it to 1 year to the Mass Effect gates. It's like a cool sound, but you hear it all the goddamn time.
Oh yeah. Oh, the mass relays.
Oh boy, this is something I should have played to you guys before we started actually. Because my first nomination is the Pool Nation FX music. Because boy is it bad. I mean, that whole game is awful.
Yeah.
But the music is especially terrible. There's a song that's like just basically a bunchet jazz, like sort of bum.
Okay.
It's unbelievably terrible. And also, I managed to break things like I played an online game and all of the sound just went. So worst audio thing, all of the sound going.
Worst audio thing, no audio.
No sound. But actually, thinking about it, I wonder if that was better.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You might have benefited.
Best audio thing, full effects with no sound. The Dirt Rally loading beep.
Yeah, before they turned it down, at least.
Yeah, it is quieter now.
They reduced it significantly.
Because, I mean, it's
helpful.
It's helpful, but that's kind of an annoying, it's like, boop! Suddenly.
Yeah.
It could have been a visual indicator.
Well, it was before.
Well, no, it wasn't really a visual indicator because it wasn't trying to indicate. It was like, this button just becomes visible.
Changes, yeah. I think you had a shout earlier as well, Zach, for the ambient gunfire soundtrack in Fallout.
Yes, there's like specific songs in the ambient soundtrack, if you're not listening to the radio. There's certain specific ambient tracks that sound like distant gunfire, and distant gunfire is a thing that you can hear in Fallout 4, which leads you to things happening. So sometimes you'll hear what you think is distant gunfire, but it's not, it's just that music track playing. And you have to try and work out which it is.
That's really annoying.
Yeah, that does sound like a bit of a design fail.
Yes. Although, I've got to the point in... I guess this is talking about Fallout 4 in general, but I got to the point pretty quickly where I just started ignoring distant gunfire, because it was just like, it's just some fucking raiders and super mutants shooting at each other. I'll get to that at some point in the distant future. Because it's like, most of the time in Fallout 4, I'm just going to where I'm trying to go to now. I don't stop and look at anything else. I'm just like, I'm actually trying to physically avoid discovering any map locations, because it's like, I won't remember if I've been here or not if I accidentally discover it. So I'm skirting around all the map icons for stuff that I'm not doing at the moment to get to the one thing that I am doing.
Right.
It's like there just needs to be a way you can like undiscover locations. That would be really helpful. If you accidentally walk into something and you're like, I need to come back to this. You need like a marker's not cleared or whatever. Because there's a tag where once you clear something it says cleared, but that doesn't stay because stuff repopulates.
No,
so it's not actually helpful.
Yeah, so you might go back and it's like, I've done this one.
Yes, you just have to remember the whole fucking map.
Great.
Yep. Fallout 4. Anyway.
That's all I've got, actually. There's not really been much super terrible.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else.
Like, or particularly irritating.
I mean, like, Kiefer Sutherland phoning it in is slightly annoying, but he doesn't really talk much, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, he only really talks during those cassette tapes, really.
So it's not really a problem.
And it's not
fine.
terrible.
It's fine. Kaz gets annoying.
Kaz's voice acting is kind of bad,
Yeah, but that's fine. And also the fact that, like, every time you spot, like, the same thing, you get the same...
Oh, yeah. Well, if you accidentally use the Intel radio all the time, it's like, don't get hungry, or whatever. That's a goat.
But that's...
Don't get any ideas about turning into meat.
I guess you hear the same thing over and over, like in Metal Gear, quite like the Morpho. This is Morpho arriving at this is
Pequod.
Pequod, that's one. This is Pequod.
Arriving at LZ.
Sorry, it's Morpho's in the other one.
Pequod on station at LZ.
I'm on station. There's an obstruction and I can't land. It's just because your fucking horse is like standing there.
I guess. Yeah, actually, some of the repeating dialogue in Metal Gear, there's quite a lot.
But generally, it's good. I think
the conversations you hear around Mother Base, for instance, is like where they've talked about dog paws like 5 times or whatever.
Yeah.
In one visit.
It's just the kind of repeaty stuff. But there's nothing I would say that's annoying. Which is quite a feat, really.
It's not unbelievably annoying. Actually, in a weird way, it's like I might turn off my helicopter music because I've had Rebel yell on since like the start of the game.
Oh, I haven't got anything.
And it's like now it's getting actually quite annoying.
Okay, I might have to turn that on. That's quite cool. There's so many stupid stuff in that game.
I might have to set some like ambient music or something, so it's just coming and going dum 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 dum.
Making a helicopter noise.
A helicopter with a note. A noted helicopter.
I assume you can put Ride of the Valkyries on there.
I don't know if I actually have that cassette.
Right, I might have to find it. Anyway, yeah. Worst thing. Well, that I don't know. That Fallout thing sounds pretty bad and annoying.
I mean, it's annoying,
but not. It's not like the audio itself.
Well,
that's
it's
a problem. It's
well,
it's the context.
It's still part of the audio.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's not an irritating sound.
I think it's only annoying, like, until you get used to it. And, you know, if you're using the radio to play music, then that's not a problem, because it's not playing that music track any longer, because that's only part of the audio's ambient soundtrack. I don't know. But then again, compared to the other three, that's maybe the one there, I guess.
In terms of...
In terms of, like, inconvenience. Unless Rob wants to make a strong case for Full Nation FX just because it's terrible.
It's really bad. I mean, it's really, really bad. It's like... You remember Jazz Club? Shit.
What you mean, the fast show sketch thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been thinking about that recently.
And often it went on to those musical... You know, when it did go to a musical number, it was unbelievably bad.
Yes.
That's pretty much Full Nation FX's soundtrack.
Okay.
I do wonder if it was like the royalty-free jazz section that they just... But even that would probably be better.
Yeah,
actually.
because that would just be actual music.
I don't...
It's an audio thing, though, not a game.
Yeah, that is part of the problem, I suppose. It's like that whole game is bad. It's not just the audio, not just the music.
Yeah, I don't think it...
You know, even if we may have given it... Did we give it to Sonic 4 one year?
Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah.
Coolio.
Expert. It's going to be the Fallout ambient gunfire for being really freaking confusing.
Yep.
Woot.
Also, I mean, I guess we can, like, compound that category by saying also the fact that if you are listening to the radio, there's just not enough of those fucking songs. Somehow, even though they'd already... I don't know if they just didn't get the licenses again for the ones they already had in Fallout 3, because some of them are in there, but not all of them. It's like, you could have easily had all the ones from Fallout 3 again, but the trouble is, the ones that they do have from Fallout 3, because there's not enough tracks overall, you hear those again too often, because you've already heard them in Fallout 3, and now you're hearing them again.
Yeah.
Although it was kind of nice that in some of the new ones that they did get are like the B-sides. Because there's a couple of the songs in Fallout 3. Well, there's one song specifically which ends with the singer who's like, turn this record over, you haven't heard nothing yet, but you never hear the second part of the song in Fallout 3. But now you can hear it in Fallout 4 because they've got the B-side. So you can hear the other half of that song.
That's quite funny. How would you not have the B-side?
I don't know what the weird licensing they did for these songs was.
Well, like, not even the licensing, but like if you were in World.
Well, okay. I mean, well, I don't know. Maybe it could have been like the vinyl was lying in the nuclear blast and only one side of it got scorched or something.
Yeah. It's possible.
Cool.
So for that 4-inch, yeah.
Next category.
Coolest audio thing, not including music.
The opposite of that.
The Dirt Rally loading beep.
I put the Dirt Rally loading beep in again
That's
because
not cool.
Because it solved a problem.
It's pretty useful. It did solve the problem of not being able to see when the game had loaded.
I mean, that whole thing is dumb. Why doesn't it give you a proper... Why isn't it like every other game?
Why didn't they just do a visual?
Just load in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, because what is it? Normally they would load in and you'd have a menu when you say, like, I'm ready to go.
Well, I mean,
Something
it doesn't always
World.
though, because you're like...
I mean, it doesn't now, because when you hit go, it just drops you straight into the car, right? And it's like 3...
Yeah, on some of the stages.
5.
Did you hear the news in...
Perhaps I should give it to 5.
In news section that Namco's patent finally expired.
Yeah.
Yep.
Long last.
Yeah.
Not
we can now have games during loading. I mean, I don't know if, like... I wonder if that covered, like, because Splatoon had those mini games during lobbying, right?
Yeah, on the gamepad.
Yeah, I wonder if that was, like, the first case of, like...
I think that was, wasn't it? Because we, like, discussed it at the time.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, that patent has just expired.
Yeah, or even if it was... But technically that's lobbying, that's not loading. It still goes to a loading pause after the lobby is built.
Cool. Coolest audio thing.
So here we go. Like, yeah, Dirt Rally loading beat. The Halo 5 Spartan chatter. Yeah, and I'll be honest, like during multiplayer, like because that stuff. I've got to be honest, I'm downgrading this in my own head actually since the full game came out, because the beta was really good with that stuff. I thought, like, because it had a limited number of levels, and I thought that where the Spartans were shouting out made sense, like the locations and stuff like that. Since the game's actually come out, not so much of that, like not so much of like them being able to tell you where things are happening.
I thought it was really cool in the beta footage that I saw.
Yeah, as I say, like the certain maps where they seem to have put that effort in, where they gave them like locations and like, oh yeah, like, there's a guy over here and stuff like that. It felt weirdly, it felt better then. Right. Since I've been playing the full game, it's like there seems to be less like situational awareness type things. That they'll shout like how many, like what their ammo situation is in their sniper rifle, or like I'm running out of snipes, or like there's only one rocket left, which is I guess somewhat useful, but not that useful.
No.
And they'll shout like things like, "Oh, the enemy's capturing nest," or whatever. Get to the basement. Always get to the basement. Get to the basement.
Throw a grenade.
Throw a grenade in the basement.
That guy was great.
Oh boy, yeah, that was a dumbass game. And and so they'll say that, but you can sort of see that on the UI anyway if you're paying attention. And it's
although it's like, I feel like that's kind of annoying in some ways that the game is naming the locations on the map, because like normally in that kind of stuff it's like you come up with phrases for that naturally, and like whatever gets accepted by the community becomes the name of those places.
Yeah, I mean that's what used to happen in Counter-Strike, right? And then they started implementing that little indicator to tell you what the name of the location is, so people didn't get confused about naming.
In some ways it's better, but in some ways it's sort of annoying.
Yeah, I think it's better if the game just outright labels those, because it's just like, this is what they're called, therefore it's, if you say those names, it's not confusing to anyone.
Well, it's good so long as the names make sense. Because if it's like you're saying basement, but it's sort of an open area, like that's not really a basement, what?
It's got a low ceiling, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's down low. It's not the lowest point. Well, it isn't the lowest point in the map, but it's down low and it's got a low ceiling. It's the basement. Get to the basement. Get to the nest.
And the nest isn't even that high up.
Get to the nest. Get to blue base. It's like, actually, in a weird way, it's like when you're in stronghold games, like on some of the larger maps and maps that have been clearly designed with like red and blue territories. Yeah. And like, either team could be anywhere.
Yeah.
It's like
then it might be confusing, because it's like red guys might have captured the blue base, but you have to go to the blue base because the blue base not where they are.
The enemy are capturing the red base. Yep, but I'm blue, so they're capturing their own base. That's no biggie. Oh no, wait. Oh wait. So there's that. I think it's cool. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of things they can say.
Yeah. And
I think there are a few different voices as well. So it's like, certain teammates will always have the same voice. Not necessarily game to game, probably, but within the same round.
Or do you think it might be linked to like the armor parts?
Yeah, maybe.
Like the helmet has a voice attached to it.
Yeah, it could be. And there's obviously a female voice set as well. Yeah. So they've done all of that work, and it's cool. But weirdly, I think it felt better when you first encountered it in the beta days. Next up, the grow home dodo / peacock noise.
That's just for reference to our own stuff.
Pretty much. Because to describe it to Dan, it's the peacock noise we used to use in metabouts.
It's literally the same sample, isn't it?
Yeah. Metabreed even. So.
Mysterious how that sound survived so long.
Yep.
Although that was in our game, it was combined with like cows and shit as well for no reason, wasn't it?
Well, that was the spawn noise.
Yeah.
It'd be a cow.
Right.
And occasionally, like the peacock noises would basically sound like some dude screaming.
Yep.
Yeah. Just that. Just that. The Forza Motorsport 6 wet weather sound, because dang, that was impressive.
Okay.
Sounded really good on my setup. And finally, pretty much anything from Star Wars Battlefront, because it's all the Star Wars sounds. But they sound so good.
Yeah, that goddamn thermal detonator sounds amazing.
Yeah, everyone's talking about the thermal detonator. I mean, it's all right. And it's not. It's no like asteroid field sound grenade.
Yep.
and it's no Plasma P. But
You've forgotten your favourite though.
what was my favourite?
The Fallout 4 Mysterious Stranger.
Oh my god, yes, that's all. But is that music though?
It's a sting, but it's not really a track or anything, is it?
That is a good one. So whenever the Mysterious Stranger appears, you get like a nice.
It's like a noir sting.
Yeah,
Nice.
It just suddenly the Mysterious Stranger mysteriously appears, and it just sort of goes, "Ding, boing," and the thing dies.
Yes, it's like you have the pre-sting and the post-sting where it's like dun-dun-dun-dun.
It's pretty cool.
Yes.
We watched whole excessive videos of it, where it's just sequences of that,
Yeah.
and somehow it doesn't get old.
And there are like 3 slightly different versions of it, or several slightly different versions of each of the start and end stings. So it's not exactly the same every time.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, I don't know what I prefer out of that list though. Take it away from me.
Take it away from you.
Take it away from me
Take it away.
I don't know.
for conversational purposes, and then I'll come back and take it from both of you.
Well, I don't think we can't do. The Dirt Running loading beep is too simple to be the best audio thing.
I know. I just want to put that there as a
So
joke.
get rid of that.
I just want it to be in both the worst and best categories.
We also obviously can't
Grow
have
home thing.
the grow home dodo because that's something that only we understand as funny.
Yep.
I'm not sure about Battlefront because let's be honest, it's just the Star Wars noises.
All right,
in
so
a video game.
you
that
could argue
detonator
that,
thing isn't in the Star Wars films.
and you could argue that like a lot of it is down to Dice's ability to sound mix fantastically well. Like, you know, how they do the muffling as things get into the distance, how it echoes around, how it like how it spatially sits when you've got a surround sound set up. It's all brilliantly done. So, you know, ignoring the hard part is taking out the fact that it is pulling from what is frankly some amazing sound library. Even the Star Wars stuff just is kind of incomparable, but they do a really good job of putting it into the world.
Yeah, I mean, considering how many Star Wars video games there've been in the past that don't make as good use of it.
Yeah, I mean, my mind is now saying, you know what? In spots, it probably sounds better than the audio mix from the films.
Yeah, sure.
Like even the new one, right? Because the new one is like any sounds that would be going on are probably somewhat masked by soundtrack.
Mm.
Like in Battlefront, you just get it raw. Like sweet ATST lasers bearing down on you.
Yep. Pretty cool. That's pretty much it. The pew pew is strong with this one.
Just the fat pew pew.
Yeah.
Fat pews. It's a church for Americans.
Yep.
Pun over.
Yep.
There we are.
So what do you reckon? I don't know where I sit. I will yield that one to a better suggestion because, as I say, it's pulling on Star Wars, but the mix is so good.
Well, I guess you could argue that their mix has always been good for several years.
Since Battlefield 3.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic.
That's true.
It's like maybe it's not as impressive any longer.
Well, yeah, are they just putting that sound engine in? And
It's like, can they literally just load samples into an engine thing that does the spatial stuff?
If we're going down this route, Plants vs. Zombies uses the same goddamn sound engine.
It sure
that
does.
models distance really well. Like, you know, hearing peas sort of mumble their way into their demise in the distance is pretty fun. Echo, echo, echo. Echo, echo, echo. Reverb.
So, what's it going to be?
So Dan's voting Battlefront, I guess.
Well, I suppose, but I don't. Yeah.
Zach, what's your vote?
I think Zach wants to check Battlefront out. So
yeah, I think we've argued Battlefront out.
Yeah.
I mean, it does sound good, but yeah, it's got a lot to.
It seems like
pull
the coolest audio thing.
Yeah.
No,
It's not really. Is it a cool individual thing? Though?
Well, the thermal detonator
Yeah.
is.
The thermal detonator is
That would be
thing.
the candidate.
Yeah,
I reckon
okay.
that would win on other
Probably.
channels. But yeah. I mean, the mysterious strangest thing does sound cool.
The problem is you guys haven't heard the wet weather, and it's very realistic.
Well, that sounds cool to me.
Wow. Maybe.
Zach seems like not keen.
Well, I don't know it. Again, that's the trouble.
Sploosh.
Mysterious stranger.
That's just funny.
Well, that sounds cool, even if it is like technically music.
Yeah, thermal detonator then. Yeah,
No.
you're right. It's on the rules I've
The thing is,
specified in
that
my own
can't-
It's
title.
not music, bro.
It kind of is.
It's a sting.
But on the other hand, there's no like category for it. If it,
Alright, we'll say the thermal detonator from Battlefront, but we'll kind of make up its own category for the best sting, mysterious
Great.
stranger.
We just keep making new categories for everything.
Yeah,
best musical
Everything
thing.
best musical thing, yeah, that isn't music.
That's a great category.
That is a song
Best musical
or a
thing,
track.
not a whole track.
Yeah.
Best jingle. Sting's good.
What
Yeah,
about
best
What
sting.
about the little drum roll when you get on your stupid horse in Metal Gear?
That's pretty good.
That has clearly got to be up there on that
If
category.
you've been talking about things from Metal Gear, what about the $6 Million Man's Rider Arm Punch?
Yeah.
That is really out of place.
Yeah.
It is pretty funny though. I don't think I've ever. Oh no, I have landed that punch once and felt, why am I doing this? This is useless. It's like there's no point in using that.
No.
Ding, 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 ding. I mean, the audio pulse sound is pretty good as well. Like when you sort of punches the floor for no good reason. Apparently, that's how you create sonar.
Yeah, naturally.
Boosh! Dylan.
Cool.
I do quite like the little sound effects that play when D-Dog spots things, like, and the fact that they're a different sound based on
Yeah, that's cool.
like what he's seen. Like if he spots wildlife, it goes whoop whoop. But if he spots an enemy, it's like. And you can sort of learn. You end up learning what the audio cues are.
Yeah, that is
So-
helpful. It's the little details like that shit.
Yeah, it's good. Oh no. This is going back a little bit, but I may have just thought of something about worst audio thing.
Yeah.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
That's sort
Analysis
of annoying.
complete. It's really annoying.
I mean,
really-
weather will change shortly.
Oh, that I don't
That's
mind.
all right, yeah.
That I don't mind. It's just analysis complete because it says
Yeah,
every
that's
time
quite
you look at a
annoying.
dude.
That's quite annoying. Yeah, fair enough. I don't
Whoa.
really notice that much
Ooh.
That really bothers me actually.
because she's quite quiet in the mix or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's sort of annoying.
Honourable mention. I think we've already made this decision there. Let's not go back to the. Although I've just written it as analysis
Analysis.
with a cap.
You're gonna extract him.
That is quite annoying as well. You're going to extract him.
I find that annoying because it's like telling you off for playing the game.
What are you talking about?
It's
I
fucking
just
annoying.
extracted someone that was gold ranked on my analyzer.
You arsehole.
On my analyzer.
Analyzer.
My analyzer.
That's really
That
annoying.
says it's complete. Alright. Okay. It's not as, I guess, gameplay confusing though. Like, the ambient gunfire is legit. Let's stick to that.
Yeah.
So, coolest audio thing, definitely the thermal detonators, with a sting bonus of the mysterious stranger.
Okay.
Best original music. So that kind of rules MGS out, because, you know...
Yeah. Da 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 da.
Yeah, that's the...
That's the starting mission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you know, or that somewhat very apt end of episode music that sounds like it's just straight out of a bad American show.
Bom, bom,
Bom, bom, bom, bom,
It's
bom,
it's
bom.
like the end of a I never liked the end of 24 theme or the 24 theme. Yeah, I kind of remember it now. It's really boring, isn't it? How does it go? Fucking 24.
Well, it's sort of the main theme a little bit. It was like
Something like that. Yeah, that was better. Bow.
Yeah, exactly.
Have a banana.
What the hell?
So, nominations are, from Zach, the Infinifactory soundtrack for... Okay, you're going to have to describe for...
For?
For being good.
why the
What
Infinifactory
is
soundtrack?
for?
Describe for.
Well, because it's it's a puzzle game soundtrack that works really well because it's like complicated enough that you can actually listen to it, but not complicated enough that you notice it a lot of the time.
It distracts you from solving the puzzles.
And also, it has that weird effect of like that I'm still not sure actually exists, but it seems like it randomly skips between different points in the loop.
Yeah, I'm not sure that can be.
And I still have never actually managed to notice it sufficiently to determine whether it is. But you can tell when you're listening to the soundtrack version of the songs, it's like, yeah, this is a place that you could cut in and out of because there's there's distinct segments of those tracks. Like you can tell the different, and those they're long tracks.
Yeah, I have listened. Did listen to all of it all the way through whilst coding.
Yep.
So
you didn't notice it.
Yeah, it kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to your description. Yeah, it sort of does just slide away, but is better than nothing.
And it's nicely atmospheric and like suitable to the levels as well. That's the other thing that helps it. Like the scenery matches the music.
Oh, so it's only like one or two tracks per like.
Well, it's one
theme.
track per scenery set.
Does that not get annoying if you're like on the same level for friggin' ages trying to figure it out?
You just don't notice it, and that the maybe random looping helps.
The
only time that I did notice it and it started to get annoying was when I was in the level constructor where I was building my own level because I was there for a really long time compared to solving an actual level.
Sure, I'd probably just turn it off if I was doing it for that long, but it's like I think. Oh, you contain the cough. All right, I paused.
I was going to cough.
Yeah, that is a really important thing in a puzzle game to have, like, either very, very good or very, very not annoying music.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
because we played we played Bridge Constructor recently for a video, and I've gone back to that a couple of times. Like, very briefly, before just being thoroughly pissed off with that game, and just, that music is so annoying! It's the exact opposite. It just really, it's not exactly offensive music, but something about that sequence of notes that it plays just really gets under your skin. It's like, after you've heard it for like 10 minutes while you're trying to solve a puzzle.
Well, it's like the Infinifactory was kind of... Because if you compare it to Space Gun, obviously, going back, that didn't really have a good... It had basically one music track that played behind all the puzzles, but it was like that music track was too epic for puzzle solving.
Chemistry!
So it's like, it was an okay track.
Not representative.
But you listen to it like once or twice through the loop, and then you're like, okay, I need to turn this off so I can actually concentrate.
Right, yeah. That's a good shout, because, I think that's a hard thing to pull off.
Yeah.
I really liked Ori in the Blind Forest for being all emotional and shit.
Yeah. Be all emotional and shit.
Totes emotion. I don't know, I think it suited the look and feel of that game brilliantly, because, it's a tale about loss.
Yeah.
And hardship and friendship.
Hardship and friendship.
Hardship and friendship.
A bunch of ships.
Ships. It's got no ships in it.
No shipping.
It's got some water in it, but no ships. I really like it. It does remind, as I said earlier, reminds me a lot of some of the themes in Final Fantasy 13, which, I will turn around and say, actually, I would defend the music in Final Fantasy 13 a little bit. It is kind of dumb in places and kind of doesn't fit in others, but it's pretty unique. Even more so if you factor in the sequels. But anyway, so I quite like that. I like that game a lot in general. And finally, the Splatoon soundtrack.
Yes.
Because, boy, did they craft a world with that soundtrack.
Yeah, somehow.
They that whole game was kind of going for that, I don't know, teen aesthetic, but I don't know. Is that anachronistic? Are teens still like that, or is this like?
Teens still like?
I don't know. It's like it feels like it's maybe part of the skater era that doesn't necessarily exist.
I mean, it
anymore,
always
but,
looks sort of like 90s as well, as sounding like it.
Yeah, so, that whole graffiti thing and baseball caps. But it works, right? Everything comes together and it stay fresh.
Yeah, and you stay fresh.
You stay fresh. It's one of those things that, as we were playing it back earlier, it's like, on its own, not necessarily sure it stands up. I mean, it's listenable. I listen to it quite a lot.
Yeah.
Especially the actual multiplayer themes and stuff. I think that's really good. Like some of the level music and stuff like only really works when you're playing the game.
Yeah.
At which point it fits kind of brilliantly. I love what they've done, sort of, as I say, bringing the whole thing together. Even just down to the little the win and lose jingles and stuff. That
put those in the Sting category.
Yeah, the Sting category. Yeah. But we're talking about whole soundtrack here. But yeah, there's sort of and then the little bit that sounds a bit like the 1-up sound, but not quite in slap bass.
Yeah.
Bam, 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 woo! As the cat waves at you with a flag. Contained.
Uncontained.
Set free. I think that's a real solid soundtrack, from end to end.
Cool.
I don't know, honestly. If I put that up against Ori, I'm not sure which I probably personally prefer Splatoon, because it's fun.
Yeah.
But in terms of raw quality, if I was to be all Oscar shit on it, I'm not sure I could call it between them.
Between Ori and Splatoon.
Ori and Splatoon, yeah.
Splatoon is fun.
Splatoon is fun.
And it's just cool.
Do. Woo! How do you feel about those two, Zig? Having only heard them for 4 seconds.
I don't know, I heard a fair bit of Splatoon.
Yeah, I suppose you've seen me play it a few times.
I hear the ending, the failure fanfare quite a lot.
I hear I love that they've doubled down on the squid all sounding that sort of wibbliness, and therefore made their instruments wibbly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
I think it's great. I really like the Splatoon one. It's really creative and cool. I like the sounds in it.
Yeah.
Splatoon wins! Unless we've got any more nominations. I don't think it's been the year for notable music. Really.
Not really.
No.
Splatoon! We didn't include Rocket League because it wasn't written for the game.
Damn it.
Unfortunately. Hollywood Principle were about before the game.
Well, I was the one that I like the most is probably that most recent one with the Chaos theme, because I think that it's a really fitting theme for that Chaos theme.
Yeah, that is quite good. That is quite Mad Max. And it's sort of dramatic wasteland style. That is cool.
But yeah, they're all just generic tracks that just play at the menu. It's not related to the game really at all.
They're not bad
Even
tracks.
the ones that are made for the game.
Yeah. I mean, they're not bad tracks. I mean, honourable mention. I can't make a full, and the reason why I didn't nominate it is I do really like the music in Fast Racing Neo that I've played so far. It suits that game down to a T, but I haven't heard it all yet, so I didn't really want to.
I think that's a mixed
on that
one. Is that a Robism? Is that a mix of down to the ground and to a T?
Down to a T.
Down to a T.
No, down to a T.
Down to a T is a thing.
I think that's
Is it?
legit.
Okay, cool.
Oh, maybe not. It's just to a T, isn't it?
I think it's to a T or down to the ground.
No, I think you can be down to a T.
Cool.
Not that makes what is this T that it's referencing?
I don't know.
Is
down
it
to
a
a
golf thing?
Yeah.
It's down to the T. Yeah. I don't know what is the T in down to a T.
Let's find out.
Grammar comment.
Let's take a small moment to have a break from this.
Yeah,
Take
down
it.
to a T is indeed a thing, so that's cool.
Hey,
Emphatic form,
I got one
down to a
right.
T. There you go.
I got one right.
The potentially related phrase to a tittle is found.
Oh, we should so use that.
The T in the phrase to a T is likely the first letter of a word, with tittle being the most likely source.
What is tittle? What is it? Down to a tittle?
Let's find out, shall we?
Down to a very small boob.
A diddle.
Tittle.
Tittle. From medieval Latin, titulus.
Of course.
It's plural tittles. A small insignificant amount of something.
Right, okay then.
Vanishing.
So a little.
And also,
Down to a little?
A tittle is, in typography, the dot above the I or the J or whatever. It's called a tittle. There you
Tittle.
go. And any small
Down
dot.
to a point,
Yeah,
I
well,
guess.
that's basically
That
what
makes a
it's
bit more
saying.
sense, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if part of a letter. The dots over the Latin letters I and J. So there you go. Down to a T.
Down to a very small booby.
Exactly. A tittle.
Alright, cool.
My tittles.
My tittles.
There you go. Down to a T.
Alright, Splatoon wins Best Original Music 2015. Yeah. Filter that.
It does.
Here we go.
Winner.
This is going to be a fun one.
Now you've got the Jurassic cake.
Here we got some of the big ones.
Hurrah!
Worst trend.
Shittest
2015.
shittest thing.
Now, this isn't the most baffling individual moment. That will come later.
Oh, right.
This is specifically what had a long-running effect.
And, like, not just confined to one game, usually.
No, and I'm allowing follow-ons from previous years here as well.
Yeah, if it continues to be a
if it's continued to be suck ass. Right.
Well, the worst. Okay, go on.
Let's begin. I've got broken games again.
Naturally.
Not because it was as bad as last year.
Which it wasn't.
There's still been a couple
Because-
of major ones.
Because Ubisoft sort of redeemed itself
I
this
mean,
year.
there was Batman. That
Yeah,
was...
Batman's the big one.
Quite bad.
Batman is definitely the big
That
one.
was
And Mortal Kombat was pretty...
Mortal
the
Kombat,
servers
basically,
were fucked.
Warner Brothers on PC
Yeah.
has been the worst. Like, two games that basically just did not function. That came out of the gate and you just could not play them.
And also, I guess you could say Just Cause 3 on AMD systems.
Well, yeah,
That
that's
was
true.
Fucked.
It's still fucked, isn't it?
Yeah, as far as I know, they haven't released another patch yet.
What is it? It's just horrific frame rate issues, isn't it?
Well, on certain AMD cards, the ground textures don't draw properly, so you just
wow.
get like triangular holes everywhere.
That's pretty bad. Okay, so that continues to be a thing. I'm trying to think. There was another big example, another bad one, like that just flat out did not work. I can't remember.
You look at this list.
Loading times. This has been continuing for the last 2 years ish.
I don't think that's necessarily a thing that can be solved because it's just like games are just huge now.
Nah, but no one. No one's quite. I mean, specifically, and my two that I've picked out here are Bloodborne, because apparently those loading pauses when you die and having to go back to places and when you go to town and stuff and then come back are quite long each time and ruin the flow of the game somewhat. Although I think they've been improved a little bit since launch. Is the scuttlebutt.
Yeah.
I've put Pool Nation FX here as
Naturally.
which is, let's be honest, a terrible game. But boy, were the loading times on that really, really, really long. I mean, I think the first time you boot it up, it takes like 5 to 6 minutes, a really long time just to get to the menu. It wasn't a good showpiece. It's like one of the first Unreal Engine 4 games I've played.
Yeah.
To be like, oh boy, does this game really suffer? Does this engine suffer from loading problems? It's like, fortunately, Numa, which I played later in the year, is also UE4 powered, and that was okay. Loading times weren't so bad. It's not an Unreal problem. It's just Pool Nation was awful. And also, I started playing Night Squad this morning, which is a terrible game.
Right.
Don't play it. I mean, how can you put a game that is basically like not that far removed from a Games Factory game in terms of visuals, click and create style, top down hack and slash shitness, and have loading times? It makes no sense.
Yeah, dunno.
Games with loading times. I mean, on the plus side, I think Halo 5 doesn't load too badly. I mean, it's about as long as Halo has always taken to load. And Halo has always been kind of on the bad side for loading times. Like, if you remember the old sort of sweeps as you started a game on the Xbox and stuff like that, that was kind of unheard of at the time, right? How long that took. Admittedly, once you were in, you were in. and like you didn't have to worry about it again.
Didn't have to go back to that when you died.
No, yeah, that was all instant and stuff like that. So, you know, so loading times still kind of bad.
It's not a problem that's going to be solved though.
No,
unless
not really.
everything has SSDs in the future.
Yeah, massive day one patches. Halo 5 was 9.9 gigabytes.
Well, I think it's less of a massive day one patch and more like not shipping a whole game. Because it's in a lot of these really giant cases, it's not. It's like the disc doesn't contain the whole game. It's just like here's the extra information you actually need to play.
Yeah, there's been a couple of cases of that. I mean, Halo 5. I mean, yeah, you have to download it anyway. But even if you pre-downloaded it, when the game finally released, it's like you can play it. Oh no, wait, you can't. You've got another 10 gigs to get before you can play it. You know, it just sort of that was their launch day thing. It's like, here, have a patch, woohoo! Yeah, and the only example I can think of with what you're saying is accurate is Master Chief Collection, because that only has the campaign stuff on the disc.
That's slightly different,
and it's friggin' enormous. So you know, because it's got like 4 games on it, and 4 games worth of multiplayer content with a 5th new bit of multiplayer content if you consider Halo 2A.
I mean, it might not also be a matter of like disc situations, but also like preload situations, because there's been quite a few cases, I think, of games where it's just like you think you're going to preload it in order so that you can immediately play it, but that's not how that works. They don't actually put all the data on the servers until the last possible moment.
Yeah. I haven't got any more examples written down here, but I feel like the massive day one patch is now a thing, and it's like that's quite irritating.
But on the other hand, you've got games where they don't get patched on day one, and everyone's pissed.
And
like
they're broken.
Yeah.
No, it's like I mean, out of those 2 evils, in my case specifically, I have fibre, so that's fine. I don't have to wait very long.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm definitely the minority there. So, you know, someone just buying a brand new game and then goes, what, 10 gigs? How long is that going to take? 4 days? Like, that's... And all of my cap, maybe. I don't know.
Well, yeah, cap is the main problem, especially now that games are getting ridiculously massive, like 50 gigs or whatever.
I mean, we can be lenient in Dirt Rally's case because all the massive patches were actual content.
And it was early access, so that's not really...
access, yeah. So that's fine. We're not obviously not including that stuff. Keiji Inafune, the trend of that dude.
Okay.
So many unreleased games.
Yes.
So many Kickstarters.
You don't know whether it's bad yet. They might all come out.
Yeah, that's true. Like the risk with that one is this Keiji Inafune might just be on the best creative streak of his life.
Yeah. He might be outputting so much shit that it's just like, I have to do another Kickstarter. I've got too many ideas. Get them out of the way.
But none of it's come out yet.
No.
So we can't... at the moment, it sounds so...
dangerous.
Yeah. And the immediate follow-on from that is nostalgia Kickstarters in general. Boy, has there been a lot of them this year.
Well...
I mean, what we've got? We had Amplitude, we've got Ukulele, we've got Bloodstained... anything by Keiji.
Yeah.
Psychonauts,
yeah, it's a good one.
But
well, I suppose Technoise. I guess they didn't kickstart Full Throttle, did they? Or I think Sony are funding that or something.
I don't know if that's like the same problem where it's just like a lot of those haven't actually happened yet, so we don't know whether it's bad. Because all those games could be awesome. They could turn out that they will be decent representations of the nostalgic thing that they're trying to represent.
Yeah. At least Psychonauts 2 is a new game.
I mean, Ukulele does look a lot like Banjo.
But the characters aren't so good.
Banjo-Kazooie characters aren't good anyway, if you're being honest.
Well, it's only Banjo-Kazooie that I worry. Don't worry about all the rest of those dumbasses.
Conker's fine. I'll take him as a character, but Banjo-Kazooie, boy, that whole character concept is like, we needed some way of making these mechanics work.
Yes, but then the one in Ukulele is just a worse version of it.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the problem.
Yeah. Shit upon shit. My final trend, 2016.
You mean just games coming out in 2016 instead of 15?
There were a fuck ton of delays this year.
Right.
This is where I was going with that. Like, yes. You know, XCOM is the biggest one, I suppose. Or the one we're most interested in that got pushed. technically Uncharted 4 was supposed to be this year, but got
Uncharted
pushed.
4 is April or something now.
I guess No Man's Sky has just been...
Never had a release date until the end of this year.
I guess it never got fixed.
It's got a release date now.
Yeah, now it does, yes.
June next year, right?
Yeah, but at least they've said 2016.
And don't forget The Witness, lols.
The Witness, got pushed.
Lol, The
Yeah.
Witness.
Last Guardian turned up and was all like, hey, 2016.
Also a game that never had a release date for a million years.
Horizon turned up, was like, hey, 2016. Scalebound
Well, that
turned
one
up, was
doesn't
like...
count, come on.
Yeah.
Horizon only got revealed in, like, E3. Of course that wasn't going to come out this year.
Yeah. But anyway, it felt like 2016 was said a lot more than... than 2015 would have been in previous years.
It's basically kind of proven by the fact that not very many games did come out at the end of this year. There was Fallout, there was Just Cause, and that was basically it for the big ones.
It was Halo,
Well, yeah, I guess.
Xenoblade.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you count that.
This isn't
World.
really a trend, but it's just...
It felt like next year feels like... Next year is going to be a really good year for Sony by the sounds of it.
It was because they
Well, I know. They're kind of on a roll, aren't they? They will be.
They
will be, yeah.
They're not
that's
yet,
the thing.
but they will be.
It's because there didn't seem to be much coming out at the end of this year that it made it seem worse.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, well, I guess this year we only got sequels, I guess.
Yeah,
Nothing,
I
but
guess.
the end of this year wasn't filled with anything particularly mind-blowing, was it? Like,
No.
I guess fast racing is my highlight for the end of the year, right? It's just like, here's something I haven't seen for a long time, and it's exhilarating as shit.
Yeah.
Not that I think shit is that exhilarating.
No.
I don't look at it and go, whoa!
Well, you go, oh shit.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, especially if the cat's done it and you don't expect it.
Yep.
Ah, shit.
Oh shit.
I think it's a bit depressing. I mean, I don't know what you think. I mean, Rob, obviously Xbox One has tons of
I don't know what I
its
think.
own features above what the PS4 has or whatever. But
Oh, yeah.
it is a bit depressing that it has become, as far as I can tell, it's become pretty much standard to just, if it's a cross-platform game, to just run it at a lower resolution on the Xbox One.
Yeah.
That's pretty much standard now. No one even
Makes
makes an effort. Yeah, they're just like, it's 1080 60 on the
PS4
PS3 and something.
And we've just down-resed it to
Yeah.
maybe 900p
Yeah,
on,
to make it work.
on Xbox.
And
It's
that's
like,
it.
that's fine. To me, I'm not so I mean, it is frustrating, but that is, I guess, a semi-legitimate way of getting around the power
always.
difference.
It's just depressing, really.
I mean, we're still yet to see the effects of DX12 on Xbone. Like now Windows 10 has launched on it, so we could see a bit more of an improvement.
But
maybe.
it does seem like they're trying to hit PS4 as their benchmark, and then Xbox One is like let's see what we can.
I guess if you're a third party, wouldn't you?
I suppose
PS4 has the install base,
isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's depressing because as an Xbox owner, but
it's not really a trend.
no,
Well, it's sort of
And
a trend, but there's nothing.
I'm
it's
not that much of a third party gamer anyway.
Yeah, that's
when
true.
it comes to that stuff, so
It doesn't really matter. no.
to me it bothers me little. But I think if you are a third party person, if you are an Assassin's Creed fan, if you are a COD player,
And you've got yourself an Xbox One.
yeah, then I mean, I've heard a lot of mixed opinions about Call of Duty in particular, right? Because although they've officially moved to PS4 as their target platform, and the official gaming league for COD is now on PS4 or whatever, and yes, the resolution is noticeably better on PS4. I think a lot of the player base is still on Xbox,
Sure.
from what I've been hearing, because Xbox Live is just a much more reliable platform.
Totally, yeah.
And I don't know how much of the server stuff for COD is hosted on, however, Microsoft were pushing Azure and cloud servers for a while. I don't know how much of that is actually used by Activision. Probably not, in fairness. But Live has a reputation of being solid for that stuff, and PlayStation still kind of doesn't. I'm not really sure why. Maybe it is solid now, but that's just what I hear.
The other problem that's always been the case with PlayStation is it just doesn't have as good friends management and stuff.
Oh, sure.
And grouping.
Well, in fairness, neither did the Bone, really.
Yeah, initially.
Up until
sure.
recently, that you could have said that about the Xbox quite easily. I mean, maybe that's a trend in itself. That actually, when you think about it, it's not really a trend. It's just I don't think either of the OSs, even with the update on Xbox or PS4s,
They haven't managed to get back to where they were.
they're not back where they were. The 360 just did more, and it feels like it did it better. Somehow the Xbone interface has screwed it up. It's like, I don't mind the Xbone interface, like, as a design. The new one, I think it looks a bit ugly in places, but, function. If everything functionally worked perfectly, it would be absolutely fine. But out of the gate, it hasn't. And you still don't have, like, the network player, and you still don't have the in-game soundtracks, although apparently that's coming.
Yep.
We're not... Yeah, we're lacking. We're missing stuff. Never miss stuff. Hey, Apple, I'm talking to you as well here.
Okay.
You take stuff out that I like.
That's the classic problem.
Yeah.
Annoying.
So here's my worst trend that you haven't put.
Right.
Multiplayer-only games that don't have enough content.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And especially ones that claim they have a single player where it's just bot matches.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
that is good. That's a good one.
That is a good one. Because what we had were Siege was yes.
Siege, Evolve, Battlefront,
Yeah.
Hardline.
Hardline, yeah. Well, no, Hardline did have a single player. It was just crap.
Well, yeah, okay.
I mean, you could argue Splatoon didn't have enough content.
Initially,
but
certainly.
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, for the price of entry at launch, it was very dubious. But where it's ended up and how Nintendo have supported it have made that
Made up for it.
made it good. They've made good.
Cool.
But when it launched, yeah,
I mean, you could
that was a problem.
I mean, that's true. I mean, you probably could have argued that about TF2, although it wasn't a game; it was part of the Orange Box. So
Yeah,
it was
I mean, as
super
part
good value.
as part of the Orange Box, that was not a problem. I mean,
Yeah.
what did it launch with like 6 levels? 6 is the number I've got in my head. Yeah.
Might have been more. I don't even remember because there was different modes, but they reused map.
Apart
Did
from,
they?
no,
I
I'm
can't-
sure.
I mean, to be
that's
fair,
where
those
it's like
maps were pretty
CDF
fucking
and-
good.
I know. I think CTF came later. Yeah,
maybe.
I think that was a community mod at first, and then they patched it in.
It's a bad map anyway in CTF. So
That was it. Okay. It's like
Yep.
two fort. Oh no, isn't there like
2-4,
one?
isn't it?
Isn't there like a One Direction well as well?
No.
Or was like didn't they turn one into a? Isn't there one level that used to be a One Direction?
That's Gorge.
Oh yeah, like Gorge and 2 Gorge or whatever.
5 Gorge.
5 Gorge. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Anyway, I think that is an annoying trend.
That's a good one. That's a good shout.
And it's a continuing one as well because there was Titanfall and stuff recently.
Yeah.
Titanfall wasn't terrible on maps. I mean, it had
It didn't have many.
9.
Yeah.
Oh no, it had 9. Had more than 9 because it had 9 campaign levels, and then there was a couple of extras.
Was there?
Yeah, not many. There was like 2 or something, two or 3
remember
extras.
What they were.
And then the map packs for them only added 2 or 3 each
Sure.
time.
If you count the DLC.
Yeah. Yeah, Titanfall had the bigger problem that there actually just wasn't much depth.
Probably more than Battlefront.
More than
quite a lot.
yes, definitely more than Battlefront, but at least there just wasn't enough there wasn't enough hooks
No.
in terms of unlocking stuff. I do have had the itch recently though. Like a bit of me just wants to punch out of a Titan.
Sure. And we can do that.
There is something cool about that still.
I wonder what they'll do with. Presumably they'll make a
They're on
sequel.
Titanfall 2.
Yeah.
That's definitely happening.
If that-
Although I think they said something not that long ago. Like they didn't say anything important, but I think the guy, the head of Respawn, basically said, "Yeah, we're going to do some surprising things."
Yeah. Well,
Whatever that means.
they were trying to innovate with this one.
Yeah, so
and
I guess they're going to push it further because, in a way, they kind of have to, right? Because Titanfall was a gimmick.
yeah, I mean that
Yeah, but if
story stuff that they promised, it wasn't as good as.
Oh no, the story stuff.
But maybe there is a way to do something like that that would actually work.
Maybe.
Because it was basically like a radio play that played alongside you playing a few
It
matches.
didn't matter what you did, really.
It didn't really work.
And it meant getting the achievements for actually winning every campaign mission to be a bit of a bastard. But
Anyway,
yeah, it's a good one. That was a good shout. I'm trying to think what else came out in that
Konami
category
being
this year.
dicks.
Probably not much else came out this year.
Yeah, I don't. Well, that's a good point. Actually, does Konami count? I think I've got
It's
that
not a
down in the
trend in
baffling section.
yeah.
But
Yeah. Okay.
Konami is a trend.
That's a good industry trend. Is
Well, yeah, but
that's like a trend of like
I don't know if you
things
can-
getting so corporatized that they even like pull out of games altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't-
What's the solution to the multiplayer thing though? Like,
Just don't do that.
Yeah, just put out
Do
decent.
do you put it out with twice as much content, or do you put it out at half the price, or to get players? I mean, that is the one argument for having a sort of semi-free-to-play model these days.
Yeah.
Right, isn't it? You want the player base.
Yeah.
That is, you will live and die by your player base in the multiplayer space.
One of the reasons Rocket League succeeded was
because it went free, and then everyone played it and were like, you know what?
Kept playing it.
Yeah, it was that surprise. Well, as a lot, Giant Bombs, not to reference them too much, that was their surprise of 2015. And it's like, they're not wrong in many respects, because it was free. No one really knew it was coming. It wasn't on anyone's radar. And then people started playing it and went, this is really good. Really good. And it caught on. Like, if it hadn't have been free, would it have been as big as it is now? I'm not sure, really. I'm not sure. I did good things. So
best trend.
Best.
What?
I don't know. Well,
What were we talking about?
Well, I was just contemplating solutions to the multiplayer problem.
Yes.
But
I don't think
just go in cheap, I think.
Yeah.
Like,
Well...
But then you have a problem with keeping enough money to expand the game.
Well, the trouble with going in cheap is it naturally leads to map packs. That's the automatic reaction, because if you're going to go with less content, then you're going to have more content for more money at some point. And it's like sometimes that works, but not very often, because it's a multiplayer game, and that automatically segregates the player base and all that guff. There's got to be better ways to deal with that problem.
I mean, I know people buy Call of Duty just to play the multiplayer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Kippers is one of those people
the
that
fact
never
that
plays the campaign.
The fact that it still has a campaign is actually surprising at this point.
It is. But I like it, right? I like playing the campaign through first before I touch multiplayer. There's something nice about doing that.
Even Battlefield 3 and 4, still terrible, but
there's something about doing that first and then hitting the multiplayer. Like, it's not really training you for the main game, is it, in any way? But there's I don't know. Maybe this is an old school way of thinking for me, but it feels like that's the route I go by. Like, if it's just a multiplayer only game and there's no good single player component,
I mean, it's not training you necessarily, but I still find that nice to have a single player thing that I can do without feeling too pressured.
I mean, Splatoon's, you could argue, isn't very, even its single player content wasn't. It's not very long, whatever.
Yeah.
So it takes a few, 3 or 4 hours to get through. But, you could expand it at least with the amiibos.
Yes, you could.
You could argue as DLC, I guess, but...
Should we put that in worst trend?
Amiibos. Now I have some amiibos. Those are some well-made things.
You have the model, sure.
Yeah,
not necessarily what they're
admittedly,
used for.
the in-game stuff is kind of pointless. Although I do keep meaning to try and, at some point I should fire at Mario Kart and get me some costumes. But... I'm tempted to go with that. Actually,
Yeah.
that has caused the most conversation and is the most annoying out of that lot.
Boom. Worst trend.
Worst trend.
Are there any more coming up? That's the other question. Can you think of any that are coming out in 2016 that might fall into that trap?
No,
Because luckily Rainbow Six already came out this year, so not that.
Plants vs Zombies. Is
Yes, there's that one.
That's the next risk. Because that's going to be full price this time.
Yeah, that's the main problem.
Yeah, so that is a risk. It coming out at a budget price with a microtransaction system
What about that
was
stupid
a good move last time.
Ubisoft thing, the New York City thing that's really
The
delayed?
Division.
The Division, yeah.
Oh yeah,
But
that's a little different.
yeah, that seems like it might.
Might have some campaign elements to it.
Well, it
Maybe.
seems like it's almost designed for co-op, and then the multiplayer is just one of those people can exist in your world sometimes type things.
Yeah.
It seems like. We don't really know, because it's still vague enough that no one really knows what the fuck's going on.
And it's a little bit RPG-y, so, you'd have to somehow
You
balance
loot grind
out,
it or whatever.
Yeah, you'd have to balance out levels or however that ends up working, or if you have best stuff, is it really worth...
Yeah.
They're going to have some problems dealing with that if it was just straight up a multiplayer. I think that's different. I think Division is...
Potentially.
What about Eve Valkyrie? Is that a multiplayer?
That doesn't really count, I don't think,
that-
because that's more like a tech demo almost. It's
I suppose so, yeah.
And it also has some single player stuff.
Sure.
Has scenarios and missions and things.
You hear that's going to come bundled with the Oculus?
Yeah.
I mean, that would make
I think
sense.
we talked about that last cast, but yeah. That's a... If you're going to have a buy-in,
Yeah, might as well.
or a pack-in, that's a good one.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Multiplayer games with not enough content or too high a price tag coming in as worst trend.
claiming they have a single player.
Yeah, claiming they have a single player.
Shit.
Alright. Most surprise.
No, most surprise.
No, just most surprise. I think we
This was when we were having the discussion of best surprise.
best surprise versus most surprise. Yeah. So I've specifically called it most surprise for that reason, as in what just... It doesn't matter if we particularly were like...
Whether it was a good surprise or a bad surprise,
gosh,
it was a surprise.
Yeah, it's just like just how much were you blindsided by it. Final Fantasy VII Remake.
They had to do that eventually because
I guess they had
because
to
money.
But, oh boy, in the amount they've waxed about not
ever doing
it. And then to suddenly
Not
just come
really.
out, but with no rumours or leaks that I am aware of, and to suddenly just go, boom, we're doing this. Fuck you, world.
Well, the trouble with it was that they ruined the surprise by having previously done the re-release on that other E3 where they were like, here comes my system. Oh, it's a re-release.
You know what? I think that made it better.
I don't know.
Because they were just like, we've trolled you, and then the next trailer starts, and then you're a bit like, no, they're doing it again, right? Like FF7's coming to like Vita or something, and then they're like, no, bitches.
Not sure if but maybe that makes it less surprising though.
I don't know.
Because after they trolled everyone, it was like they seriously can't not do it now, can they? They're just pissing everyone off.
Yeah, a bit of me is still somewhat amazed that it's going ahead.
Yeah.
The Last Guardian still exists.
You might as well just make that a catch-all category of games that do still exist, like The Witness and
games that are still
No Man's Sky.
Games that are still coming, guys. Guys, hello.
Although I guess The Last Guardian was the one that was surprising because we had everyone thought it was dead and we hadn't heard anything about it for ages.
Sony have always. I mean, even Sony's official line was, they have said that it's not cancelled.
Yeah, they kept saying it, but no one believed.
No one believed it. But then the question that obviously came out of that was, well, what are Team Ico working on?
Yep.
So I guess it had to come eventually. But it's been at least 5 years, I think, since it was first revealed as a thing. Obviously not running on a PS3.
No.
Obviously. Yeah. Rocket League.
Yep, okay.
Rocket power.
No one would have expected football, remote car, soccer games
I don't know if that's
have been done before.
Yeah, that's not necessarily.
Somehow they've never been
weren't.
fun. They've never been fun before.
Well, how many of you played? I mean, really?
Street Racer. That one was terrible.
You played the Top Gear in Forza car football.
Yeah. I don't think anyone expected that to be as big and as fun and as cool as it is.
Yeah.
Shenmue 3.
Yeah, that was pretty
That
fun.
exists.
Well, and the Kickstarter element of it, that was also the hilarious surprise there.
That is the double surprise. That it's like, there's not just, we're revealing Shenmue 3. And you're like, what? And it's like, no, we're revealing the Kickstarter for Shenmue 3 at E3.
To prove that people actually want it.
That is odd. I mean, for all we know, we haven't heard the specifics of what went down regarding that, but it sounds like that it was a proof of support Kickstarter, and
That's what they claimed.
Sony are going to be bankrolling it.
Yeah.
Not Sega. Sega are nowhere to be found in this.
They don't make games any longer.
No.
But
They don't make anything.
Shenmue would have been a Sega IP, right?
I guess. Unless the guy who kept the rights to it, because
maybe.
he's all obsessed with that story.
Well,
or
yeah,
whatever.
that story he's been dying to
make
tell
it.
in the 9-part story or whatever it is.
Maybe he signed a very specific contract that let him keep that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but yeah, it was Sega that did republish Shenmue 2, I think, on Xbox.
For more confusion.
Yeah. Xbox 360 backwards compatibility existing.
I guess.
Again, another one because they had said like so many times, it's like, what? This is going to be really bloody difficult to the point where we think it's impossible. Especially like emulation. Let's just just round this up. Emulation is hard and inefficient, and you need monster hardware normally to do things. Like I can't run GameCube stuff properly on my machine.
Yeah.
The fact that that the one can do 360 stuff, sometimes better than the original, sometimes worse, but it can do it. Like, if you know anything about like the architecture of the chips that those things used, I mean, this is x86 emulating PowerPC.
Yep.
That's hard, and they've done it. That's amazing, and they just sort of like suddenly came out of it. Yeah, we did it. Okay, unbelievable that that's happened. Although you could argue that maybe they've done it before because they did it the other way around.
Yeah.
On the 360, because I think it was the original Xbox x86. It was a Pentium 3 underneath, wasn't it?
I think that's right.
The original Xbox, so they managed to get a PowerPC chipset running x86 games through the OG Xbox emulator.
That's how they do it.
It's hella impressive from a technical standpoint. Cloud in Smash Brothers.
No, that was really good. Once they had Final Fantasy VII,
once remake was announced, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Cyphers and Co, I think.
Yeah. Destiny, the Undinkleging.
That was pretty surprising.
Well, yeah, but
I mean, it kind of had to
trouble.
happen, but it's it's unprecedented. This has never happened.
Pretty
Normally
weird.
they write the story in a different way, so like they would.
You could have had your
a different
thing
ghost
blow up and then have a new one.
Yeah, or he has a malfunction or something, and it's
His
like,
voice changes.
Oh, I sound different.
It's like a perfect storm of the game not being as well received the first time around, and that performance not being very good, and
Not being well received at all. Yeah. That's bonkers that happened.
And they got Nailed North saying that wizard came from the moon now.
That whole line got cut from the
right.
final game. That was only it was only in the beta.
But it was funny.
That wizard came from the moon. It's making me laugh
So
now.
stupid. Oh my god. It doesn't make the story stuff of Destiny any less stupid, just cutting that line.
It's pretty stupid. It's like it's following Bungie's way of like naming stuff, right? I mean, I know 343 carry on like naming things weird names, like Phaetons.
Right.
The whole naming of things in the Haloverse has always been slightly odd, but but kind of cool. But then Destiny does the same thing, right? Except with more fantastical names, and it doesn't sound quite right.
But that's why the Halo ones worked, because like a lot of the stuff was just named after military ranks, basically grunts and elites.
I don't know, it's like warthogs. And, like, the vehicles are cool, right? The warthogs.
I mean,
Wraiths,
that's just because that's what military vehicles are. Like, the Warthog is literally a military vehicle in real life as well. It's not a car, but...
Well, I suppose, the Warthog's an A10, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a nickname for it, an A10, yeah. It's not technically called a Warthog, I don't know. It's called...
Well, I suppose neither's the...
It's like
is it in Halo? I don't suppose it's ever really... Like, Scorpions,
I bet it has a
cool name.
technical, military designation where it's just a bunch of numbers and letters strung together. An M81.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Scorpion's a cool name for a tank. Yeah. Revenant is a cool name for a thing. Don't know what that is, I can't remember, but that's a cool thing.
I mean, the only thing that's weird about it in Halo, you could argue, is that the elites kind of take that name for themselves as well.
Yeah, the elites call themselves the elites.
Because it's not a military rank in that case. It's they are technically the elites of the military formation of the Covenant, but they're also just called the elites.
Yeah, or they were in the Covenant Society up until the Grunts took over, but they obviously kept the name elites. That's how they identify themselves now. Although they do good in Halo 5 by calling everything Sangheili.
Yeah.
They and Ungoi, they go back to the original names for a lot of stuff in Halo 5, which is neat. I'd imagine a lot of people have never heard those before.
No.
They suddenly start referencing Sangheilis and Ungoi. It's like, who the fuck are the Ungoi? It's like, they're the grunts.
It's fine when there's only two, but once you start having the fucking jackals,
I don't know what the jackal name is.
Yeah, they have a very similar. I think their name's a bit too close to the grunts. Is the trouble? It sounds along those same lines, and then you're like, which one's which again?
The monkeys. Monkeys.
Hey, we're the monkeys.
Monkeys. We like jackal about.
But we're too busy sniping.
Yep.
Cooney 2 was announced.
I don't know. If
I
that's
kind of never.
surprising, really.
Well, I don't know. I kind of never thought that would happen. I don't think Ni no Kuni sold that.
For all
well.
we know, it could have already been out for like 5 years in Japan.
Well, yeah, maybe. Oh, and then this was the reveal announcement. Like there was nothing about before. I don't know. The fact that Studio Ghibli went in on game in the first place was cool. For that to have happened a second time feels, lightning strikes twice. Really. Admittedly, I don't think Ni no Kuni 2's trailer made it look quite as good story-wise as the first. But I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it to happen. That's my list. I'll have a most surprise.
Most surprise.
What blindsided you?
Well, if you want to...
What smacked you in the face with unknowing?
If you want to just talk about, a couple of game releases that were mysterious and surprising, there was Dirt Rally just appearing, which is...
I guess that's true.
That's a genius one.
That's a good one.
Especially going into early access as a Codemasters game.
Yeah.
And then, what
and just being immediately available.
And being what? I can play
just
this?
Sort of being, and with no fanfare.
And it's this is the game we wanted all this time? What the fuck? That did actually make me WTF when I saw the news story, which I can't say of a much else.
That's true.
This year.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And then similarly, in just terms of game releases, I guess you could say City Skyline for being the SimCity that everyone wanted suddenly. It's after SimCity fucked everything up, it was suddenly here comes City Skylines with almost no fanfare as well.
And it's actually not only good, but pretty much what everyone wanted from
I think
SimCity.
Yeah, I don't know so much about it. I mean, Cities...
it's not as much as I'm sure.
Definitely not. I mean, Cities had done reasonably good stuff before.
Yeah.
Maybe not to that extent.
Yes.
They went all in on Skylines to make a full-on SimCity rip.
Yeah.
But I guess the fact that they actually pulled it off and it didn't just feel like a knockoff.
Yeah. It was good enough to not be obviously bad. I don't know what you say that, because it's there's a certain limit of quality where you're
what you say?
This is just a poopy rip-off, but this one wasn't. This one was good enough that it wasn't just a poopy rip-off.
This is budgety enough that you don't mind some of the foibles, you mean, but because it's good enough, it's oh, you know what, this is pretty good.
It wasn't like SimCity Social or
oh god,
or Farmville or something. I don't know.
They killed SimCity Social pretty
quick,
they
did.
Didn't they? Yeah.
I guess that's it. I don't think there was any other particularly surprising. Unless, I don't know, is there any more bad surprises? There were certain games that were just bad and people were annoyed, but I'm not sure that counts. There was the Godzilla game, and there was Rory McIlroy Golf being terrible somehow, even though it's fucking golf and you've made PGA Tour for 9 years in a row.
I didn't hear anything about that.
That's why, because it was bad.
Spike Lee joint.
No, that was NBA. Although a Spike Lee joint golf game would be pretty funny.
It'd be about affairs and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and here's something that's moderately surprising. I don't think it's particularly high up, but the fact that Zombie came out on other systems apart from the Wii U.
Well, that is slightly odd. That is odd.
You wouldn't have expected them to do that, especially because, it was one of the few games on the Wii U that actually used the controller in a moderately useful way.
It was designed for the hardware of the Wii U, so yeah. But, yeah, that was an interesting one. I don't know if I have a great deal else other than that, but I don't know if I don't think there's been any terrible surprises.
No, not Alien Isolation or whatever.
Did I put this somewhere?
No, hang on, not Alien Isolation. That was the good one.
I didn't put this
the
somewhere
other
else.
Colonial Marine.
That's the one.
Yeah. Well, I just thought of another thing, but I don't know if this fits into the biggest single WTF moment, that paid mods existed
for a minute,
and was immediately taken down.
That was quite surprising.
But I don't know if that just counts as straight up baffling.
Yeah, that might be baffling, not most surprising. There's a lot of options.
There's a lot of options, and they're all legit. Is the thing. I think our FF7 remake is a strong shout, but I'm not sure it's as strong as Shenmue 3.
Yeah.
And I'm also actually Dirt Rally is a good shout as well.
I like Dirt Rally
because that did just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it basically completely ditched the direction they'd been going in for the last
Hooray.
4 or 5 games.
It was literally what everyone was freaking asking for. And no one thought it would happen.
But then it's Codemasters making a rally game.
Well, and also related...
That's not that surprising.
It is, though. That's what's weird.
Yeah, because they haven't done that for a while.
Yeah, like 10 years or some shit.
And also, relatedly to the Dirt Rally situation, you could argue it's even more surprising because the F1 game was so bad this year somehow.
Yeah, the F1 games haven't had a great streak. Actually, it's not just been this year; it's been the last few years. They've just not. That's weird in itself.
Well, it seems
right? like how did they get those wrong? They're Codemasters.
It seems like the last couple of years before this, it's been a problem of timing more than anything else. Like having to get it done at a certain time to match the season.
But
and all that kind of stuff.
they've had several years to like. I mean, the first versions of that game had such critical bugs that I don't know that have been fully addressed. Like the classic one from the original, like the F1 games they put out, was that if you pit, your car would have to wait for all the AI cars in the pit lane to finish their pit.
Right, because
you couldn't
drive.
You couldn't drive.
Work out the way you'd stand up.
So basically, you had to always ignore.
You had to make sure you pitted exactly by yourself when no one else was playing.
You basically, the only way to do it was to ignore your crew, right? So like the actual race management was bad enough that everyone tended to pit on the same lap.
Yeah,
like there wasn't really a difference in strategies. So if your crew said we need to pit for fuel, give it an extra lap, and then you'd probably be all right. It's like that's just bad. Alright, I think that's given that both of you are on board for that one, I think that sounds like
well, it is a game that we played also, so that helps.
Yeah. But it's it's 2 up. It's 2 up for Dirt Rally. So Dirt Rally, the most
surprise. Dirt Rally out of nowhere. Woo!
Dirt Rally out of nowhere.
Crunch.
Biggest disappointment of the year. Was there any? I actually don't think there was much I was that hyped about that ended up being terrible. In the same way that we weren't surprised about bad games, right? It's like, it's not Crimson Dragon.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was Battlefront, and that was the main one, I think, for us.
Yeah,
whereas, we were really hopeful because it was just like it's just Star Wars Battlefield.
But
then we sort of had already seen the arc of that one by Hardline coming out earlier this year.
Yeah.
We were like, this is going bad for them. They've started fucking it up.
We'd been
Battlefield 4 hadn't been that great either.
We've been a little bit dampened. Naturally, I've had to put Tony Hawk's here.
Yeah.
As possibly.
Although again, that
Everyone
wasn't surprising at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really surprising. I mean, it's still disappointing, right? Because you kind of want a Tony Hawk's game to be good.
And of course, they talked it up too much.
They used the 5.
Yeah, they said this is the one. This is the one we're going to put the 5 on, and then it was bad.
They have killed it by using the 5s. They have absolutely killed that brand, right? It's just
well, maybe.
Well, they'll try, I guess.
They already had like 8 somehow.
Right? They were
still
selling them.
Idiot's idea to do it or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
They were like, let's go for bust or whatever, and then they busted it.
Yeah.
On a stupid related note, I tried Googling the phrase "Weak Ass Californian Gap."
Yeah.
And there are like 0 hits.
Well,
It doesn't exist.
Not even like a fact or something that tells you where
a list of gaps or something. I couldn't find anything.
Oh wow!
Please try it. Yeah.
You know that's going to be at the bottom of my Game of the Year blurb.
Yeah,
now.
just put that in there.
Just get in there.
Just so we're the only
With the only Google hit for Weak Ass Californian Gap.
I'm going to try it again. See
That's awesome. It's the best gap.
Yep, it surely is. It's so easy.
So, do I have to quote it or something? Let's see.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah, I know.
And is it California or Californian?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, shit. Maybe it's California Gap. I thought it was Californian.
It makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not there.
Oh, no Weak Ass California
I don't think it exists as a thing in Googleage. Let's try California Gap. Live Googling. No results. Wow, no results.
No results at all for the Weak Ass California Gap.
Yeah, I think it is Californian.
Yeah.
But
so it's going in.
regardless, it doesn't actually exist as a thing.
Other disappointments.
Maybe
Hashtag iDub.
Okay.
Because, I don't know, on the run-up to that thing actually coming out, that was starting to sound like it was cool. Like, the whole concept behind that project was cool.
I guess.
Right, because it stands for I drew a red box, right? And that was the initial tweet, right? Some guy was learning or doing something with some like graphics framework or game maker of some kind.
Yeah.
And he just tweeted, I drew a red box, what do I do now? And that was the start of this project coming out of like just the entire game is built on community suggestions and ideas. And they put together something unique, I'll give them that. The hash bomb thing is special.
Mm-hmm.
But its biggest problem is the game only works if you're a popular streamer. Like, for everyone else, it's not going to do it. It's not going to work. You're not going to get the hash bombs. You're not going to get the craziness. One of the killer features that game sells itself with.
Yeah.
And it's like, yep, nah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I mean, maybe if you had very switched-on friends, you could like set up the Twitter feed and get them to just hash bomb
Or if
your
you were
game.
like playing it as a party or something, where you
Yeah.
had a bunch of extra people.
I'm not sure I got it to work. I mean, to be honest, I tried it, but yeah.
I was a bit disappointed that Elite Dangerous wasn't more of a thing, but
Yeah,
It didn't have as much game. I mean, it still sounds like it's cool in many respects, but
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't know how far they went with Oculus support, or if like when those headsets come out for real, whether that'll
boost it a
be
bit.
cool.
Yeah, who knows?
I'm sure there's a whole bunch of stuff in this list of games that we didn't really play that could be categorised as most disappointing. Like The Order, maybe. That was disappointing for being like no content again.
Yeah, I mean, the premise is the premise is good with The Order. Having the Knights of the Round Table still effectively being a thing, and steampunk werewolves.
Yeah, exactly.
It could have worked. It could have been great, and it's a very good looking game, and it was from the start.
Yeah.
They always said it's like, this trailer is running. This isn't a trailer. This is running, and you're like, no way, bullshit. And it's like, and it comes out, and it's like, oh, actually, you got pretty close. Yeah, so that is a disappointment. Yeah, but not one I could have played. So screw it.
Yes.
Or maybe that would, if it was good, maybe that was a point I'd have gone in on a PS4. But I guess I was saving for a wedding at that point.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably several other games that could potentially have been disappointments if we knew more about them.
Mario Party.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Who's going to be
like,
disappointed by that shit? Number 10. Jesus Christ.
well, it's disappointing that they screwed up the mechanics so badly.
Whatever.
They had a thing, and it had worked for like 8 iterations previously, and then
Ish.
by 9 they were like, oh fuck, and then they screwed it up, and then they screwed it up some more.
What about Mario Tennis?
Worst trend. Mario Tennis. Yeah.
No,
I
I
didn't have high hopes for it because they haven't treated that well since the first game.
No.
Um,
You never know. Yeah. Oh shit.
I mean, it is surprising that Nintendo did just crap out what is a filler game at full price. There's like nothing in it.
Yep,
There's nothing to it. That's not a very Nintendo-like solution.
There was Codename Steam.
Yeah, that's a bit.
Most disappointing because, god damn it, where is Advance Wars?
Yeah.
Disappointing we didn't hear
Sorry.
anything this year, I don't think, about Zelda, did we?
Yeah, they did a little bit.
Did they?
Yeah.
We talked about it a couple of times in Nintendo Directs.
Alright.
Yeah, it didn't really show a lot, but they talked it. Star Fox got delayed as well. Okay.
Yeah.
That's probably because that was going to be shit, so...
It plays fine from what I've played of it so far. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be the list.
Boom you.
What of those is a winner, really?
I don't know.
We weren't really looking
Probably
for-
Tony Hawk's, to be honest.
Yeah, because I guess
but how
there's
do
always
you
a
be
part.
disappointed by something you knew was going to be crap? Like, all the signs...
Because it's fucking Tony Hawk's, and they should finally have had an opportunity to finally do it for real. Because they said it was going to be 5, it was only going to be skateboarding, it was none of that other bullshit, and it was going to be in the style of Tony Hawk's 2, where it was like crazy skateboarding, not realistic
Yeah.
skateboarding.
Yeah.
But they couldn't do it. They just couldn't manage to do it.
Is it just a thing of its time?
I think it sort of is, but I think it could be done.
Yeah.
It's like Star Wars or whatever, or anything. You could always make a good remake with modern up. I think of almost anything. Is that true? Do you think there's always a way?
I mean, hell,
I'm not even sure what because one of the biggest bits of Tony Hawk's 2 was its soundtrack, right?
Well, they tried to do it in 5 as well, didn't they? But that was another thing. They eventually screwed up.
I'm not saying that pop punk isn't a thing anymore.
Well, not as...
You could put some good stuff on there. There's still pop
Maybe.
punk bands.
I mean, there's probably a lot of old stuff that wasn't originally used, right?
It didn't have to be current as well.
Yeah.
It's not like Tony Hawk's didn't have like 50s stuff as well.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it had the Ramones and shit.
Yeah.
I mean...
Not 50s.
Well, okay, slightly good.
70s, yeah. But, yeah, I think you could still do a good soundtrack easy. I think that would be the easy part.
Yeah, you just couldn't necessarily lean too much on modern stuff unless they found some really cool...
Well, that's the thing. I bet you wouldn't have heard of a lot of that stuff if it hadn't been for Tony Hawk's 2, so...
Yeah, maybe. Tony Hawk's probably got me on that
There's
train.
a big scene of... I know it's not as big as when Green Day and stuff were big, but the pop punk is still a thing.
Avril Lavigne.
Yeah, but that wasn't on the fucking Tony Hawk sound.
No.
She was like
There's no Papa Roach.
Yeah, that whole thing is... Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they're still going. Who knows? Probably not.
I don't know. Papa Roach.
Yeah.
Linkin Park.
Yep, exactly.
There's some good... there was some good hardcore punk this year.
There's some more Limp Bizkit.
I'm trying to remember what there was.
So I think that has to be the most disappointing.
Yeah, I think it has to be, really. Because you always kind of want a good one of those.
All right.
But
And even if
we knew it was going to be bad,
Yeah,
but you kind of want it not to be.
And even if they hadn't have tried to make a Tony Hawk's 2, there's ways you could make skateboarding games good as well. It's like, there was Skate and all that, and that seemed like that was going to be a thing for a while. But
Well, they released Too Many Too Fast.
well, yeah, that was there.
Skate was cool.
But like realistic skateboarding can theoretically work as a game as well.
Sure.
I wish
And
they'd make
that's-
a skate game.
Yeah, I think it's been long enough that they could bring that back. The problem, they could definitely do some of the world building stuff better now than they used to be able to, right? Because it's like the physics in that were janky as fuck and friggin' hilarious as a result.
But janky physics is just a thing that you can't avoid ever. It's always going to happen when you have a collision with non-stationary objects.
Yeah.
Something is always going to go flying into space eventually. I played a ton of Fallout 4 before I saw my first legitimate, completely fucked up ragdoll bug. Where I shot a guy who was leaning against the wall and he didn't fall down and his legs rotated in place. That one.
Right, yeah.
I guess I had already seen someone fly into space when I shot them in VATS one time. He didn't go as high as I've seen though. It was like only an average flight.
Okay. Alright. So most disappointing game. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. Okay, here we go.
Here you go with some slashers.
Yep. Most baffling decision, dumbest thing, hottest mess, biggest WTF in a bad way of the year.
See, hottest mess, I still think like a hot mess is a good thing.
Well, it's a mess, but it's hot.
Yeah.
No, it's not what that means.
Yeah, it can be. Hot mess can be good.
Hot garbage.
Hot garbage is bad. I'm sure hot mess can be
Hot mess can't be good because the mess implies that it's bad. It's like it's a mess.
It's a burning mess.
I think
Just because it's a hot mess, that doesn't make the mess good.
Does a hot mess basically mean that it was a mess, but it was like, it's so hot right now in the news?
Here you go. Here's the top definition for hot mess on Urban Dictionary.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that's
Very
very
good.
Is what I thought. Oh, fuck off! I don't want to unlock this. Give me the page, you bastards.
Adverts.
You can't.
There you go. When one's thoughts or appearance are in a state of disarray, but they maintain an undeniable attractiveness or beauty.
That's not the definition.
With 14,000 upvotes.
And quite a lot of downs as well.
Yeah, but it's top. Yeah. And then number 2 is the same. Hot mess.
Oh, but that's,
So we need
that's
to
in
find-
terms of people's appearance, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
exactly.
is. But what
It's not a situation.
your
What? Oh, what?
definition-
So, like, what? They reckon it's beautiful but terrible? Is that, like, also the description?
It's like
It's when
someone who can be beautiful despite being...
Yeah.
not
dishevelled.
done up.
It's like a girl who looks amazing even though she's all the makeup's all gone everywhere.
But that's like
her hair's
that's
all fucked up.
That's not the proper definition of that, because that's just the
hot mess.
literal definition of that.
But
that's
what
the
hot
definition
mess
of those two words individually.
means. Yeah. Okay.
I guess.
Anyway, that's what it means to me. Oh look, there's a Time article entitled "How the Meaning of Hot Mess Has Changed Throughout History." That's amazing.
How much history? Like the last 2 years.
In the 1800s, it would
God.
have meant food for soldiers. Yeah, that
Hot
makes
mess.
sense.
Hot
That is
mess
not-
tin. Yeah, right,
Hot
fine.
mess, yeah. That makes
The
sense.
mess is where you eat. You don't really.
Yeah,
how you refer to
that's
the
what I
food.
thought.
Yeah.
You might say that it's a hot mess if it's warm in there.
The mess tin's pretty hot right now.
It's warm in there. It's the hot mess.
But the current definition according to this article is what I was saying. So
I can only assume that the video game or like adjective for other than people doesn't apply in this case.
I just think it's confusing because that's what that means to me.
But it's a person. Games aren't people.
Just call it a mess.
Games is people.
It's a hot mess.
Konami and Kojima. That's all you need to say.
Yeah. Okay.
All of that. Warner Brother Games.
Well. Okay.
All of that. Paid mods.
Yep.
And my bonus category, well, not category, my bonus entry, because I only spotted this the other day and thought, what? Dean Macy, former Olympic decathlete, is advertising Euro fishing.
That's not that.
I don't know, I just found that really bizarre. It just like, it came up like, you know that Steam sale thing at the moment, where it's like go into your queue and win these games.
Yeah.
Like the trailer for Eurofishing came up and it's like, hi, I'm Dean Macy, former England decathlete, and I'm here to talk to you about Eurofishing. And I'm like, what?
I don't know if that's that amazing. I mean, weird, like,
I don't know how much is he into his fishing.
weird, like, incredibly out-of-date celebrities have advertised all kinds of dumb shit.
Yes, it just surprised me. It's not an athletics game.
It's a sport game-ish.
Sort of, yeah. Although the other ads they had for Eurofishing were much cooler, because it was, which I kind of wish was a thing actually, because it had people like doing the casts with their mice and stuff, but the mice was fighting back.
Okay.
Like,
Full
you know,
feedback mice.
yeah, it was like reeling them in, and it's like, oh, I'm going to pull against this. And it's like, that's actually kind of a cool idea. Implement that.
Well, you'd think that would be a logical thing to do for, like, the VR controllers, if they could just put, like, gyroscopes or something in them that actually resist your motion. I'm not sure if that would actually be useful, but it would be interesting.
I suppose we could have Palmer Lucky on here. Doing his time photo.
Sort of, I guess.
That was kind of what?
Oh yeah, that was done.
You might have just destroyed the image of VR forever.
Jeff thought that was hilarious.
Well, yeah, that was the thing.
It's pretty
Like, some
funny.
people thought it was ridiculous, and some people were like, it doesn't really matter.
No, who cares about Time magazine anyway?
Very few people, it seems, but it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, VR needs all the help it can get.
Does it though?
Putting it,
It's still early in terms of consumer.
It's still
technology.
owned by Facebook, so, you know. might be-
yeah, I know, but you know, it's. I think perception is going to be a very difficult hurdle for them.
It's
with
obviously
VR.
going to be a thing. I mean, even to the point where there's currently like what Ho does.
Yes,
is
but
like,
motion controls were a thing for a hot minute.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I still get right. I'm on board with VR, obviously, but there's still like a couple of points about it where I'm just sort of sat here going, okay, what if I did like go total immersion in this shit, right, and sort of put the headset on, put my headphones on, and then didn't know I was getting burgled. Because I'm just so in this thing, or gnome does what she'll inevitably do.
Can't tap you.
Yeah, just tap you and you'll be like, oh,
Yeah, that would be crazy.
I never understand that problem, because even when I'm wearing my headphones, I can still hear quite a lot of stuff. Maybe I just have bad headphones, but I mean, come on.
yeah, I know. I mean, that's
I mean, I miss people knocking at the front door, because it's quite far away.
yeah.
But if I know someone's going to come to the front door, then I can still perceive it.
I guess. I don't know. I don't think that's true. Yeah, I'm not sure that's true all the time. But yeah, like most of the time, yeah, I'd agree with you. I can sort of hear when something's happening around me.
And anyway, as you know, as we've previously said the solution to that is just to have your computer in a non-public place. Or your VR room, where you lock the door.
Still get burgled.
Your holodeck.
Yeah.
I think if someone was burgling you, that would be something you might be able to hear. Normally burglary is relatively loud. And at some point they'd probably try to open the door to your VR room, and then you'd know. You'd hear that door handle clinking.
Clinking.
It's annoying.
Door handle clinking. It's an onomatopoeic noise.
I like that.
Clink, clink.
Clinking. Well, I mean, obviously there's only one way this category can go, right? All of these were bonkers. To some degree. But Konami and Kojima.
Yeah.
Wow.
Totally mental.
Wow. If you think about it, last year we had, like, SimCity in this category.
Yeah,
and
sure.
like, EA and Ubisoft in general and that kind of stuff. But,
Most fun.
wow.
Yeah.
Konami and Kojima, that is a PR nightmare. I mean, you can, like, the Konami problem, like, is even bigger than Kojima, isn't it? Because of Silent Hills and...
Yeah.
Hey, we're bringing back Castlevania as an erotic action pachinko machine. And they've already... What is it? They've licensed Big Boss, haven't they, as a pachinko machine name? Oh, boy.
Well, who cares? We'll never see that stuff.
Yeah, well, I might.
Yes.
Really?
I'm in Japan next year, aren't I?
Oh,
So
yeah.
I might actually see one of
You
these
better.
things.
You better.
I don't think you
you
want to.
actually have to
I
now.
really don't want to go.
You don't want to go to a pachinko
Well, my
hall.
initial thought was like, oh yeah, pachinko. I should probably check that out. And it's like the more I've read about it and the more I've looked up, it's like, no, that sounds like hell.
It's insanely loud and it's
filled with smokers.
filled with smokers.
You have
It's
to-
literally run by gangsters.
You have to find a tourist one. That's the trick. There's got to be like tourist-facing
I have-
pachinko parlor type.
I have read
setups.
about a few that are like noob focused, I suppose, that are like learn to pachinko.
Yeah.
But you know, even then, that sounds like even more of a racket. You reckon? Like if it's run by gangsters,
It's all a racket because it's basically
Well,
fucking
yeah.
slot machine.
and they're getting around the no gambling law, like in a really sort of obvious
Because
way.
it's skill-based.
No, it's not.
Lol.
Well, the game. Okay, the Japanese law on this is bonkers, right? Because it's like they're not allowed to gamble, with the exception, I think, being horse racing.
Yeah, apparently.
So these things work by because you're not gambling money, so it
Yes,
doesn't
you're buying
technically count. You're
balls,
buying
and then
balls,
You're gambling more balls.
and you're gambling your balls to win more balls, but
But
you
the
can't
balls.
trade the balls back into money at the place where you bought the balls.
No.
So you have to take the balls with you to some other establishment that does ball trading and get money or stuff
Yeah.
as a result of it. And somehow that's legal because the authorities look at it and go, there's no law against it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's that you could be like, these balls are just scrap metal. I'm just paying
yeah.
for the scrap value
Paying
of
for
these
the-
balls.
That's true, yeah. I mean, it's obviously a racket. Everyone knows it, but man, yeah. The law is obviously written pretty badly.
No, all laws are written in hilarious loopholes eventually.
So Kojima's not on holiday at least anymore.
Apparently, he's now employed again.
Oh man, and like hands up, no, hands together, I suppose, for Jeff Keighley. Like
Hands up for him.
hands up for Jeff Keighley for like pointing out. It's like, oh, Hideo Kojima would be here to accept this award for Metal Gear Solid at the Game Awards,
But he's not.
but his
allowed.
lawyers have told him not to come.
Yeah.
But that's not that surprising.
Bad shit.
I mean, no, after what we already knew, that is not surprising. But come on, it's his game, and it just won a prestigious award. Like what?
Relatively prestigious.
Well, I don't suppose you get much more prestigious than the Game Awards in, as far as it goes. We don't have our Oscars. Maybe the BAFTAs are the closest, I guess, but those seem ridiculous. Like their choices always seem weird to me. But
it's the BAFTAs.
still, what have you been doing? And how is Pez still okay? I'll give Konami their due. The one thing they did right this year was
The one thing.
The one thing, other than actually release Metal Gear still, was like at E3, the booth that they had for Pez was modelled after a pub. So they had English people playing football in a pub.
So obviously that was the good.
Yeah, it's the one that they obviously know their market. That's the one bit of good marketing they did. Everything else was garbage. Oh, apparently... but although Pez isn't actually 100% scot-free, the one... Did you...
I bet there's several people called Scott in one of those teams.
Yeah. It's not scot-free at all. It doesn't get away scot-free in terms of the bullshittery that has gone on around it, because apparently the PC version of that game is a port of the 360 version of that game, and not the Xbone version. Or like this. So they've actually, if you buy the PC version, you're actually getting the last gen port, even though all the screenshots are from the current gen version.
That shit.
Yep. Fucking army.
Fucking army.
Fucking army.
Fucking army. Winner.
Isn't that right, Sean Layden, or whoever it is, that's that guy at Sony that talked to Kojima on that GIF? It wasn't Sean Layden. He's the one who teased us all with Crash Bandicoot, the bastard. Crash Bandicoot, not happening. Biggest mess and ridiculous ass situation goes to Kojima and Konami, and just Konami. Just Konami. Let's hope they die. I mean, not literally, but as a company.
Okay.
Best aesthetics in a video game, 2015.
Ori and the Blind Forest.
Ori and the Blind, ironically, Forest.
Okay, next category.
Splatoon. I don't know how I can dramatically say this next one. Yoshi's Woolly World.
Yeah, it's a game.
Oh.
It's a game with some wool.
Yarn.
Well, what about Kirby's Rainbow Curse as well? I mean, that
Wait,
was a bad game.
Oh yeah, the clay
It was an interesting thing to look at. Probably not as good as Woolly World.
No. I've accidentally written Radio Curse. Kirby's Radio Curse. I don't know. Well, I've seen Woolly World in action. It's a damn fine looking game. They nail what they wanted to with that. The animations are so cool. The way things that sort of unravel and re-ravel into different shapes. Re-ravel.
Yes, that's a word.
Is it?
No.
is just to ravel a word?
Oh, now we're getting into the classic discussion.
If you can unravel.
You're removing the...
I am whelmed.
Yeah. If you can unravel, surely you must be able to ravel. That's a good looking game.
It's just like this couch. You decrepit. You decrepit. You crepit.
Yeah, it was decrepit, so therefore you have to
Crepit.
Yeah. Or crepidate.
Yep. Crepies.
Crepidify.
It's just filled with cool little details. Like because everything's soft, where Yoshi runs, like the world deforms under him slightly, and anything that happens to it, and when things it's a lovely looking thing. I don't really like the Yoshi games particularly. I mean, I appreciate them, but I've never necessarily enjoyed playing them all that much. But
they haven't been good since the SNES one, obviously.
Apparently.
Or if Jeff has anything to do with it.
None of them.
They're terrible.
But yeah, they really nailed the aesthetic on this one. And it works for Yoshi, right? Because of the transforming thing. So you can just use yarn and do a yarn's formation. Except
the transforming thing was a weird, out of nowhere power that Yoshi had for some reason at the time as well.
It doesn't make a great deal of sense in anything. But
I reckon Yoshi's Island would have been best graphics of the year 94 or whatever.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I think it was hella impressive. Alright, let's go back to the others. Splatoon is an obvious one, right? Again, like its music thing, its visuals just gel so well.
Yeah.
It's so bright. It's so bright, my retina's hurt. It's so bright. And even the way down to it's the little details in Splatoon that are cool. Like I like the way they use the Miiverse to populate the graffiti.
Sure.
In the levels, that's neat. The ink physics are okay. There was a period of time where everyone was all like, "Oh, they've just copied it from Sunshine." It's like, no, if you actually go back and look at Sunshine, that's quite rudimentary compared to what they've done here.
Right.
And there's a much greater fidelity to how that oil, looks. And I didn't notice this for ages, but the oil isn't just flat. Ink. The ink isn't just flat. It's like it maintains its very subtle ripples from where things have happened in it for quite some time. It's like if you swim through it. At the moment, I have the perk I'm using in the game is Ninja Squid, which removes the splashy trail.
Right.
But there's still a very, very slight indentation in the ink where you've been, and it's like so you can just see the little ridge where you've been. And it's like, oh, that's cool. And it stays there for a while because ink's thick, and it's like, I love the way that game looks. I mean, it has some technical weaknesses. Like there's not a lot of polygons going on, and the lighting isn't quite as strong as we've seen from some of other Ninty's recent works, Mario Kart especially. But, it's a good-looking game. Good-looking game. And Ori and the Blind Forest, I've got no bad thing to say about the look of that game. Other than, at first, before you get used to it, some of the halos, this is a bad guy that you're shooting at, kind of get in the way of you seeing what you're doing. But, dang, that's such a good-looking game. It's beautiful. Good art, good animation all around. Most art, probably.
There's the classic most art.
Most art, yes.
Most art goes to Ori and the Blind Forest.
Yeah. It's a good looking game. There's little things, I like the way the trees move, right, in that game. Like when there's wind blowing, there's something very nice about how everything rustles and and there are scenes where the wind is quite strong and stuff like that, and everything's blustery, and it looks real good. It's just a good looking game, well animated.
Okay.
I mean, you watched the intro sequence earlier.
Yep.
Whole game looks like that, but it gets more dramatic in places with like water catching you up and stuff. The sequence of the water is cool because it's like the tree starts filling up with water, and it's like. Yeah. So it's like splooshing out of things and coming out, and it's all bubbling up, and it's an escape sequence, and it looks really good. Good looking game. Any other aesthetic preferences that art?
No,
most art.
I was
best art.
Looking through the list, and I kept coming across ones that are probably in technical, really.
I was about to say it's not been. I don't think it's actually been a very strong year for pure aesthetic games, right? They've come out and just been all like, I'm style.
I agree. But these are strong candidates. It's not that many, but that's fine.
In a way, you could argue that 3 of them at least probably hang on their style. I mean, Ori's a good game, but it's one of its key selling points is just how good that thing looks.
But that's cool. That's what we're here to recognize.
But what do y'all think?
I think Ori's a strong candidate.
Yeah. That's the only one that really is just about art. Because Splatoon is about things hanging together well, rather than just...
I guess that forms an aesthetic as a whole, right?
Does,
it's
yeah.
like it's not the.
You
don't necessarily take the individual components of Splatoon and look at it and sort of nod politely in a slightly quiet museum environment.
I do like the Splatoon.
No, you don't
design.
do any of that.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit sort of.
But you probably could with Ori's stuff.
Yes, exactly. Take a screenshot, print it out.
It's a bit Jet Set Radio-y, like in its in the like the what's it called, the hub and stuff.
The plaza.
The plaza thing. Yeah, I know. I think it has a very strong design. That. Yeah.
But is it better
than Ori? Best aesthetics.
No. Just slap a smiley face on there, let's move on.
Yeah.
Yes, boss.
Boom.
I agree, if I'm honest. Ori definitely wins it for me.
Coolio.
The art and the animation, and if we're going true all-in aesthetics, the way the music tied into it as well.
Yeah.
It packs an emotional punch in spots, and that's not something I say very often about games. I mean, I don't think that's something anyone says very often about games. All right, last 4 categories, unless anyone has any extra category suggestions.
Depends whether you've missed it, I don't know.
I've left a few out from the norm, but because I didn't have many good nominations for them. But
Right.
I'm open to any suggestions. So obviously, after aesthetics, our usual run is to go best technical graphics.
Yep.
And the two obvious choices are Battlefront and The Order.
Yep.
So the only thing against The Order is that it is running letterboxed.
Yeah.
The entire time. It's like what they've achieved is quite impressive, but they've obviously they've had to take a shortcut, and it's probably quite an annoying shortcut.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a shame. But boy, yeah, Battlefront just looks great. Like, even without all those like real life mods that we saw that Dan and I were looking at earlier. It's like just the base game is a phenomenally good looking thing. The only thing I don't really like about the look of Battlefront is some of the explosions, some of the fire.
Yeah.
In particular, doesn't feel like it fits entirely, or it does fit, but I think it has that frame rate issue where it's like the sprites for the flame or whatever aren't quite as well animated as the rest of what's going on, and so they stand out a bit. They look a bit flat, which can't be said about the thermal detonator explosion. That thing looks cool. And there are certain effects in that game that are just... my personal favourite is when the capsules come in, fall from the sky, and they're like... I don't even know what the game mode's called, but there's basically these capsules land in the area, and then it's a race to do a capture and hold for a while. But when they don't just appear on the level, they literally bomb in from the sky, hit the ground, and then there's an enormous dust cloud around them.
Cool.
And it's like, that looks great. Cool. It's like you can look up and have like that Titanfall moment, right? And see the thing coming.
Come down.
But then when it hits the ground, it's like the effect of like the stuff flying everywhere is so much more impressive than the Titan landing, right?
Right.
It's just bang! This is how you do it.
It's because in Battlefront, it's not in the middle of the action.
I guess not. Like it'll be somewhere else. Yeah.
You can't. If that happened in Titanfall, you wouldn't be able to see what the fuck you're shooting for most of the match.
Yeah, it could be like a nice defensive mechanism, like drop the Titan in, put up a smoke screen.
They have a shield.
Yeah. So. But then you can't see what you're doing. Not that important, I suppose. Just run somewhere else.
Yep.
So they're my two obvious shouts. I've thought about putting Dirt Rally on here, but I can't really comment on that because I haven't seen it run at its top spec.
It's not that great.
Okay. It's not that great. It's good. It's good enough. But it's not that great. I don't think.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I can't get anywhere near running at top specs.
I think Afghanistan looks pretty good in Metal Gear, but that landscape stuff.
Yeah, you start to notice the problems with it after a while.
Yeah.
And Fox Engine is actually quite an impressive thing. Weirdly, I don't think I've seen anything in Metal Gear Solid 5 that actually looks quite as good as Ground Zeroes did in the rain.
Really? Oh, yeah. The rain.
Ground Zeroes in the rain looked real nice.
That was cool, yeah. Yeah.
But as much as I like Afghanistan, when the rain happens, there's a sort of specularness, a sort of wetness that seems to be missing.
I guess you get the rain in Africa, that's the idea.
Yeah, I've seen that, but it's like, and I've seen the rain fall on my platform, but it's just like, there's something missing that I think perhaps could have been added there to just make everything slightly shiny. There you go. But also, after a while you do spot like the pop-in and repeating textures on Afghanistan can be noticed at times.
Yeah, it can be.
Especially if you're binoculating into the far, far distance, then things look real shoddy.
Binoculating!
Binoculating, yeah.
Binoculating.
There isn't a single word verb for using your binoculars.
No.
Zooming, I suppose. I'm just zooming.
So, I think it's Battlefront.
Well, there's also... We didn't play it, but supposedly Witcher 3 looks pretty good.
Well,
yeah, I
don't know if it looks.
I'm not so sure about that.
I don't know if it looks better than like GTA 5 for like an open world game.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad looking game.
It probably looks better than Skyrim.
It even sounds like it can run on modest hardware, which might be a first for Project Red. CD Project Red, sorry, saying full.
Yep.
But I don't know. I'm not sure I've seen... Maybe it's something I need to see firsthand in motion.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't know, from afar, in video form, and it definitely wouldn't look like this on my machine. Something about it just hasn't been like, it hasn't blown me away with its fidelity. It looks cool. I'm just not going to sit there and go, wow, I don't think.
And there's also Just Cause 3, because that looks pretty fucking good.
It does look pretty good.
And especially considering the machine that I'm running it on.
Yeah, the fields look nice.
Yeah. Considering that the machine I'm running it on, which is like barely above minimum spec, and it still looks fucking amazing, and it actually still turns up the graphics options quite high, even on a terrible machine.
I mean, people have said that it doesn't necessarily scale that well.
Suppose
it can get framey.
Yeah.
And even the console versions are framey.
I haven't really noticed it that much, but maybe that's because of the limited graphics options. And yeah, the explosions look good. The underwater looks really good, apart from there's no reason to go there.
I haven't seen it underwater.
It looks real nice with the light shining through the surface, but
does
plants and
does
stuff.
it do like the shafty thing? And...
Yeah, sort of.
Ooh, that's quite nice.
But yeah, there's no reason to go there, so
Yeah.
kind of negates the whole point of that. They didn't even put a submarine you could drive in or something. I mean, come on. That seems like an obvious, hilarious vehicle to have to drive around.
That's quite dumb. Even GTA 5 had a submarine for its crazy underwater stuff that looked really good.
DLC.
Even though you never go there.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And yeah, explosions. That's the important thing.
It Just Cause is a pretty good shout. Oh, again, I'm not sure it quite beats Battlefront,
No,
personally.
probably not.
But it's a pretty good looking game. And a game that has pretty much, not other than its looks and its explosions, not a great deal else.
Yeah.
They nailed what was important.
Yep, that's the key point.
I think the thing I like most about Battlefront is the spark. The spark. The singular spark. All of the sparks.
Yeah.
The All-Spark.
Yeah, not the All-Spark. I'm not going to rejuvenate Optimus Prime. Reincarnate.
Whatever it does.
Or kill Megatron by shoving it in his face.
Whatever.
Burning him from the inside.
Pointless MacGuffin of doom.
Look at the cube.
At least it's not the Matrix of Leadership. Lols.
Yeah. What?
It's the Matrix of Leadership. That's what Optimus Prime has. He has the Matrix of Leadership, and then you have to pass it on to the next
I didn't even know that was a thing.
dude.
A Matrix.
It's probably not in the films. I don't actually remember.
What? So you have to hand over this battery made from humans to the next. That's how they power themselves.
Clearly.
It's the secret all along. The Autobots.
They're powered by Energon. I mean, come on. Everybody knows that.
Farmed from humans.
Yes, they're very unspecific about what they
Energon is people.
Yep.
Right.
Star Wars Battlefront. Clearly the best looking game of the year. Oh, and also technically impressive on consoles, has to be said. Runs at 60.
Boom.
So, good job. Good job, people.
Good job. Could have made it a better
Definitely
game.
not Call of Duty this year.
Right.
Best online experience in a year of good multiplayer games.
That's a weird category. Have we done that before?
We haven't, no, this is new.
Okay.
In a year of good multiplayer games, and actually a year of
Bad multiplayer games.
bad multiplayer games, yeah. But also, in a year where you can't really say that a multiplayer game launched badly.
I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
Because Master Chief Collection was last year.
Yeah.
There's 3 games I think we've dipped into, probably more than most other games this year. That all had pretty slick online feels. So, here we go. Nominations are Halo 5, for working as intended, and
I don't think that's amazing.
well, they've done a pretty good job with Halo 5. They've gone back to the Halo 2 style matchmaking system, where it's like you get matched into a game based on your skill, if you're in ranked, and then when you're done, it drops you back out and rematches you completely from scratch.
Yeah.
Meaning you're not stuck in a room you don't like. Not that you're ever stuck, you can always come out, but it's more annoying. You get mixed with more players. It's more, the skill stuff seems fairly good. It's nice, and you can dick around in the menus while things are loading. You can go go to your requisition packs, you can buy packs, you can go sort out your customization, you can view all the stuff about your last match, all while the game is loading, and the UI very smartly just designates a bit of the screen at the top for all the loading information, so while you're mucking around in the menus, you can always see what's going on. Smart! Rocket League. You know, because there's no real problems with how that works.
No.
That's just pretty smooth. I want to play a game.
Yep.
Alright, you're playing a game. The rank stuff seems to be okay, even if we have our questions about how the hell that point system works. Like, why do I always get less points in either direction compared to everyone else?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's... The only real problem with Rocket League is just, like, the way that you have your... The casual generic rank always just goes up over time, so it's inevitable that you're going to end up fighting against harder and harder people, and then eventually, surely, you'll just be outranked, because that's, like... Eventually, you'll reach your skill cap, but assuming you're still getting points... Because you always get points even if you lose. Eventually, you'll be screwed.
Does casual do that then? Do you reckon it does? Like casual mark, they always put you as a veteran with other veterans, or you as an expert with other experts. Okay.
We just don't notice as much because when we're together, it's like pro and expert, and it's like, well, it has to try and balance that out somehow.
Oh, a veteran now.
Yes.
Oh, a veteran now.
But yeah, it does try. I mean, like when I've played by myself, I'll end up in matches where everyone's veteran. So you know. It's just shoving us all in together. Don't very often see any semi-pros or anything.
No, that's true. The only thing I wish Rocket League has, and this isn't a knock against its current experience, is... We've talked about this before. It would be great if that game had some kind of clan system.
Yeah.
Some kind of team ranking. And to make use of the other, colours that game can do, other than orange and blue.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's some potential there. Rocket League 2.
No, they should do some more expansion.
They should just bung it in. Rocket League. Been great fun. And Splatoon! It's a bit bare bones.
Best experience.
It started very bare bones, and admittedly, I've been playing most of my time solo, so I haven't had to do any of the friend stuff or any of that.
Which is bad.
Alright. We have now tried this. We have fairly recently had a mess around with how you get friends to join, and honestly, it's not the best. I didn't even know, but the Wii U does have a proper friend system now. It's not friend codes anymore. Oh god, I didn't even realise. But once Kippers and I got linked up, you can just go to join game in Splatoon and see if anyone's playing something, and then just join the queue for that room. Which is a bit annoying because you can't party up and then join immediately. Someone has to join a game, and then chances are they'll have to play a game before you can join them. Like, they'll enter a room, they'll get matched with people, and it's like by the time your system realises that you're too late, and you'll have to wait like 3 minutes for the next game. Which is, it's easy to do, but the time element is a problem. But it does work. Mainly I haven't, other than, it did have a slightly flaky launch. But past the first few days, it's been fine. No real problems at all. I don't know if I mentioned it on air, but I discovered that my problem with matchmaking always being Japanese people, as it turns out, it's because of my rank, not because of the community, I guess. It's like the only hardcore. The only people that seem to have played it as much as I have that seem to still be playing it are Japanese. If I go online with Kippers and I get ranked into lower ranked rooms, which by the way is great fun.
The annual noob harvest.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. It does mean I get to play with weapons I don't normally play with. I got to experiment with rollers and stuff that I don't normally use that much, and it's like, I can actually use these okay against level 1s. It made some weapon sets fun for a bit. I got the bucket out. That was good fun, and actually suddenly all the European and British names started turning up again. So, and we had a pretty much lag free experience. So that holds up pretty well, methinks, but it's just lacking in features. So obviously not a winner, but I just wanted to say I've had a pretty good experience with it. Pretty good experience with the COD beta, surprisingly, but I'm not counting that because I haven't played it for reals. Kippers hasn't reported anything seriously wrong with how COD functions, because it functions like COD.
Yep, exactly.
I don't know what else there is to add to that list.
No, I don't think there is anything really.
Well,
And it's worth mentioning as well that both Halo 5 and Splatoon and Rocket League, actually, all three of them have been doing, other than aesthetic stuff, in Rocket League's case, free updates. You know, when they've done stuff, it's been added to the game, the important gameplay stuff. It's all been done for free. Halo's had new maps, it's had new modes, as has Splatoon since its launch. And both, at least for the foreseeable future, all of them have said all of this new content is going to be free.
sweet.
Like, any gameplay content is going to be free. The only thing Halo makes you pay for is if you want to buy requisition packs. If you're that kind of crazy person.
The cards of doom.
Yeah.
Right. So what is it then?
Well, I suppose it is my category, I guess. Given that I'm the only one that's played all three. I want to say Halo 5's been the best.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I like Rocket League's simplicity.
Yeah.
But we have had some party issues.
Have we?
Well, we occasionally get disconnected from the party for no good reason, and then you have to all disconnect from the party to get back into one, and it's...
I'm not necessarily sure that's the game's fault. That might be on an internet connection.
Oh, maybe.
Someone dropping something.
But it still thinks you're in parties.
Yeah, the problem
sometimes.
with that is it doesn't manage it very well.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to realise when people are missing, or...
Right.
Even though the game shows that they're missing, you then try and do something with that, and it goes, yeah, but you're still in the party, and this guy's not ready yet. And it's...
I think it's... Wait... Actually, I don't know if that is actually handling it badly. I think that might just be handling it in a way that it does, because you can have a party of one person. Because when you first create a party, you'll be in a party of one person if the other people don't accept your invite.
Sure, but that's not a problem. You can still do things as a party of one.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. You can't join another party when you're already in a party. So if you're in a party of one, because it's disconnecting you from the other people, you can't join back together.
Yeah, I guess.
The actual problem with the partying system in
It's
Rocket
just
League,
the disconnecting part, then, that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, the actual problem with it is that something that they're planning on fixing shortly is that you can't rejoin a game already in progress, especially in ranked, which you should be able to do in ranked. Because, it leaves a slot open.
Yes, they have said they're doing that. And there's no way of doing that in Halo either. But I actually think that the leaving penalty in Halo is quite generous, as in it's not bad.
Yeah.
Apart from the fact that if you quit too much, it has one of those, like, quit penalties.
Yeah.
Like, it will lock you out of the game for a certain amount of time if you're... Or maybe just that mode, I'm not sure, if you quit too much. So Halo 5's been very slick for that stuff.
Okay.
Not had a...
Bit of a contrast with the Master Chief.
Yeah, they got it very right this time.
Okay, cool.
It's what I
Deserving.
want. It's exactly what I want from a Halo game's online
Sweet
experience. Although I really wish they didn't reset the rankings at the start of the January season, which will probably only last a month, which will be really annoying.
Well, in theory, yeah.
Yeah, they've called it the January 2016 season, and it's like...
Even though it started in December.
Yeah.
So, a month.
Yeah, I really hope they don't reset that again, but they probably will. And they moved Big Team Battle into unranked, which is annoying, because I quite liked that as a ranked mode, but yeah. Okay, Halo 5, best online experience. Best game that hasn't actually come out yet. This list has got smaller this year.
This has got very small very quickly.
Yeah, because
a bunch of shit came out.
Kerbal came out last year?
No, Kerbal came out this year.
Kerbal's this year.
And Prison Architect.
And obviously Dirt Rally actually made it.
Yeah, it made it.
So we've still got Besiege and Starbound sat there.
Yep, still.
Starbound seemed like it came a bit further this year than it has.
Well, I think the trouble with Starbound on the most recent patch is they've fucking rebuilt the goddamn combat system again for like the third time. It's just like, make a choice and stick to it is what they need to do. On the plus side, they have been doing other stuff at the same time.
But
like
is this one better than the previous ones?
Well,
arguably.
This most recent one, what they've done is try to diversify the weapons a bit more, because they're all randomly generated, but they wanted to have the different weapon types have more importance. So like now each weapon type has like a special attack it can do, basically, that's tied to the type of weapon it is. So like the staff type weapons you can spin, and like the spear you can hold out in front of you to just ram it into people,
Right.
that kind of stuff. But the problem that I think is weird about it is they've re-enabled contact damage with enemies, because the previous time they revamped the combat, they took out combat damage and made it so that enemies can only hit you when they're actually doing an attack, because they have like, even the basic attacks, they have basic like bite attack animations, and it's like that made sense. And also it made it much easier to traverse the planets, because you could just run through enemies, because you didn't bounce off them because there was no contact damage. So if you just wanted to get somewhere quickly, you could just run, and that was a good thing. But now they put contact damage back in, and it's like, I don't know, I thought the whole reason you took it out was because it was annoying and inconvenient.
Right.
And you wanted it to be more about timing the attack animations. So I don't know how that's going to turn out.
Maybe the whole point of like skipping combat was too much of a problem, or...
But it is annoying because of the way, when you're walking across the surface of the planet, you always just have more enemies just spawning in front of you as you're walking along. So there's always going to be something there. And, in a lot of cases, it's not even as simple as jumping over the enemies, because you get enemies that jump, so they meet you in midair, and then you hit them anyway, and it's just really annoying and inconvenient.
Could it make more sense if there were certain enemies that were collision?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things people were saying about it, is like, if you're going to have collision, make it an enemy specifically, make it so that like enemies that look like they're electrified actually are electrified, I guess,
or spiky maybe.
Yeah, or spiky. So I don't know if they'll stick with that, because people seemed annoyed, but I wish they'd stop changing it. On the plus side,
it sounds like you're right in that they're undecided about what they think works best.
Yeah, and they need to like settle on an idea.
Yeah,
but on the plus side, like parallel to that, they've at least been doing all the like colony building stuff. You can build houses for people, and people actually come and live in them, and then those people will give you procedurally generated quests to do things. It's like, that's good. That's like makes the game more complete.
Yeah, there's a bit more to it now.
You don't just have everything on your spaceship any longer, although you sort of can. Just keep everything there.
Just keep it there.
So yeah, Starbound might eventually get... supposedly there's maybe only 1 or 2 more patches before that will be out, or what they consider version 1 anyway.
Right.
Okay.
And then they're going to continue working on it in a Terraria fashion.
Any news on Terraria 2?
No, that went weird, because there was that announcement of Terraria 2, and then there was an announcement of that weird spin-off Terraria game that's not Terraria 2.
I remember that.
It's like, I don't know what's going on with that. And also, I thought it was funny when I was looking at games that were released this year. Another version of Terraria literally only just came out. It came out on 3DS.
Oh, did it?
Right.
Huh.
So it's like, it's still coming out on every goddamn system you can imagine.
Yeah, fair play to them. That's kind of the indie model right now, isn't it? It's like, just get the game out and then eke it out everywhere you can.
It's like Minecraft came out on Wii U.
You know what? I think that might probably be a pretty good fit on 3DS, right?
Terraria, yeah, I guess so. Assuming it lets you touch screen mine, I guess.
Short of them making a Minecraft for 3DS, but
yes. Because it would be kind of awkward if they wanted... I mean, it's not a 3D game, but if they wanted to keep action in the upper screen, that would kind of not let you touch screen mine. And I think touch screen mining would help.
yeah.
Because, I mean, they have their auto-mining thing
maybe
they
you get
use
the
for the
miner
consoles.
Maybe when you get the miner out, it just swaps the screens over.
Maybe. Oh, no, wait, I think I actually saw a video of it, because I think what it does is it puts like a map version of the screen on the bottom, which you can toggle into like your local areas, but it's like simplified, so it's just like coloured squares, and then you can tap on those to mine specific ones.
That way. Okay,
I think that's how it works. So maybe that's okay.
I guess we should mention Factorio.
I guess. I mean, that's another weird development situation that they're in, because they're in the process of getting it onto Steam in the next version, in an early access situation, and that's been a big hassle for them apparently. So actual progress on the game development hasn't gotten as far as people would like. But it's also they have a problem sort of similar to Starbound, except maybe worse, where they don't really know what they're going to do with the end of the game. there's been this whole situation of like initially it was just a super placeholder thing where it's like you supply a bunch of resources to this rocket and then you win. And then there was the suggestion that there was going to be a space platform, which was going to be like a separate environment where you transfer stuff from the planet to space, and then you build the space platform, and then you win.
Okay.
But maybe that's not going to happen because they said that it wasn't going to make it into the Steam version because they didn't have time to work on it, and maybe it's not going to happen at all now. So I don't know. They seem to be in a bit of a trouble of like choosing where this project's going to end exactly.
Something about your wording there makes it sound like they. Are they working on it full time? Is this like a side project for the guys?
No, that's definitely a full time thing.
Okay.
They have like a studio, and they've hired like a whole variety of people over the year.
Okay,
Mostly artists, though. I think is the thing. Doesn't seem like there's been much more programming effort being put
I
in.
guess art is hard.
Well,
Art takes time,
and they do need better art, which they've been slowly in the progress of working through.
It's one of those things that it sounds bizarre, right? But art is definitely one of those things that you can kind of throw money at.
Yeah.
It's like, we need more, or we need better. Either one will cost you money. Throw some cash at it. Get some guys. Do it.
Yeah.
Alright then. So out of those three, it sounds like you're still on the Starbound side.
Out of those three, probably, yeah.
I mean, we haven't played Besiege, admittedly since the quick look. Or,
or our video, whatever you want to call it.
episode video, early access video thing.
Episode of video thing.
I mean... Has anything been happening with Besiege even? That's the question as far as I'm concerned.
It's had a few updates.
Yeah.
It's had a few updates. I mean, I uninstalled it because it was updating, and I was like, I realised I'm not playing it, so it's just like, I'll take it off.
I remember the obvious one that we've missed that probably actually should win is Space Engineers.
Yeah,
Because that technically came out in some way when it hit consoles, but it's not really.
It's still in early access on... Oh, well, that's a toughie, actually. Does that count? What do you reckon?
Because they're still making such drastic... I was surprised that they even released it to consoles.
Oh, I guess it's out.
It's because it would be out and marked as a... It hasn't come out on the preview program for Xbox, I'm assuming, if it's out on PS4. And it's...
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah, I think I have to consider that out. Unfinished, maybe.
Ruled out.
But I think that's just out.
Because they are still making such ridiculous changes to it at this point. Like all the planets that are just hit.
Yes. Ongoing dev, but they've probably... Wait, what version number do they call it? Maybe that's what we should base it on. What did they call it?
I don't even remember what the most recent version number is. I'm not sure they've done version numbers for a while. They just say update number, whatever.
Okay. Will the console versions get updated as well?
Well, yeah, that is the big question. It's like, because they released that... when it released on the console, it was in such a weird state because it wasn't... immediately after that, they started putting in more major features like the oxygen and then the planets and all that. It's like that was a weird time to just dump it onto consoles, really.
That does strike me as strange. I think I have to consider that out at this point if it's not marked on consoles as either part of being a preview program.
Yeah.
Which I think only exists on Xbox or as a beta of some kind.
Yeah.
Then, we can't factor that. So, Starbound, then.
Yeah, I guess so.
The best game that hasn't actually come out yet. Because Nuclear Throne came out, I guess.
It did.
That's the other biggie that we didn't touch. I realised, before we get on to GOTY, unless you've got any more categories you want to add.
Probably not. Wait, did we...
We didn't do the old games lists.
Sure.
What was our 2014 game of 2015? Or, actually, this year I've added the older games.
Games that are really
the best game we've discovered from the past this year. I mean, we don't have to rattle through. We don't have to be too, discussion-y
specific
about these. But so we hit Dungeon of the Endless, Forza Horizon 2, Freedom Planet, Goat Simulator, Halo Master Chief Collection, Hearthstone-ish, Max Gentleman, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, One Finger Death Punch, So Many Me, and South Park The Stick of Truth from 2014. Which of those that we missed the first time is the best?
It's the best. Don't know.
I haven't played enough Hearthstone to judge.
Well,
but I'm liking what I'm playing.
Surely out of those, it's got to really be South Park, because you guys just really barely missed out at the end of last year, and you knew it was going to be awesome, and you really wanted to play it.
I hit it in March this year.
It was pretty good.
It was pretty good. Some of the comedy is pretty. Oh boy.
Yes.
Oh boy. It goes
It's a South Park
places.
game.
Yeah. I did enjoy my time of Horizon 2. it's like I think by the time I'd finished the main campaign loop, I suppose I didn't finish everything in it, obviously, because that you'd have to be some sort of crazy person to do that. But I enjoyed my time with it. It's a good looking game, had fun. It's not necessarily 100% what I want out of a driving game, but it's good. Worth a mention. Same with Freedom Planet. I'm not sure that's quite what I want out of a 32-bit-esque Sonic knockoff.
Yes.
I think I still want a 32-bit Sonic. Not that a thing was ever really made. I mean, I'm not counting Knuckles here.
No.
Chaotix.
Yes, not counting a 32X game.
Yeah.
Very specifically 32-bit.
Yeah, I mean, Goat Simulator is what it is.
Yep.
And Master Chief Collection is a remake, so, you know.
Yes.
And I didn't personally get on with Ground Zeroes. I don't... This is the
it's not
weird
as good
thing.
as
I think maybe if I went and played Ground Zeroes again now, having had the slightly slower curve...
Yeah.
Actually, slightly, very much longer curve in Metal Gear Solid 5, maybe I'll be better at it now.
It's not as polished, though, is it? Clearly.
It's not, no. Yeah. But yeah, I just didn't enjoy my time with it when I was... It frustrated me way more than the Phantom Pain does. One Finger Death Punch is a lot of fun.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun. It's really badly put together in some respects. Like it is. If we're talking about least art, maybe other than the Stickman animations, which are sweet.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, that's a lot of fun and slightly racist voiceover man.
Your favourite?
He's pretty funny. So Many Me was okay. I thousanded it. Thousanded.
I kind of want to skip ahead in our Steam list to do Dungeon of the Enders because I don't want to forget everything about that game before we make a video on it. But it's only a D. It's not that far away, but we've got a lot of C to go.
We've got Broforce next.
Yes, got Broforce, and then
which is a game of this year we didn't get around to playing.
Although that
came out.
Also in C, I'm eager to play Cargo Commander in a video.
Oh yeah,
because I like that as well.
Yeah. Cargo Commander. Yeah, South Park. I think it has to be South Park.
Sure.
That list. Best game of 2014 that
we
only got
your
round.
balls.
Protect your balls.
No, protect your balls.
Don't ever fart on anyone's balls. Don't do it.
For some reason, that's a thing it just calls at the start as well.
Is it? Well, don't fart on my balls.
No, protect your balls.
Protect your balls.
Except he doesn't say balls. He's like, he fake
balls.
punches Rico in the nuts. He's like, you have to protect yourself.
Alright. Let's fight in love.
We have to protect the children.
What's next? Old games, really old games.
That I discovered games in 2015. So this has got a lot of Rare Replay on it.
I'm sure.
Attic
you
Attack.
Said rare replay.
Right, well, yeah. I've only put the games. No, I put quite a lot of games on it.
Oh god.
Attic Attack, Assassin's Creed 3, Binary Domain, Castle Storm, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Don't Starve, Grabbed by the Ghoulies, Jet Force Gemini, Orcs Must Die 2, Rayman Legends, RC Pro-Am, The Skull Girls, not with the just Skull Girls.
That's it, yeah.
Time Crisis 5 and The Bridge.
Time
Crisis. Well, I thought there was going to be good games. Did you just list everything
this
we played?
This is the everything we older list that we talked about on Saladcast.
So what's the deal with the Counter-Strike?
What we haven't played before is the trick that we sort of discovered this year.
Had you not played GO before?
Global Offensive? No, I got roped into it. You
played Counter-Strike?
I played Counter-Strike before, but I didn't play...
Source.
And Source, yeah, but I only got roped into CSGO this year.
Does it look like modern?
It's alright.
Ish.
It's not... it's not ultra modern, no.
Right.
It's, it's more designed for...
Better than Source.
It's a bit better than Source, and, it's designed for performance more than anything else. Mm-hmm. Binary Domain was a laugh. That sort of B-tier game that is kind of enjoyable.
Yeah.
I don't rate Assassin's Creed 3. I don't rate Castle Storm. Don't rate Grabbed by the Ghoulies, and Jet Force Gemini is fucking weird.
It's just too old and weird.
Yeah. Time Crisis 5 was really dumb. Really dumb. We can move at the speed of lightning.
It was rubbish. Pokemon.
It's still a gun game. Still fun. It doesn't matter how rubbish they are, they're still fun.
It's no Time Crisis 2.
No. I quite like Skullgirls. I'm really quite fond of, actually, as far as fighters go. That's, playing as the big band. It's pretty cool. Punching people with a tuba. Get in. And I think also my pick from that list is Rayman Legends. I had a really good time with that game.
Yeah, cool.
That was really good.
Zeg, any contributions?
I'm trying to think of any other old ones. I mean, obviously, Orcs Must Die 2 is my one on that list, really, isn't it?
And Don't Starve.
And Don't Starve, I guess. Yeah. Well, the trouble with Don't Starve is that, the multiplayer version of it is still so much a work in progress.
Yeah.
Even though it's been out forever.
Don't Starve Together, whatever that sort of technically started last year, didn't it? The Together version, and then
and it's doubly weird because it's
that's got a console version
expansion
now.
packs don't necessarily cross exactly as well. Like the expansion packs for the single player game are separate, but a lot of the expansion content is implemented into the multiplayer version.
Right, I see.
The base multiplayer version.
Yeah, okay, that's weird.
So yeah, that's really weird and confusing. But yeah, I guess that's about it, really. And those games are fine, but not the best games ever. And I couldn't really think of anything else that was anything older that I had started playing this year. I'm sure there's been some, I just don't remember them.
Oh, it's got to be games that we've never played before is the trick.
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
plenty of old games we've played, I'm sure.
Yeah, naturally.
Maybe Windjammers.
That was last year, though, wasn't it? We must have started playing that last year.
Probably. I think my pick's Rayman.
Yeah, that's probably makes sense.
I really like that game.
Coolio. Rayman Legends.
Yeah.
Didn't we miss, in terms of category, and I only remember this because we talked about it beforehand, we didn't do I don't know if there is actually a category to do, but we didn't do best single music track. Because we had that whole discussion about the Fallout 4 intro screen music, and that never actually came up.
That's true.
But I don't think there's really any. We haven't thought of any other options to put in there, really.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a standout track. Well, maybe we should, if we're talking about that, Mysterious Stranger.
Oh, and also we didn't. I guess. Actually, also, I guess we could. We could shove Mysterious Stranger and the Fallout 4 intro screen into Best Moment, because we didn't have that category.
No, I guess. Yeah. That's true, we didn't do Best Moment this year. Again, because I don't think I had any real super standout single player moments.
I mean, the intro to Metal Gear Solid 5 is insane. It's nothing to do with the game, but it is kind of like, what the fuck is going on?
But I don't really know, out of that, what would I pick as the moment, right? If we were doing that,
there's a lot of moments in there, isn't there?
Yeah, but I don't know. That's what I mean. I don't know what.
What we're basically discussing is how long is a moment.
Yeah.
How many hours of gameplay can still be a moment?
I think it's got to be a relatively short space of time.
It's kind of a cool moment where they fake you out, where they give you a whole face building thing, and then you just look like Snake. That's quite funny.
That's I want to know where that actually gets.
That actually does get used.
It must be used online, right?
It gets used, I think.
Because
anyway,
you supposedly change. Yeah, that's really dumb. Yeah, you'd change your face. Don't
it's
you?
a really fully featured editor
and everything.
builder,
Yeah. We should max face it at some point.
Sorry, spoiler alert for the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yes, but you get to build it all, and then it's all. But then, of course, supposedly because you're playing as boss, you still see yourself as boss, and so that's why you see your face. I think that's also where the I don't know. This again might be spoilery. Where the slightly Easter eggy devil mechanic comes into play, because that's how you see yourself. Yeah, but that's weird. That is weird. And you can go back and edit it, and it's like, but this has no point.
Because I just look like Snake. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We can. I don't know. I have enough ammunition for those.
The quiet fight is sort of a moment.
The quiet fight's quite cool. Yeah.
It's not really a fight; it's more of a moment.
Of course, the trouble with moments is there's other things that don't really count, but anytime you do something awesome in Rocket League, obviously.
Yeah. It's filled with those.
And maybe even
Have you done you blow any shit up in freaking Just Cause?
Well, that's not that impressive.
No, it's
That's just the norm.
Yeah.
yeah.
You could say anytime you actually achieve something in Kernel. When you actually manage to do something and it works,
Like
land on the moon, and you're like, wow. Somewhat of a moment.
That wasn't a moment for me this year, though. It was last year.
Yeah. I was like, the intro sequence for, the whole, which was in the trailers, for Ori, is kind of nice.
Yeah.
The death of your friend.
But yeah, we had that whole discussion about the Fallout 4 title screen music, but because that was also related to the moment of opening the vault. They reused the start of that song. But as I discussed with you, it's kind of ruined by the fact that the vault door opens and there's just an elevator.
Yeah, they fudged that up. Yeah. It's like, let's walk into the light. Oh.
Oh, we're still on
the light's still a dark room for some reason.
Yes, it's actually no brighter out here than it was inside.
Yeah.
There just happened to be a spotlight facing towards the door.
Fooled you.
Why was there even a spotlight down there?
Yeah.
I guess it turned on when you opened the door.
Not the best. Yeah, I don't know. That's worth discussing, but I don't think there's really anything to call out there.
But that track was so good.
Yeah.
It actually it was easily the best bit of music in the game, annoyingly. Even against the actual real music on the radio stations.
See, I'm trying to think now. What's the best little bit of music? I quite like, the death metal track or death-ish metal track.
Yes.
Slightly more screamy track from Splatoon is kind of fun. I quite like the Dr. Octavio fight music from the single player, sung by the Squid Sisters. That's quite fun. The win your round sting, as we mentioned earlier, is cool.
Hold up. What was our most disappointing?
Tony Hawk's.
Tony Hawk's.
If you just saw something.
Yeah, because I've just realised
Rewind!
that technically Broken Age came out this year.
The second half,
well,
And
yeah.
the second part was of disappointment. Probably bigger than, I would say, than Tony Hawk's, given we thought that Tony Hawk's was always going to be bad, and I think Broken Age was
I guess we're
pretty
like,
promising.
Yeah. Alright. Overruled.
Overruled! Sorry, it's got to be, because it was bad. It was not good. And, Broken Age, the first part was cool, and they just, reused bits a lot, and there wasn't...
And it was a weird, story twist that didn't really make any sense.
Yeah, and it's just... It fucks it up.
Overruled!
So, sorry about that. I'd
Biggest
forgotten that was
disappointment,
this
Broken
year.
Age. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that.
That
Most
is-
forgotten.
Yeah, that's disappointing. I'm afraid.
Most blocked from our memories.
Anyhow. Sorry, back on track.
Most just forgotten. Yeah, right. I don't know. Are we doing something with this?
No,
then? No.
we
Okay.
just had to have that discussion because I remembered what we were talking about.
Before we get on to GOTYs, then, last thing. Quick rundown of your most time spent award for the year.
By your estimation.
Yeah.
Because we're not looking at our Steam accounts.
Mine is Rocket League, by a mile.
Yeah, I think mine might actually still be Rocket League, even though I've played a lot of Fallout 4.
Time spent?
Yeah.
GTA 5, probably?
That's probably true, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man, that game's good.
my Rocket League timer is about double my Halo timer. And I feel like I've played a ton of Halo, but I've played twice a ton.
2 tons.
2 tons of Rocket League.
It's really weird with Rocket League because we talked about it with Team Fortress, where you can keep playing that and you don't realise that you're spending so much time where each of these rounds is fucking half an hour.
Yeah.
You don't notice. Whereas in
The
Rocket League,
League,
each round is 5 minutes, and yet you still don't feel like you're playing a ton of rounds.
And yeah, it's like, oh, what time is it? Oh, fucking hell, it's 1 a.m.
Or it'll be like, oh, it's 11:30. I can play 6 more rounds, and then you play 12, and you're like, oh fuck, and now it's half of 12.
It's like, I could probably get away with another one. And you play another 5. It's like, oh damn it, what am I doing? It's one of those games. Right, Game of the Year nominations.
Woo. This is going to be a fucking long list.
Well,
Why should it be long?
it only has to be your best picks.
Yeah.
But even then, it's could be quite close between some of them.
Don't you know what your game of the year is, though? Surely there's 3.
Really.
One each.
We'll see. Well, I'm a little bit
Okay.
torn in some cases.
Let's get... Go on then.
Because my top three are the top three I've been talking about all episodes.
Yeah.
Halo 5, Rocket League, and Splatoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
They are... weirdly, I've got a line-up with all multiplayer games. Like, I'm not sure that's necessarily happened before.
Does Zeg's list have Rocket League on it? 'Cause
Well,
that's
yes,
gonna-
of course it does.
I guess we have to factor into into the discussion. We have to put Metal Gear here, right?
Well, that's my one, so...
Okay.
I think that's the best game of the year. Because it's weird, mostly.
One of the weirder games of the year,
Yeah. Weird while being like AAA crazy, polished, and also what you could do
also
that shit.
what? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the combo that makes it awesome.
Anyone nominating Dirt Rally?
No,
We've talked about it a lot.
it's really
but
good though.
It's good, but it's not great.
Fine.
It's fine.
I'm glad you said it because I kind of agree. Because I don't know. I think until I can sort out my technical stuff,
Yeah,
with
the
the wheel,
mysterious whatever the fuck's going on.
yeah,
your
with the
computer.
wheel and the stuttering and stuff like that. There's quite a lot to that game that I just do not find fun.
I think
in its
Dirt
current
Rally
form.
is like one of the most directly aimed at us of any games.
Yeah, someone just hopes listens to the Saladcast
Yeah.
and it's just all like, oh man, these guys are onto something. Let's make the game for them.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah. And I'd say if I can get a new machine, hopefully get the force feedback problem sorted out somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do that. If it goes away and with new kit, but
Yes.
I doubt it.
Or like some mysterious Windows 10 update refixes it. Or whatever the fuck happened.
There's some reports that it might be something to do with certain wheels, so I might try my old 360 wheel
Right.
to see if that solves the problem. I need to find it first. I think Kipper still has it.
Enjoy the cat hair.
Yeah, boy, probably that rubber probably smells real bad. Then I'm going to give it another shot. But it's like as it stands, and also some of it still feels a little unfinished.
Well, yeah.
You know, the web portal league stuff seems a bit, well, it's clunky as hell.
I mean, they did still say that they want to continue working with it, but that just seems even weirder coming from Codemasters because they're an actual company. And that's not what actual companies do, that's what indie developers do.
To a point, yeah. I mean, the worry here is that Cody's have a history of just dropping DLC at this point.
I'm not sure that would necessarily be a bad thing, assuming it's not ridiculously priced.
They wouldn't be able to DLC tracks, you reckon? Because like,
Well, that would
then it'll feel-
be the only one that I'd care about.
Because
I would care about more vehicles.
Yeah, well, it would factor people out of leagues, wouldn't it? Would be the problem.
Yeah,
Like,
to some extent, but I mean, who fucking cares about leagues, really?
the leagues are one of the coolest features.
Yes, but if you're doing it with a group of people, and then you probably have people to say, let's have a vote on whether we want to do DLC or not, or like just leagues that are set up to be no DLC. I mean, it's not like you can't create a whole. It's not like each individual person in a league couldn't create a league, and therefore you could have one DLC league and one not DLC league
Yeah.
if you were that serious about it.
Either way, Dirt Rally not on the game. of
Not
the
on the
year
list.
No.
Have you got any other nominations, Zegel? Have you got like? Do you care about Fallout 4 or any of that shit,
Not sufficiently.
or even Just Cause 3?
No, not
No.
Score 3 or Fallout 4. I mean, there's Kerbal Space Program, because, goddamn, that game is
That actually came
still
out.
the most ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's true.
And now this is actually coming out, it needs to be on the list slightly.
I mean, we can have our honourable mentions. We can mention those here.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm
That's what we are
currently honourably mentioning stuff that I'm not entirely sure is going to win,
Yeah.
but, you know, Kerbal Space Program probably has the best chance. Obviously, I want to say Infinifactory. I just want to say the word, because
Infinifactory.
I still fucking like those games, but, you know, it's just... That's it.
Yeah.
If that's the puzzle type you're in for at that particular moment, Infinifactory is definitely that game.
Yep.
It's a good version of conveyor belts.
Yes. Prison Architect came out, but, you know, that's not... That's like Kerbal Space Program, but less.
I think it's kind of cool, but like
It's cool, and it's an Introvision thing, and you can see it, because it's like, you know, it's that kind of semi-simplistic thing that they do, but built on top of quite complicated systems.
I have that. I'm on the fence with Prison Architect in terms of actually getting sunk into it,
Yeah.
like deep into it. Is the thing. I'm missing the draw.
Well, you should
I know we've already like done a video of it and stuff like that, but there's something about it that's just not going. Play me.
Well, it's like it's a hard thing. I don't know exactly. It's because if you're not playing the campaign, which I mean you should just play the campaign because it's really simple and segregated and steps you through each thing quite contained.
Sure, yeah. Fixed challenges.
Yeah, but then once you get to the sandbox, the thing that's difficult to overcome in like the desire to play it is because it is like really a sandbox. It's like there's no, apart from just progressing through the steps to unlock more stuff, there's no actual real like limits. Almost you can build whatever the fuck you want, as providing it vaguely functions like a prison.
Yeah.
And that's why that can be quite difficult to get into, because you're basically having to think up designs and think like that might be cool, that might work better than the way I was doing it before or whatever,
which is to some extent the draw, right?
That's why that works.
Yeah.
But if you don't particularly get into it, there's not really anything there to draw you, I wouldn't have said.
It's the same reason any like management sim like that kind of works, right? You need to figure out these things for yourself. That is the draw. That is Roller Coaster Tycoon. That is hospital. Like figuring out what's the best solution.
Yeah, to some extent. But I mean, like in Roller Coaster Tycoon, there's still opportunities to do things that are just like expressive, but not necessarily 100% efficient.
Yeah.
Whereas in Prison Architect, you're more or less just striving to see what the best setup is.
Yeah.
I mean,
same with Theme Hospital. If you didn't achieve, you weren't being efficient, you were probably going to lose.
Yeah, you run out of space in Theme Hospital. But like in Prison Architect, the only real like expressive thing is choosing whether you're going to go more like reforming or hardcore security. Like that's the main balance of your prison, whether you want to actually make a nice prison where everyone's going to be happy because they're having a good life and reforming themselves before they go back outside, or whether you just want to beat the shit out of everyone. So yeah, that's that. Not necessarily anything game theory. And
cities, you got any? Because
no, I mean that was just like we said when we were talking about it compared to SimCity. It's like it's just a adequately decent representation of a SimCity thing that's slightly better than decent.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like it's not
better
amazing.
Than decent. I'm sure we talked about this at the time, but do you reckon it's a SimCity 4 killer, or is SimCity 4 still the king?
It could be. It depends whether the continuing DLC plan and mod support progresses. Because like the modding that got done in SimCity 4 was ridiculous because it had to try and break into the really difficult to get into SimCity 4 systems. And so the fact that it managed to do as much as it did was what was surprising about it, and what really made it continue for so long. So with this, like, now that you have a more liberal modding system, and potentially the developers are still going to keep working on it for quite a while yet, it might become better. Also, obviously, the other trouble with SimCity 4 is it's quite fucking old and runs on a weird graphics system thing. So yeah, and then the only other thing I wanted to mention, which obviously isn't, well, I would say obviously, but probably isn't going to be anything to do with Game of the Year, and I have to mention it because it's unfortunately a game that's literally only just come out, so I can't talk about it for this year's Game of the Year because I haven't finished it, and I can't talk about it for next Game of the Year next year because I'll probably finish it before the start of next year when it would count for playing last year's game next year, or whatever.
Damn.
But yeah, SteamWorld Heist came out. And
it counts, because you haven't had enough time with it, I don't think. But
well, I might have played like 2/3 of it, you know.
Okay. Yeah,
might not be that long ago.
That was a proper late release, wasn't
it was a proper late release, but yeah, it's a pretty good 2D XCOM type thing in the SteamWorld universe, I guess, sort of.
It does look cool.
Yes.
Having seen you play it looks good.
Importantly, it's a nice 3DS game.
Yeah.
Haven't been many of those.
It's been a quiet year. It's been a quiet year for the 3DS. I suppose you've got Fire Emblem to look forward to next year.
Yeah, maybe.
Fire Emblem Fates.
Oh, and the other...
Beth.
The other game that we really haven't mentioned... I don't know, do we want to do a bit of, like, talking about stuff that probably might have been Game of the Year if we'd actually played it?
Well, that's what the notable list was.
Yeah, well, we kind of skipped through that real quick.
What were you thinking?
Well, I was thinking about how everyone is shit hot for Undertale.
Yeah. I mean, you guys have sort of started it, but yeah.
Started it.
I mean, I can see...
I'll get through it.
Like, you know...
I am kind of interested as well.
To some extent, like... I can see the comediness of it, and I can
Yeah.
see how it has potential to have some kind of emotional
thing,
attachment going on, and like there's obviously I've heard things about it as well, which kind of I've been trying not to get spoiled, but some things you can't avoid. I mean, and the other trouble with it is that it seems to be sort of designed to play through multiple times as well. So it's not just like we've only just played the first hour and then we'll be done after the 5-hour length of the game. You might actually want to go back to see it in different ways.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because you know that it's going to change because it's basing it off your playstyle.
Yeah, but then like that's sort of my problem with it, is that knowing that. Because that you can't, like, I couldn't avoid being spoiled from that fact.
Does that mean you're playing it in a certain
does
way?
that mean that I've kind of automatically started playing in a certain style?
Yeah.
Which is kind of awkward. So yeah, it's a bit weird. I haven't quite got into it yet, I don't think, and I don't know how well it's going to get me because of that, because of knowing things about it. But then
which now we all know. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all unavoidable.
Yeah, it is. It's all out there. I knew all that stuff anyway.
Yeah.
I think, if we're talking about other stuff, Axiom Verge, I think, will come up in other conversations for people that have played it. I think Downwell is going to come up. Everyone already is talking about Downwell as being crazy, addictive, arcadey thing.
Yeah.
And Mario Maker is the other super biggie.
Probably the important one.
We missed. The only reason I didn't pick that up.
How could that be Game of the Year? I mean, it's cool.
It seems like it seems awesome, but it's like the only reason I didn't pick that up is because a bit of my head still goes, I'm not sure I want to play the types of levels people are making for that thing, right?
Sure.
Like the draw of Mario Maker is the hellscape of one's creations.
That's the thing, though. A lot of other people's creations are hellscapes. Like, they're pretty hard often.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's what I want from a Mario game. I'm really intrigued, and I kind of, but I'm not sure I necessarily have the environment unless we get Zach into it. Like, we have like Mario Maker sessions or something like every week.
Yeah.
Like, of coming up with ideas and then getting each other to play them. And stuff like that. Unless you foster that kind of environment with your friends, I'm not convinced that game necessarily works. Like, if it was just me in a vacuum, like, there's plenty of games where you can just play them on your own, and we do, because that's how most people are, I suppose. But this strikes me as one of those where you need other people involved.
Yeah.
So should we get back to narrowing what we played?
Well, yeah, I just want... Well, yeah. My notable mentions that I can't put in the list, I don't think. Fast Racing Neo, I'm really enjoying, but not played enough of it. Massive Chalice, I think. I really enjoyed my time with that. I think it filled the XCOM gap nicely. The XCOM Lite with some twists. I think it was cool. Really like the soundtrack for that, by the way. Actually, I forgot to talk about that earlier. It's a good soundtrack. Not a winning soundtrack, but it's pretty cool. The main theme, sort of like ebb and flow of strings and stuff, is neat. And I think those are my honourable mentions. Jackbox Party Pack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apart from it being like a 2, and like I'd say some of those weren't as good as
it's probably not as strong as the first entry. I mean, the enhanced versions of like Quiplash is cool.
Yeah.
The enhanced version of Fibbage is cool.
Yeah. But
they're
Idiots is clearly not as good as Drawful.
Yeah, I mean, Idiots is fun. I like it, but it's no Drawful. Drawful's just hilarious. Yeah, and then that's what I want to say. They're my honourables.
Earwax turned out to be better than you would have thought.
Earwax is better than it should be. Because the sound selection is relatively limited, but every time we play that game, it's like playing it for the first time again somehow.
Yes, it's still funny.
Like grunt noise. Grunt is the best. Yeah, maybe we get Kippers over and play some of that.
That's what you say every week.
I know. It's because it's that sort of game. All right, so that leaves us... I'm not sure I picked up what your actual proper nominations were.
You weren't even paying attention.
So we've got
I think Kerbal is a
Halo 5 Rocket League,
quite a strong one.
Metal Gear, Kerbal. And yeah, I think everything else we honourable mentioned.
Yeah, pretty much.
Other than those.
So your big ones, Zach, are Kerbal, technically, and Rocket League.
Yeah.
And then...
What's not to love about Rocket League?
Yep, exactly.
That's a good question. Well, I've been predicting
You can put
that
the,
this was the... What,
you
was,
can put the
what
deal with it glasses on a car.
Yeah.
And the action of doing so makes them descend onto your car appropriately slowly.
No, I think only you think that's as funny as you think that.
Yeah, no, it's not important at all. I think it's cool that it's there, but
old meme is old.
Yeah,
I know.
I like old memes. Shut up.
I know
They're the best.
Rocket League is...
The classics, the vintage memes. Sorry.
I know Rocket League is like an indie game with technically not much content, but it has loads of gameplay potential, and I just think that Splatoon is a bit thin for Game of the Year comparison. Even.
I mean, it's big now. I mean, even before we started today, it's like, oh, there's a new level.
Sure. But, yeah, Game of the Year, Splatoon.
It's innovative.
Yeah.
It's unique.
Yeah, it's got the best soundtrack.
It's a Nintendo-like solution.
Well, it's always not a Nintendo.
They made a
solution.
shooter.
That's the surprise.
Yeah, they made a shooter.
But is it really, like...
You know
I
what?
think it's a huge success for what it is.
You know what? The more I thought about Splatoon, the more I've sort of come down on the side of the depth problem.
Yeah.
In that it's still a lot of fun. I still go back to it every now and then. But it's not right to put, if we're doing the comparison game already, to put it next to Halo 5 in terms of just how much I think I get out of that multiplayer experience. It's not quite there. It's a different experience, and I'm loving the fact that it's different. It sort of blew me away how much I connected with it. I think is the trick with that. I mean, we played it at EGX, and I thought, this is cool. The motion controls are a bit weird. And then sat and I played the beta and had exactly the same problem. It's like, this is cool. Motion controls feel weird. Sit down with a full game. Like, they didn't change a thing. And somehow it gelled. Just instantly, sitting down with a full game, I'm like, I've got it. You're onto something here. This motion control shit works in this case. The gameplay works. It's fun to play. The squid mechanics are cool. You've done something original. I like this. In terms of like actual, strategies and thinking about. I mean, that stuff is probably like only available in the ranked mode, but you can't like join parties in ranked mode. There is now the squad mode, which I think if you manage to get 4 friends together, you can actually go into a different ranked mode to play like as a team of 4 friends against a team of 4 friends. So they have now added that at least. But I need a team of 4 friends.
That's not going to happen.
Do you know 4 people with a Wii U? Like, I don't. Let alone 4 people that have Splatoon. So it's... So that's... It's... I have to commend them. But in my eyes, on the multiplayer alone, Halo 5 is stronger.
Right.
It's like... That's not to say Halo 5 isn't without its flaws. The more I've played it, the more I've got a little bit annoyed about a few things. Like... It's very clear that they are taking the strategy of let's build a map and let's build another map that's pretty much the same as the first one but change a couple of things. Like, there's 2 levels, I think it's Eden and another one that are basically like, I don't know, bits of human city or something, like a cityscape in the background, and there's sort of like an open back, and then there's some catwalks the other side. There's one version of it that has like a big catwalk through the middle of it, and there's another one that basically doesn't. It's just got a couple of pillars and a different opening into the middle of the big round bit. But other than that, it's the same map, and it's kind of obvious that they've just done that. And they treat it's 2 different maps, and it's like, kinda.
So we're starting to get worried about their free map DLC.
A little bit, yeah, because the one they just released for arena mode called Overgrowth kind of does that with the plaza level.
Okay.
It's got some shared geometry with the plaza level. Admittedly, it's a complete, in this case at least, it's a very complete visual design. Like, it's all overgrown and old and stuff like that, whereas the plaza is still, sort of a Tokyo-esque city sort of look. But it's got some shared geometry, and it's obvious. It's like, here's that staircase, and there'll be a slight kink to the left before you enter an open area, and it's... that worries me. And like that's not something that... I mean, hasn't really bothered me too much, but it just feels like, you know, what is a relatively thin selection of just straight up arena levels feels a little thinner as a result. So that's a shame. But they have been doing good updates. Big Team Battle I have a blast in. I think that's good fun. That's like, that is the most Halo-ass mode in that game. Like, if you want to talk about old school Halo, Big Team Battle is where it's at. Which is weird, because I never really liked old school Big Team Battle that much.
That's what we actually played.
We played a lot of like straight Slayer in 2, didn't we? And we did play some Big Team Battle in 2, but since then we sort of fell off. Yeah, because Zach fell off, I suppose.
And they didn't have as good options for Big Team Battle from then on.
But you know, it's great fun in this. And if, you know, and Forge is promising. Forge seems to be the strongest version of it so far. They've remade a map from Halo, the city level from Halo 2, entirely in Forge, and they've just like rebuilt it. And it's like, here you go, we've added this to the Big Team playlist. And it's like, all right, cool. Like, do more of that, please. There's maybe, you know, there's potential for them to do what previous Halo games have done quite well, which is to start factoring Forge levels into the main playlists. And in fact, they did that at launch. You know, some of the levels were straight up Forge levels, but it's cool. More of that, please. More new ideas. More. I don't necessarily care if they're like super visual. Just more interesting levels is fine. Forge will probably be the key to that. It's good. It's strong. It's varied. All the weapons feel good. I'm learning actually that some of the weapons I thought were naff actually do have points. There are purposes to them. The shitty bolt shot pistol can actually be a get out of jail card sometimes because it has a little bit of shot tracking. You sort of duck behind a corner while firing, and you might just score the headshot that you need. You know, it's great. It's really good. It's the most fun I've had like on a multiplayer shooter, I think, for a while. Like of that import, like serious shooter, I suppose. It's good. It's really good.
Okay.
And the unlock system is a hook.
Yeah.
It's kind of mostly pointless. Like the rec system for weapons can be somewhat frustrating because it's like, when am I going to get the rec that gives me tanks? I want tanks. But you know, it's a hook. It's a reason to keep coming back. It's like, I want those unlocks. Okay. I want those legendary armors. I'll never get them, but I want them. I don't even know what they look like. There's one with flames on it.
Naturally.
I think they've done a fantastic job. But notice I've spent in this entire time talking about the multiplayer.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
The single player is just kind of... It's not terrible.
It's not Game of the Year.
The single player element it's just kind of faded into nothing in my own mind. And
but we were just comparing like Splatoon there, so for a bit. So I think we could probably strike Splatoon off, despite the fact that it's a really, really good game.
I think Halo 5 is stronger.
But now we're down.
But bloody good show.
So now I want to do my stupid, like, in terms of pairing up games or whatever, because I think I know what it's going to be ultimately our Game of the Year. So for the sake of causing strife or whatever, I think, you know, I find it hard to believe that Halo 5 is a better game than the Metal Gear 5.
Well, okay. Let's approach this from the obvious question here is...
One's multiplayer and one's single player.
There is no comparison.
But we have to, because
you can't ignore Halo single player, because we've said before, like when we were doing Battlefield 3, we were like, oh, the multiplayer is fucking great, but there's also the shitty single player.
But even if we look at...
If you went into Halo 5 for the single player, which a bit of me... I've got to admit, going into Halo, like, I didn't really play a lot of Halo 4s online.
No.
I didn't play... Well, I played quite a bit of Reaches online. But Halo 4 I started to drop off. And it's like, maybe this isn't the direction I want to go in.
But you did want to see the story.
But I did want to see the story. I did want to see where it goes. And that was a disappointment. It's like, it's, again, not because it's terrible, but it's very much just that we need to get the characters from here to here. This is where we want the last game to be. And they do nothing interesting in the middle. Really. Other than throwing a couple of really irritating boss fights. I mean, St. Helios is a cool landscape. The city in there is cool. The rocky textures of things. The fights are still Halo.
Yeah.
Like, so there's, like, even though the areas are bigger and you've got a team of 4 or whatever with you at all times, it's still a Halo campaign, right? In terms of the 30 seconds of fun thing.
Oh, totally.
Is still
It's
there.
still there, but it's not really
If anything,
innovating.
No.
It's Halo, and we're at 5 now. And the thing is,
but it does have the movement, which does mix
totally.
things up a bit.
Yeah,
and the
there's always a
and...
slight mix, but everything about it is about refinement. And if you look at the multiplayer, for example, that is you strip out all the story and stuff, and it's just multiplayer.
Yeah.
That is a refinement, and it is the best one in a long time.
Oh yeah.
By a long shot.
And I guess the biggest shitter, like the biggest cloud over Halo 5's campaign, especially, is the removal of split screen co-op.
Yep.
That's hard to forgive.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, that's a very personal stab for us. It's like this is what keeps us coming back to the Halo games decades, literally decade.
Yeah, that's why we ended up with the Master Chief Collection.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's not technically why we ended up with it, but that's why we played it.
It's why we played it all again. Yeah. Why we'll probably play ODST next.
Yeah.
So I suppose my argument would be does
the multiplayer outweigh?
Well, I'm saying even if it's very difficult to compare multiplayer and single player because they're so different.
Oh, sure.
But I just mean in terms of ambition and scope.
Oh, sure.
It seems to me that Halo 5. I know we're looking at Metal Gear Solid 5 and Halo 5.
Yeah.
So they're from long runs of games, but. For me, it's like that Halo 5 multiplayer is it's a really good refinement, but it's building on the previous stuff.
Yeah, sure.
And I think the thing that Metal Gear did that is crazy is it took huge risks with a massive budget, and a lot of them paid off. Which is it's very rare because no one else can do that because it's hugely risky. Like that open world stealth gameplay, although it's composed of elements I've seen before, it is an innovative thing. I think.
Sure.
I've never played a game anything like it. Whereas Halo 5, I've played 5 times in a way. Do you know what I mean? Maybe not counting Halo 1, but in terms of multiplayer, it is like a refinement. Whereas that would be my argument.
I mean, you're right. I mean, Metal Gear is a surprisingly robust set of systems.
Yeah, and
there's a lot of systems.
There's a lot of systems, and they don't all work. I mean, and they don't fit together sometimes.
Yeah, staff management has got annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
Going back to Mother Base to raise morale.
Oh, all that is
Ooh, that's bad.
There's a lot of systems that I haven't figured out. That's bad. But even just in the moment gameplay of the open world and the stealth and stuff, I think is something.
It's swayed me that's I mean I've had those stories that we've recounted in previous casts about where things have gone bad, and there's not a great deal I could have done about it gone bad. And it's those are frustrating, and the checkpoints are too far apart.
Totally.
Oh boy, some of the story pacing is a little odd.
Oh, totally.
I mean, not even just in terms of Metal Gear's normal craziness, right? The whole bit with Quiet's just been in a cell for a while, and suddenly it's she's right, you can come on missions with you.
That's true. You do get one
and I think some
intermediate.
of that slightly happened out of sequence with me as well.
Did you get the one where it's she'll shoot a helicopter blade,
oh, yeah.
then we'll put her back in the cell?
I did see that one.
And all the stuff about the men are getting really jumpy because she's teleporting everywhere and not eating anything and being really weird.
Yeah. She breathed for her skin.
Yeah, all that crap.
She drinks for her skin.
That's pretty dumb.
She has a mouth.
That's less dumb.
Yeah, but
most people have those.
She has a mouth and doesn't use it.
That's true.
And I suppose she was a person originally, I guess.
So
she's in the intro sequence.
And the
not
story
a spoiler.
might be mental, but I find it, and it might not be as mental or interesting as previous Metal Gear games, arguably. But it definitely interests me more than Halo 5. Yeah, I just don't. I think I'd be surprised if
There's
Halo
less
5
that frustrates me about Halo.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but that's because it's polished down to a it's a bit
it's those rough diamonds you find everywhere, but it's the actual diamonds.
Yeah, it's almost because it's not. That's almost a factor of them playing safe and making the best Halo game they can and not really innovating.
Maybe I think this was. I think Halo 4 was that. Actually,
right.
Halo 4 was 343 had to prove themselves as coming out of the gate and saying we can make a Halo game, and sure enough, their campaign was a Halo game. And
Sure.
It was a pretty good one. I mean,
Sure.
people knock it, but I really quite like Halo 4. I mean, Zach doesn't really want to talk about it, but like Halo 4, you know, he's just sort of like, nah,
Yeah, I didn't think that was great.
No.
So I'm fine with it. I think it plays okay. The Prometheans probably aren't quite as interesting as the Covenant, but they're a hell of a lot more interesting than the Flood. The Flood are just annoying,
Well,
especially by the end of Halo 3. They're just really irritating.
Yeah. You don't actually fight them that much in Halo 1, really. I suppose you do.
Yeah.
The library and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah.
They're less annoying in 2. 3, they're just the worst. Like, by that point, I've had enough. So, you know, I'm still okay with Prometheans. They're fine.
So anyway, yeah.
But yeah, that was their thing. Like, you know, that was their moment where they'd say, "It's in safe hands, guys. Don't panic." Yeah, all right, fine. I'm sold. Yeah, yes, they did take the multiplayer in a slightly different direction with 4 because they went slightly loadouty. You know, you can pick your loadout before a game. You could pick They still had armor mods and stuff at that point. Like, I don't think they had the full-on armor lock thing from Reach or whatever that was. Was it Reach? Yeah, it was Reach.
Yeah.
You go, whoa-bang! But you know, that was them trying to say we're okay, guys. And maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe 5 they should have pushed the boat out a little bit on the campaign and be all like, let's do some crazy stuff. But then, is making the entire campaign 4-player co-op focused? Well, not really focused, but you know, slightly crazy. I'm not sure it worked for COD either. Thinking about it, but you know, it's slightly crazy. And yeah, the multiplayer's unique. It's faster, more jumpy. They added slams. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Yeah, but that's the argument you're going to get with any game that is a focused experience versus an open experience.
Yeah, true.
I mean that's.
I do generally prefer open experiences. That is true. That's my taste more. Although I love Half-Life or whatever, and that's very focused.
We've had a good run of focused games. Like, I want to say, like, if we had this conversation like 3 or 4 years ago, I'm not sure I remember us talking about that many. What I would describe as a focused game versus an open game, because we had like Red Dead, we had like
big open stuff.
Yeah, we've had 2 GTAs, we've had Mass Effects. These have all been the landmark games of those years.
I mean, I think when they're done well, open games are better. I prefer them anyway.
Metal Gear, I wish that was paced better.
Yeah.
Like, if I could just skip the helicopter sequences, that'd be fine. Like, right. It takes too long sometimes.
Right,
it's like,
yeah.
I'm faffing around. I'm faffing around in menus too much.
Right, fair enough.
I don't ever feel like I have quite enough money to develop all the things. The development list is enormous, so it's
huge.
I
don't have the staff usually, or the
yeah.
level. The level
that is the problem.
I have tons of money. I just don't have.
Oh well, yeah. I develop when I can, so I'm out of money. There's the weird online system which I don't quite understand because I appear to have an offline pool of money which always gets used and an online pool of money which never gets used.
Right.
Don't know how that works.
I'll have to
traveling from place to place takes too long. If you're in the open world and you're going like, I've done this mission, I want to just do another side op without having to incur deployment costs or whatever. So I'm just going to run 3 kilometers.
Yeah, that's
because what choice do I have? And it's like that takes way too long.
Yeah, they didn't really.
It has problems.
Totally.
And Africa looks. You're right. It doesn't.
It doesn't look as good. Actually, once there was like a thunderstorm and I was amongst stuff, it looked kind of cool.
Okay.
But it's not as good.
It's not as nice as Afghanistan. No. There's something. It just looks quite bland.
I think that opening area of Africa that you get dropped into isn't as good. But yeah.
Sort of, when you first go into the crude oil facility.
Yeah, that's not so good. Did you have that problem with the door? Or did you manage to open it?
I managed to open it, it was fine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. That worked okay.
Because they're standing outside there. First time I did it, there were 5 guys standing outside there.
I was having a pretty good run until I accidentally jumped into some crude oil.
Oh no.
And just died.
Just died instantly.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
It was really annoying. Because it was like, it's not really the game's fault. It was just an awkward camera angle. Like I jumped over the ledge and was hanging onto it, and I thought I can just drop down here because I could see floor. The floor stopped slightly early.
Oh no!
And so I just fell into the oil, and it's like,
oh, instant death. Oh, that's annoying.
Crap.
Shit. Redo the past 20 minutes.
That was quite irritating. But again, not really the game. Well, you could argue perhaps could have given me a better camera angle, but just an awkward bit of level design.
Yeah.
It looked like it was there.
Anywho.
Yeah, this is a real toughie because I'm enjoying Metal Gear, but I've had a lot of ultra frustrating moments with it.
I mean, my pitch is just.
But then I can't. When I'm playing it, I can't really stop playing it.
I just think it. I think it's likely to be held as an overall better game than Halo 5. I think when you look at other. Probably, I would expect, not that it matters because neither of these games.
It's more
I think,
game.
yeah. Okay. I'm not saying because it's more game, because otherwise it would. Otherwise,
it would wipe the floor of it. Yeah,
Fallout 4 would be game of the year, or Witcher 3. But yeah.
I'm in a tough place with it.
I mean, I don't think either of these games are going to be our game of the year. I think it's probably going to be Rocket League.
Yeah, probably.
But there you go.
It's hard to find a flaw in Rocket League.
Yeah.
Other than.
But I just
the
wanted
more
to get
game
that
argument.
out of the way. I think it's doing something different enough.
Oh, sure.
It's exciting.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. There's a lot of devs. I still like how the box appears and flies away for no reason. It's all the super dumb shit. It's actually really funny.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
The weird sort of how they don't how enemies don't seem to care about a horse with body armor.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre. Or the way D-Dog slits people's throats. Man, that's hilarious. You say do it, and he just stands there for a bit and reaches into a pouch next to his leg and goes shing, and a knife suddenly appears in his mouth, and then he jumps on someone's head, from behind, just jumps on them and then just slits their throat like that. Oh, it's awesome, so but cool. Utterly bonkers.
Stupid, yeah. The way that D-Horse gets Fultoned as you exit the...
that's funny so every time.
Yeah. I don't know. Such a stupid game. It's amazing. I love it.
Unfortunately, the Fulton effect kind of wore off. It took a long time, but for that sound effect of people just getting Fultoned all the time. Whoa!
You don't care about it because it just becomes normal, right?
Yeah.
Because you just Fulton.
Which is a bit of a shame because it's you do it so much that it's just it's lost its hilarity.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah, it's I
just need to upgrade my Fulton so I can Fulton fucking tanks and shit.
I'm nearly there.
Yeah.
I'm nearly there. I think it's developing. So it's I've nearly got that. Cause you keep saying finding containers and stuff, and it's I need to Fulton these. So it's yeah, but I can't. Costs a lot to Fulton them, though. Yeah. Tricky.
Anyway.
You can't go loud, even though D Walker seems to be purely designed for go loud.
Yeah, you can go loud.
Yeah, it doesn't work very well. Never ends well. Just get surrounded. And points. Docks your points. Dare you game. I know I shouldn't let that be a thing, but sometimes it's a thing. I haven't retried sections if I've been spot. I do try and play it out. But most of the time it plays out so badly.
Zeg, do you care at all about these two games? Either of them? One versus the other? Not that you played them. Are you interested in, you'll probably play Halo 5, to be honest.
Well, I would if I could play it in split screen. Because I can't play it in single player.
That's not
going to ever happen.
Well, they ruined it for you then.
Yeah, that's the problem. And,
he's not likely to buy a console.
I don't have any investment in Metal Gear, any of them.
You don't really have to, that's the thing.
No.
Well, no, but it's still a specific type of game.
But that's true.
That kind of, less so nowadays, of course, because it's
that
moving away from it to some extent.
Yeah, it's quite different to previous Metal Gears, I would say.
Yeah, it's nothing like.
But you could play.
It's nothing like 4.
You could play Ground Zeroes and get a feel for it, even though that's not as good as 5. But it's still not a bad place to start.
But yeah, as we've discussed previously, it's I think I just have some weird problems with that kind of game in general. It's why
third person games.
It's why Dark Souls and Witcher never really caught on, even though I should probably have played those, and Witcher seemed like it would be the kind of thing that I would like in theory.
But it just doesn't work for you. You like Mass Effect 2 and 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Mass Effect, that's sort of third person.
Sort of, yes.
Just Cause.
Yes.
That's third person.
Although I think I've been having trouble with... There's a problem with Just Cause in, like, I think it probably... Everyone complains about an FOV slider, which is a weird thing to have in a third-person game to start with.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
But, like, I think it might actually be a problem in Just Cause 3, because it, like, I think it might be too close. I think I might start being affected by it after a while.
Right.
Need you at least 90 degrees.
Except not. That's the thing. It's like virtually all games I just leave it on default where it's like 70. I like virtually never changed it ever.
That's because you don't have... Do you have a widescreen?
Yeah, I do.
He does now, yeah.
Of course. But even then, it's like that doesn't matter because it well, assuming that the FOV's been done properly, it's still 90 degrees even if it is widescreen because it's... Or 70. Because it automatically adjusts to the monitor.
Something adjusts, yeah.
Assuming it's done properly, as I said. But yeah, I don't know why it is in Fallout, and yeah, in Just Cause and Fallout, I've been having problems where it's just like I'm not sure why it's these two games that's causing this. And in Fallout, it's even a giant pain in the ass because you have to use console commands to change them.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, at least it's there somewhere.
Well, the thing about it is, like...
Can you put it in, like, an init file somewhere?
In theory, you can, but getting it to take in the ini files is weirdly difficult. Only that specific thing. Like, the FOV seems to be weirdly... Like, you have to make things read-only, and, like, there's two different files that have the same copy of the text, apart from one of them's different. So I just didn't bother. I just bring up the console every time and just type it in.
Someone will mod it in, right?
Well, yes, of course they will.
There'll be, like, a FOV mod. So we just added a slider somewhere.
I mean, in theory, there's probably an FOV mod where you just download copies of those ini files
yeah.
and just overwrite them.
Sure.
I mean, there's already some other... Like, the earliest mods in the Fallout 4 mod repository were all pretty much just, like, slightly modified files that you just download to overwrite them. Like how I fixed the annoying sound effect for the Idiot Savant perk. Where I was just like, that is so annoying, I need to get rid of it. Luckily there's a mod where it just replaces it with a blank file.
Nice.
Good.
Or perhaps you want something considerably less annoying, like just a beep or something. Or...
Well, yeah, it wasn't. There was a choice between blank file or just keep the drum snare hit thing that it does instead of the full sound.
Yeah, the drum snare's probably a good idea. Yeah. Or like just the scout going bonk.
Yes, exactly.
That'd be a good replacement.
You could probably...
Bonk!
So yeah, that's the problem with FOVs, I guess. What the hell were we talking about?
Game of the year. So what... There's not going to be a consensus from all of us. So I think it's you guys. I don't think Zach doesn't care about Halo. I think
I'm having a real internal struggle between, like, as much as I like Halo, I'm having a real internal struggle between the two, between Halo and Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. I think it's Metal Gear, obviously.
That was clear. They're just such different things, and they're both good and flawed in probably equal measure, which is frustrating from this kind of discussion. So I'm yet to... the bit that worries me a little bit about the Metal Gear is I haven't got as far as seeing what is considered a very clunky last act.
Yeah.
And any of the online stuff, really. Like, I haven't got FOBs, I haven't got a security detail, which I'm assuming comes at exactly the same time as FOBs. And all of the nonsense that surrounds that.
Yeah.
How bad will that get? How much will I just get base hacked or whatever? Because I'm on Steam, you know. I'm nervous about that, whereas I've seen Halo. The only thing I haven't seen in Halo is the legendary ending.
Oh.
I still haven't seen it, I still haven't done it. Because whenever I play Halo, I go, no, I'm going to do some multiplayer.
Yeah, fair enough.
You only have to play the last level in Legendary, right, though?
Maybe, I don't know.
But you don't get the achiever unless you...
I know, I have worked my way... I think I'm a third of the way through the campaign again, because I'm sort of doing it with a guide to find the skulls and the crappy collectibles. Because, Chivos.
Yes.
And I want to see all that game has, you know.
Oh man, the end of Reach and Legendary was really annoying. managed to do it in the end. But
What was the linear ending in Reach? I can't remember.
You have to protect the Pillar of Autumn.
yeah,
Yeah. But what was the
Oh, well,
special legendary?
That was with the engineer, wasn't it? Or was that actually an ODST?
I can't
The
remember.
engineer.
Can't remember what was special about the legendary ending.
Was there one in Reach?
Yeah, maybe there wasn't because everyone dies.
Yeah. Can you just get the picture of the helmet?
Oh yeah, because you just have that like thing at the end where you just eventually die.
Maybe there was an extra sequence, but yeah. I mean, yeah, that was the very last segment in Reach, wasn't it? The last stand bit.
Mm.
Yeah, Visor gets slowly fucked up.
Anywho,
Yeah. That Rocket League, though.
Yep,
Is it really better than Metal Gear?
clearly.
God damn.
I don't know. I haven't played it.
Well, maybe we should do that.
It's a little indie game.
We
We
can-
can play
we can-
football with cars, right?
Yeah.
What are you suggesting exactly?
You can do free-player Rocket League split screen.
We can, yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
I'm not saying we do it now.
But we're in the middle of a podcast.
Yeah,
here.
exactly. I'm not saying we do it straight away.
Yeah, but also we need to make a decision.
Yeah.
And also we need to eat food also.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty hungry.
Get peace.
Let's get pieced. That's the deciding factor here. Let's get pieced.
Pizza, game of the year.
Yep.
So do you want to argue Kerbal versus Rocket League then, Zeg?
I don't think it's going to win. That's the trouble. Because
Kerbal?
Kerbal is like, it's awesome.
Super ambitious
Yeah, and it's like,
for the team, I
Now
guess.
that it's-
Without the millions of dollars.
now that it's managed to get, like, approximately finished state, not that they're not continuing to update it after release, but now that it's made it to that state, it's, like, solid. Because it used to be quite dodgy.
Yeah.
But yeah, and, the trouble with it is that, like, it's not so much of a game. It's it's a sandbox, basically. Even though they tried to introduce the career mission structure type thing, it's not really. That's only giving you goals to aim for, not really structure
Right.
to how you do it.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, I'm not sure any of the sort of structured stuff is the appeal of Kerbal.
No.
It's like, it's just, it's the sandbox. It always has been the sandbox.
But then,
That's-
the sandbox, sort of runs out fairly quickly, relatively speaking.
I don't know, it still takes quite a lot of effort to try and get places, right?
Yeah, but, like,
Figure out how to do things.
to a certain extent, you're not doing well, I mean, you choose how to do things, but like to a certain extent, once you've done something on one scale, like the next scale up is really just scaling up to a certain extent. Like once you've gone to the moon, it's like, okay, well now I just have to make a slightly bigger rocket and then I can go to a different planet, because that's really all the difference that it is. It's just going further with more fuel. And, you could probably even use the same lander in a lot of cases, depending on the atmosphere.
Yeah. You know what? I've just thought of an argument against Halo 5.
Have you?
Shit.
Yeah.
And it's quite compelling. Because the campaign isn't as strong as previous games, can you put it into the multiplayer games with not enough content category?
No, I don't think
No,
that
I mean, it's got
Because
wars.
that's not
in it.
pretending.
Yeah,
to,
it's not pretending
it's
to
just
have a
got
single
not-
player, it just has one.
It has one. It's just not great.
Yeah.
But it's not trying to like pull the wool over your
I
eyes
guess,
or anything.
yeah.
I don't think that counts. And it has tons of content for the multiplayer, so it's definitely fine.
Reasonable amount of content.
Reasonable. I'm saying.
Not enough arena levels, but
Yeah, it's not got the same.
It's got 4
problem, but-
Warzone maps now, so yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think you can argue that Halo 5 is like thin on content. I think it's perfectly good. I mean, it might not have as much content as a big open world game like Fallout or even Metal Gear, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't think it's light.
I suppose not. I suppose not. There is
Splatoon
more.
is better,
There is more multi. Well, I don't know. Like Halo 5 and Splatoon are probably about the same size now.
Right.
Like if you just take the multiplayer component.
Okay. So I think it's looking like actually like Metal Gear and Rocket League.
Yeah, I think so.
It's looking like Zeg on the side of Rocket League, me on Metal Gear. You decide, but I think
I'm
it's
in the
probably
middle.
Rocket League. But it's up to you.
We gonna split it again?
No, I don't think we are. It's got to be you. You've got to choose it.
But we could just commit. We could just say from now on it's always going to be 2. Save us a lot of trouble.
No,
Oh, right, yeah.
it's game of the year.
The focus.
It's not two games of the year.
Given what we've talked about earlier, do we like? the focused game of the year and the open game of the year.
That's only convenient this year.
Yeah, I don't think. Otherwise, I'd always have the open.
I don't know, what do we have? We had Bayonetta versus
Transistor. Those are both very famous.
Yeah,
that's true. That doesn't work.
No,
I don't think it'll work. I think
you've
got to pick between those two.
Shit. I think your premonition might have been right, Dan, but not for the fact that I necessarily think Metal Gear is the worst of the two games.
Right.
I think it's because
it's our reward anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like... Yeah, it's about Happy Salad.
I think I know what... The problem is that there's still a lot about Metal Gear we still don't know.
That's true.
And that is my one worry.
It's going to tail off or grind you down.
It's quite nice to know there's more features. They might not be good, but do you know what I mean? It's a bit unfair to say, the stuff we haven't seen, it might be bad. It's almost better to have more features in the coming up.
Kind of. I mean, there's almost no escaping the fact that FOB is not people's favourite area of that game.
But you can ignore it completely, right? Can't you? You can not do that stuff.
You can, but you're limited to... Your development tree will be limited.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There is
but
stuff...
There's stuff in there that you'd never really need or care.
Probably. The super high-level stuff is bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you can get through the game with the silenced pistol.
Oh, sure.
But, anyway.
Yeah.
You know, the trank pistol.
Yeah, I mean, there's things in that game that I haven't even tried. I've never even smoked the cigar.
No, that doesn't do much. But
it just passes time. Yeah, but I've never even tried it.
No.
And it's
so full of stuff.
I've barely used the box enough. I haven't touched decoys, which sound kind of fun. I've made mines work once. The problem, that's another kind of irritating factor. It's and I guess that's part of the game to some degree. You're never 100% sure what you're going to come up against. So there are some missions where it's I want to take a... I always take an assault rifle in case things go bad. And I can't run away from the situation. It's right, fine, I'm going to have to just stand my ground here. But if you come against something armoured, sometimes that's kind of difficult to take out without a rocket launcher. There are certain missions where having the rocket launcher has just been way more useful than trying to play stealth.
That's true, yeah. Going against armoured. I mean, you can do it you can Fulton the shit if you were upgraded enough. Or
this is the thing, maybe I'm getting to the point where that's not a requirement.
Yeah.
And I have gone into missions carrying now I've got a trank sniper rifle.
Yeah.
And it's it's not suppressed, but it's still pretty useful.
Yeah.
But I'm not carrying my rocket launcher if I'm carrying that.
Right, yeah.
And it's I don't know what I'm going to come up against, and I'm going to be ill-equipped.
You can request shit.
Yes, you can supply drop.
Just supply drop anywhere.
But that might not... Yeah, I guess I've never got to that moment where I felt like I've needed to, or I've realised everything costs money in that game.
It does,
so it's a little bit I'm going to be spending some money to get this one weapon change.
Yeah.
I'd probably make do.
Right.
I'm Punished Snake.
Punished Venom Snake.
Yeah.
Woo. Yeah.
It's a shit name.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb. I mean, that whole thing is dumb, but yeah.
They never call him Snake.
They do call him Snake, don't they?
Very, very
but
rarely.
They never call him Punished Venom Snake. Apart from...
In a cassette tape somewhere they mention it.
Right.
Venom.
Okay.
Was it Naked Snake is no longer going to cut it. You're now Venom Snake.
Venom Snake, right.
It's why? Why Ocelot?
Why
can't I be Naked Snake?
Since
Metal Gear 3.
Yeah, which was set in the 60s.
Yeah, but that's the last game Boss did, so
That's true. Were you Naked Snake in Ground Zeroes? I
guess you were just Snake. I don't think they ever said it.
Anyway.
Yeah, well,
I think it's coming down to
it's so hard.
A classic thing, which is always been my point, is it's Mario 64 versus Ocarina. It's the case of when you make the scope much bigger, it's hard to get that perfection.
Yeah.
And in the scope is smaller, so I still don't know what's better between Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, because Ocarina has the much bigger scope, it's a big adventure, but doesn't have the perfection of movement and everything about of Mario 64. And I think here we've got an extreme version where we've got a game with huge scope, which has a lot of flaws, but is amazingly kind of polished gameplay for that. And then you got Rocket League, which is a tiny scope and is basically perfect.
Yeah.
You know, it's that kind of classic trade-off. Is that I don't know whether Mario 64 or Ocarina of Time. For me, it's Ocarina of Time because it's more impressive that it's a bigger world.
I mean,
it still maintains.
This is the struggle with me being on the spot. I mean, last year I knew exactly where we sat, but you were indifferent.
Right,
I loved Bayonetta, and Zach loved Transistor, and we couldn't fight that out.
Yeah, I couldn't call that one.
That's because we didn't. The third person didn't have any information, whereas in this one you actually have both sides of the information. You just can't make a decision.
Yeah, you have played both.
Really hard. The argument that's running through my head right now is Metal Gear does more innovation.
But no one. People have tried to do the like the car football thing before, and it's never worked.
Car football.
So the fact that they've got it to work is absolutely amazing.
Is the argument? Yeah.
And
It's like every argument that's going through my head right now. It's like there is a very good counterpoint to it. There's no single thing that I can isolate. That's all like, no, this is clearly better than the other.
I watched a video of the top 2 in the world Rocket League players playing each other, and it was fucking insane.
It is insane.
Oh, it was mental.
I don't know how they do what they do.
Although I don't know how lag can even be a thing in that game. You just, you know what? It screws it up instantly, doesn't it?
It affects you surprisingly less than you'd think. There are moments where it's like, well, that bounce didn't look right.
Yeah. Right.
But to the point where it screws you up is rare.
Right.
Where it's a game-changing moment that fucks up.
Well, it's the saves they were doing that were most impressive.
Yeah. I mean,
like
it's
where they
the
get in
hardest
front
part
of
of the
the
game.
fucking ball as it's heading straight for the goal.
I've probably spent more time in goal than doing anything else, and I still suck at it. It's hard. I mean, Zach, since you've been doing your flying techniques, you've been getting a lot better at it.
Zach, do you just want to talk generally about how awesome Rocket League is?
I don't know if you can just talk around it because there's not much that you can say.
Right.
I think it's the feeling of like most people. I don't like sports games in general. To be honest, we kind of got into FIFA for a brief spell, but only because of the multiplayerness of it.
Well, and the classic like NHL.
NHL 2K2 is a laugh, but in general, and it's sport for me as a whole. Generally, like there aren't many things that make me sort of get out of my seat and have that sort of rush of fuck yeah.
Well, that's because
Rocket League does that to people.
That's because it's not based in real life. I think that's the main thing, because it's not actually based in like real physics, and so they made their own thing. It actually works. Right. That's why, that's why it works. That's why it's like it is precisely designed that way, because it's like if you just imagine the ball acting like it would in real gravity, it wouldn't work any longer because the errors would be virtually impossible.
Yeah, you wouldn't have time.
And like the bouncers would be too quick, so you wouldn't be able to jump to meet the ball or anything. And you'd basically be a ground game, and then you'd be fighting against physics to keep the ball on the ground, and then it just
That's kind of what the ice hockey mode is, but that's still fun.
It's kind of what real football is.
It's still fun.
Well, yeah, that's the point. It's not like real football, which is why it works better.
Yeah, I want to say that every previous car football game, admittedly there aren't many, but anyone that I've seen that's doing that is following physics too realistically.
And because, I don't think...
The double jump mechanic.
Yeah, and the rocket boosting.
The rocket boosting and the rolls, and it's like they've added stuff
that's
that is
really the
sensible.
thing that makes it actually work.
Yeah.
It's not just like...
You've got enough finesse that I think has never been there before.
Yes.
Admittedly, I still have problems with the roll controls.
Yes, it is a bit tricky.
Even after 80 hours of play, I still can't get those right every now and then, or I think the game is interpreting me wrong. But
it's a stick-centering problem, really, isn't it?
Yeah, to a point.
Maybe it could have done with a dead zone option. Does it have one? I don't think it does.
I think it does, no. Yeah, that would be probably properly useful, actually.
Might make steering kind of difficult, but it would definitely improve.
You never really analog steer in that game. Not enough.
No, not really.
Oh, god damn it.
And that's why people play it with a keyboard, I guess.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Is that how the pros do it?
I don't know about pros, but people.
Okay. People.
People play it with a keyboard and mouse.
Who's annoying you today? People.
Definitely.
General public. I feel bad about letting either one of them go. I tried to.
That's a good year.
I tried to do the
games.
emotional thing then, and
Not
people
that
were like,
great, yeah.
and the people were like, how would I feel if I said Metal Gear at this precise moment? And I'd be like, pretty bad for Rocket League. And then it's like, oh, how do I feel about giving Rocket League? It's like, pretty bad for Metal Gear. Shit.
I'm sure Kojima can take it.
I'm telling you, we just do 2.
I know.
This is gonna
Dude.
this is gonna
This
be
is our thing, is it? Right?
Yeah, well,
Like-
look, this is going to be the situation that, like every year, is that out of the 3 of us, one of us won't have played at least one of the things. So we might as well have 2, because then it's just easy, and then we can get the fuck out of this podcast.
It is.
Yeah.
It is fairer.
Okay.
I
Well,
can't
everyone's
decide.
heard the discussion.
Yeah.
So
Make up your. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll do it again. I know it's a cop out.
I still want you to decide, man.
No.
God damn it.
Or Rob can do a personal list. We can all do personal lists, and that'll be okay. And then we'll see whether Rob puts it above or below that.
And then they'll have implicitly decided.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, to be fair,
Alright.
when you wrote down your games, Metal Gear wasn't even on the list, so I think since you
Yeah.
put Rocket League
You're
on
right.
there,
You're right.
like,
I mean,
it seems
I'm
obvious.
I'm trying to think emotionally right now. Like, you know, if I was to put my heart on my sleeve and be all like, if people said something
If it was
about,
down to a T.
if it was down to a T, if
Or a tittle.
yeah, if I had to pinpoint that tittle, Rocket League.
It's Rocket League.
Rocket League. I'm sorry.
Happy
I'm
Salad
sorry.
Game of the Year 2015 is Rocket League.
I'm sorry, Metal Gear.
That's alright. I'm sure it can
does,
cope.
it does hurt a little bit, but if I was... all right, this is the argument that has made my decision. If someone came up to me
Yeah.
and has been all like, you playing that Rocket League? I'd be like, fuck yeah!
Yeah.
If someone came up to me and talked about Metal Gear, and it's like, I'd be like, that's a weird game. It's cool, but it's weird.
It's weird. Yeah.
And it's like, I can't...
Cool.
It's that gut reaction
Yeah,
that is
sure.
that is all I've got.
Well, there we are.
Because they are both special games.
I think we have it, listeners.
Enthusiasm.
Thanks for joining us for another marathon podcast, Game of the Year special.
All of 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh yeah,
Holy
not bad.
shit.
And blaze it back in. I think it's time to.
That's going
get
to take a
things-
long time to process.
Yeah, and we'll catch you in 2016. That's the right date.
Yeah.
For more Saladcast.
Woo!
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Thank you for joining us. Oh, God. Pizza.
Yeah, pizza time.
Woo.
End.
Bye.